It's June. It's July. It's July the 15th. And I am ahead of time by a whole minute this time. Wow. It's crazy. I'm actually behind. I keep wanting to stream earlier. But see, here's the thing, right? I try and get a stream prepared. And then when I try and prepare to stream the day before. But then when I'm trying to do the stream, I'm like, oh wait, something else happened. So I have to start preparing better. And then I can start streaming earlier. I want to go back to streaming in the morning like I used to. I've gotten away. I've strayed from the path of the morning stream. I feel like that was a very powerful niche. I don't know if it's as strong on Kick as it is on YouTube, but I remember like streaming early in the morning on YouTube. That was like a superpower of sorts. Not a lot of people wanted to do that. Everybody wanted to stream at midday or they wanted to stream in the afternoon. I was like the only brother who was out here streaming at 9 or 10. So I got to get back to that. Anyway, before we get started with the show, before we get started what this show is going to be about, which is the Quartering, right? So the Quartering has a new vlog type channel where it's very similar to an old vlog type channel we're going to get back to that we covered in a previous stream that may now be gone forever. I'm pretty sure. I think I put that stream into Gumroad. I'm not sure though. So first, before we even get there, here is my Rumble channel. Just go look me up on MikeynohMore on Rumble. Future videos that I make are going to go up here. Like this one I did on Jeremy, or this other one I did on Jeremy. So you can expect those there. And this here is my Gumroad. Right here, MikeynohMore Gumroad. You too, for the low price of $10, can become a fucking neat Ronin. Or you don't have to, but it'd be nice if you did. It's basically more of a Patreon than anything. Like anybody can take any content they want out of there and post it anywhere they want. I don't care. Anyway, Shill segment is done. Now, before we get to Jeremy, first we got to get through this gaming goss. And the gaming goss is literally like two fucking things. Two very short gaming goss segment we got here. So, Sega's games run on RTX Spark. NVIDIA has announced a collaboration. And here is Jensen. Here is Jensen Huang visiting Japan, visiting Sega Arcade to talk about how great fucking Sega is and how they've been industry and technological innovators in the games market.
Engineering work that Yu Suzuki did here in Japan in 3D video games and 3D animation, not possible if not for your incredible pioneering work, visionary work.
本日のゲームの世界はユースズキいなければもうこういう開発できてるものはなかったです。
So many breakthroughs in inverse kinematics, 3D.
So yeah, basically, what people are suspecting, people being me, people being my black ass, is that we're suspecting that Sega may be trying to get back into the console manufacturing market. They might be trying to make a pivot of sorts, which would be kind of insane. There actually has never been a worse time in the history of the games industry to get back into to try and get into the console market. Like right now, this is actually the worst time. Well, maybe not. Maybe the time before the first gaming crash in that Atari started. Maybe that moment right before that gaming crash was actually the worst time to get into the console market. But this right here, this is the second worst time. So Sega would be kind of crazy to do that. But hey, whatever, bro. I welcome it. It's not like Sony and fucking Microsoft are doing anything all that great, or even Nintendo, really. Anyway, gaming goss is done. Now, before we can get to the Jer segment, before we can get to that, we got to get through a little clavicular segment. You know, a little bit of Clav. We got to talk about Clav real quick and his adventures in the land of the chosen in Israel. Clav went to Israel to kiss the wall, right? He said, here's what Clav was like. Clav's timing was basically this. It's that, man, Israel is struggling right now. Israel, they got it rough right now, right? You know what they need? They need me to go down there and teach them how to look smacks. They need to let me go down there so I can help them level up in just every aspect of their appearance. And then everybody will stop hating them for bombing Palestinian orphanages or whatever the fuck they're getting up to. That's what needs to happen. So Clav was going to go down there. He was going to teach people about looks maxing. He was going to go to clubs, right? He was going to show people that Tel Aviv is actually a pretty cool place, right? They do other shit besides, bomb people. I swear they do. So this was back in early July, really a week ago. Clav went to Israel. Now, his trip to Israel did not go as planned. Turns out the Israelis actually are really that fucking unlikable. Plattysteen, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you, brother, for the early support, right? So when news came out to this, when Nick Fuentes, a good friend of Clavicular, when he caught wind of the fact that Clav is going to the land of the chosen, that he's going to Israel, right? Everybody was like, wait, what the fuck? I thought he was cool with Nick and the Groypers. Why is he going to Israel to kiss the wall and look smacks for Bibi? Nick was like, actually, that's based. Clav can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's smart. He should go down there and look smacks at Tel Aviv.
Agent Groyper sent $20. Clavicular is going to Tel Aviv to kiss the wall and you still won't disavow him.
Facts.
It won't be long before he fucks you over for the Jews. I thought you were a man of principle. Fuck Clav the Jew.
You're just a faggot, dude. You're a fag because you're jealous of him. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Dude, Clav is the GOAT. And I'm never going to disavow. You're gay.
What has he done? So he's the GOAT. The GOAT of what? What is he the GOAT of? What has he been doing? I'm not sure what he could possibly be the GOAT of. He's not the GOAT of bodybuilding. He's not even the GOAT of like making yourself look good through surgery and all this other shit. He's not the GOAT of clubbing. He's not the GOAT of doing drugs. He's kind of just, I don't know, he just kind of exists in his own lane. I don't know if he's the GOAT of anything.
For like, why are you invested in this? You're invested in two guys' friendship? Yeah, Clav is my bro. Maybe he's going to kiss the wall. Obviously, I disavow.
Clavicle is going to get passed around by Bibi and them. Oh, they lost their opportunity. You don't even know. Vedas, you don't even know. They lost their opportunity to get all up in that bussy. Clav was not having it. He was not happy with how the Israelis were behaving and treating him.
Obviously, I don't support that. But also, Clav never promised that he was a committed anti-Semite. Clav always said, I am trying to ascend in every way and just get as rich and successful as possible, and I don't care about politics. And
honestly, I give Clav credit for being that honest about this shit, about not bullshitting about what he came here to do. See, the problem is... Oh, no, I'm sorry. All right. See, the problem with a lot of these guys is they try and make themselves seem like they're more important than what they are, like they're actually making a difference. This is one of the problems I have with Nick Fuentes and his ilk, is that they always try and act like we're doing something. We actually have a movement. We're making a change in the country, and they're literally not doing anything. But I guess making Nick Fuentes rich. See, what Clav is doing is basically what Nick Fuentes has been doing for the better part of the last decade, after he basically gave up being a serious political figure and he was just like an edgy political commentator, e-celeb type person. And it's like, okay, if you're doing that and you don't expect to actually make a change and you're just here to put your own name out there and get some clout and get a lot of money, that's cool. But Nick tries to pretend like that's not the case. Clav came out and he's like, no. I am here to be as vapid and as shallow and as like basic of a human as possible. I'm just here to look hot and fuck hoes and go to clubs and make money. I literally don't care about anything else.
And you guys are like, why isn't he this like political avatar? If anything, it's like, why do you have some attachment to an e-celebrity? Have you ever thought about that?
Bro, are you sure you want your fans asking those sorts of questions, Nick? Are you sure that you want your fans to start asking themselves, why am I attached to an e-celeb? Why am I that deep into this e-celebrity's cult personality? I should probably quit. Why do I give Nick Fuentes money? Why the fuck do I do that? I need to stop. I need to start touching grass and stop paying attention to what Nick Fuentes says.
Ever thought that you're an adult man with your own dick and balls and you're like deeply invested in a live streamer? I understand a political movement, you know, if you support me because we're in a political movement and
okay, it's different, right? Like Nick realized what he was saying there. He realized what he was getting to. He's like, oh wait, there's a connection there. They might say that about why are they following me? I have to tell them some bullshit about how it's not the same because this is a political movement that actually isn't a political movement.
You support the ideals of this movement and everything. Okay, I understand that. I understand being invested in a political ideology. But Clavicular's a live streamer. He's just one of the characters in the live stream universe. And he always said, hey, I've like my character build is I'm only interested in fucking bitches and making money and status maxing. And you feel like
which is based in its own little vapid sort of way.
Personally betrayed. You're like,
just be honest, bro. Just don't even come out here trying to do anything
why
like
did
that.
Braden Peters?
Right? That's another problem. That's the problem that people have with all of these dudes. Not just Nick, but also with Hassan, Destiny, Myron, Sneeko. They talk all this shit about how they want to spread their messages and, do something with American politics and start a movement, be part of a movement, champion something, make a change. In reality, they're just here to make money and fuck hoes, unless you're Nick, because Nick is gay.
Let's go to Israel. You thought he was what? You thought he was a Nazi?
Yeah, sell some coffee.
What would make you think he was a Nazi? He hits his face with a hammer. He gets a nose job. He's clearly a hedonistic materialist, just trying to max out on all of his attributes.
Why are you friends with him?
And you're like salty and mad and
you say all this stuff about him. Yeah, he's a hedonist. Yeah, he's shallow. Yes, he's vapid. Yes, he does drugs and hits himself in a hammer and goes clubbing every fucking night. That's literally all he does. He does not aspire to be anything beyond that. Why are you friends with him?
You're like,
this doesn't really jive with the whole super serial political movement thing that you're trying to push.
Favorite E-celeb isn't a true national socialist. It's like, maybe you need to examine what's going on with you. I like Clav because he's pushing...
Because he has muscles.
He
has abs.
Activist.
I really like the way his face looks.
Message for young men.
Matter of fact, let me look up something. Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
To examine what's going on with you. I like Clav because he's pushing an actually activist message for young men.
Oh, okay.
And by that, I mean, look, your girl is going. How do we attract women in 2026? Don't ask me because I'm repellent to them. They hate me. I'm too much. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a Nazi, whatever. Okay. How do we attract women in the big 2026? It's all about that initial attraction. How do you attract women in 2026? You got to have a good dating app profile. You got to have a good Instagram profile. Am I wrong? You got to look your best if you're going to...
Kinda? I don't know, bro. That doesn't seem very... Maybe if you're trying to attract a very specific type of woman. So yeah, this is the actual reason. You look at that face right there. This is the actual reason why Nick cares so much about clavicular. Right? Like, look at him checking out the guns. This is you can actually tell. Hold up. Actually, you look at clavicular's face. You actually can tell the difference between him now and him back then. He does look like a different dude now, right? Like, you could tell. I don't know if he looks like a substantially more handsome dude, but he does look like a different person now. But yeah, this is the actual reason. You try and look at where Nick is looking down at, and that's the reason why he likes clavicular so much.
Meet up with a girl in real life. So if you're going to hit that benchmark, if you're going to hit that threshold of initial attraction to get a girl, what is actual practical advice to do that? Improve your looks. Improve your looks.
Yeah, Clav lost the muscles because he decided to stop juicing.
Want to slide into a girl's DM?
I think the reason why he left steroids alone is because he was getting a little bit too close to dying. Like, he was trying to Ziz Max, right? He was going to go out like Ziz, and he's like, no, not yet. Not yet. I haven't fully ascended yet.
Or have a successful dating app profile?
He's trying to at least make it to 25, and then maybe
get a really nice physique.
Personally, I don't see Clav making it to 30. Personally, I don't see that happening. But hey, maybe.
Get lean. Get a good haircut. Like, look as best as possible. Why? because it's an extremely competitive dating market. Women are whores now, and that's what matters to make that initial connection. So for Clavicular to tell young men, hey, looks are what matter, women are shallow whores, I'm a living demonstration of that, this is how you can improve your life, that's actually a great service.
He's providing a service to the youth. It doesn't have anything to
do with fucking Israel, numbnuts. It doesn't have to do with Israel. It doesn't have to do with immigration. This is practical advice.
Yeah, that's the trick. That's what Clav has to do. You can go literally anywhere except Thailand, right? He can go to Israel. He can go to fucking Gaza. He could go to Iran or North Korea. He will be fine. Just stay away from Thailand, Clavicular, because you probably ain't coming back, bro. Thailand eats niggas like you up.
Especially in an era when
Clavicular is literally the perfect type of victim for Thailand, right? The Thailand clubs, the Thailand ladyboys, the Thailand saunas, everything in Thailand is just perfectly geared to just like consume the looks maxer like a Venus flytrap in the shape of a city.
Young men are not getting good advice. Young men are even being told by Catholics, like, get married young and have more kids than you can afford. Find a biblical woman. You know, these biblical women, dude, they want to hook up with Chads too. You think these church-going women with Proverbs, whatever, in their Instagram?
Well, okay, what's the point of being trad then? You're kind of blackpilling. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with looks maxers, and I guess in Nick's case, people who are advocates of the looks maxers, is that they blackpill and they're doomers a lot, and that doesn't seem conducive to the end result you're trying to get, because you're trying to say, okay, these church going ladies, they're fucking whores too, right? They're a bunch of Sarah Stocks, all of them. Sarah Stock wasn't a rare case. All these bitches are like her. Well, okay, well then what's the point of being a traditional conservative church-going young man? I'm not saying you shouldn't be. I'm just saying, according to these dudes' logic, it doesn't seem like there's really anything in there for you. It seems like you're gonna get fucked over regardless if you do go down that path, according to Nick Fuentes.
And bio.
You would think that he would try and preach against some shit like that, but I guess not.
Proverbs 6:7 and bio. You think they want to get shacked up with some fucking...
Yeah, Glockta. Nick has always been a black pillar. Even back, I remember there's this one video, I could probably find it, where it's the most black pilled I've literally ever heard Nick speak. And I don't understand it, because it was around the peak of his popularity. He was still making, he's still making money. He's making, well, I don't know if I'm say he's making less money. He's getting less views, right? His audience is getting smaller, but he still has all of these whales who buy his merch and just send him hundreds and literally thousands of dollars in super chats and shit like that. So he's basically fine so far as financials are concerned, right? He still has all his crypto and other investments and whatnot. So he's straight there. But it's like back then, he was popping off. He was doing all these shows with all these other major e-celebs a lot more often, like Destiny and Aiden Ross. And he was on Fresh and Fit show. He was still cool with Milo and Kanye, I'm pretty sure, at this time. And he was just so fucking black-pilled and such a doomer and talking about how there's no point in living. And I'm like, nigga, you're a millionaire in your early 20s. No responsibilities. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. You have an entire internet army who just follows your every command. They worship you. You can just summon dozens, if not hundreds, of these motherfuckers to random places where they're probably going to end up getting doxxed and getting their shit fucked up later anyway. But they'll throw that all away for you. And he's still such a grimace, bro. He's still such a Grinch.
Latin mass nerd. Some Latin mass autist with a bad haircut, 20 pounds overweight, with the scraggly beard? Absolutely fucking not. No, when it's like 10 years ago when girls would say, I'm into nerds. And who are the nerds? It's Superman with glasses on. Who's the actor that played Superman? It's that guy with glasses on. That's when girls say they're into nerds, that's what they mean. And it's like today, when girls say, I want a traditional man, you know what they're talking about? Superman with the cross on. They're talking about when girls say, I want a real
What
Christian
does he
man.
actually know?
I want a real Christian.
Like, he doesn't even know. He's not even part of this conversation because he doesn't want anything to do with the opposite sex. He doesn't know game. He doesn't know what these bitches want. I mean, he knows what he wants in a man. He doesn't know what these women know in a man, right? What they want in a man.
Who's going to put me in my place and he's going to be the breadwinner. You know who they're talking about?
Maybe he does, though. Because gay men actually do have a very strong perception into the female psyche. So maybe he actually does know quite a bit. Maybe just intuitively. The gayness just gives him instinct, like intuition powers when it comes to what women like. It's just the passive ability all gay niggas have.
They're talking about Chris Evans in a 3-piece suit at Latin Mass. That's who they're talking. They're not talking about some ugly ass nerd with an icon shrine in the corner of his room who's like, excuse me, milady. No, she still fucking hates that guy and wants him to die. And if that guy hit on her, she would want to kill herself. Okay? So Clavicular is giving practical advice, which is 1, women are whores. 2, women are hypergamous. 3, they're extremely superficial. 4, if you want to have any chance of success with women in a modern scenario, you just need to look as good as you can. That's all you can do to create that initial attraction. It's not the only thing, it's not maybe even sufficient to go the distance, but that you're not going to get your foot in the door if you don't have that settled. That's good advice. And so for him to go around basically as a living demonstration, going around on stream and showing how whorish women are.
I mean, obviously a lot of the shit he shows on stream and in his content is just fake. Obviously, right? Does Nick actually believe that? Man, that is a funny face to pause on. I love it. Did I find a new sticker? Did I find a new fucking... I think I did. But no, it's like, obviously, a lot of this shit... It's like you watch the videos of the dudes doing the street interviews and getting women to say all this crazy shit while they take their shirts off. That shit is obviously not real. Obviously, that's some fake content.
Showing how shallow and depraved they are. Demonstrating that lookism is real. And for winners, okay, that's good. I don't need him to have, wait, but is he anti-Semitic? It's like, who fucking cares, dude? Who cares? Wait, is he anti-Semitic? Wait, does he share my niche political ideology? It's like, bro, grow the fuck up. He's a normal guy in the world, maxing out everything.
I don't know about that.
He never said he's some political martyr for National Socialism or...
I don't know about that. Normal guy? Look, there's a lot of ways I would describe Clavicular. Normal ain't one of them. He's like a very abnormality, even by E-celeb streamer standards, right? Bro's a fucking weirdo, for real.
Like dying again.
If it wasn't for the looks maxing, if he was the way he was, but it wasn't for... See, here's the thing, right? Clavicular's ideology, actually, it is real. Because we said this before, right? This is pointed out before when we did the the Connor Murphy stream. When you look a certain way, you get away with certain lol-cow behavior that other people wouldn't be able to get away with. And if other people were doing hard drugs, hitting themselves with hammers, doing all of the weird, crazy shit, possibly being fucking prostitute, like just giving up the pussy to Peter Thiel, if they were doing shit like that, they would be considered super lol cows. Clavicular gets away with it because he looks better than the average guy.
Against Israel, he said, look, I'm here as basically an ideological lookist from the Black Pill forums, and he's just going to give himself fully to this pursuit, and that involves staff.
That's not the only thing he gave himself fully to.
Maxing and, whatever.
He didn't get all that fame out of nowhere.
It's like, I don't agree with, obviously, you know my position on it.
Nigga came out of nowhere, and then within like a year or two, he's taking trips to Israel and talking to advisors of Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm supposed to believe that's completely organic. That just came from him being such an entertaining streamer. I don't think so.
Why do you need me to disavow a friend of mine? Well, I can only be friends with people that share my niche political views. Totally insane. So fuck you and anybody else that has a problem with that. You go commit suicide over favorite East celeb. Favorite East celeb doesn't share my niche political views. I'm mad about that.
Why can't you have normal friends? Nick can never have normal friends. So anyway, Nick was dyed in the wool. He was riding and dying for Clav because, you know, he loves him so much for completely platonic reasons, obviously. So he took his trip, right? Clav took his trip to Israel, right? He took his trip to the holiest of holy lands, and he started talking to the chosen people, and they were hooking him up, right? He was getting that blessing from the Hebrews from the jump.
My friend from J-Trip gave me this beautiful necklace. Wow. And I don't really wear necklaces, so I think it would be beautiful for you to have it. Sure. So it's an OpenAI logo. You know OpenAI logo? Yeah. And you got a Star of David inside of it. Oh, I think it's a pretty cool necklace. Show the camera, Hills. That's right. Look at this. Look at this.
So ChatGPT?
Yeah, basically ChatGPT, Magen David.
Chosen Goy. Chosen Goy status, bro.
Anyone know how to put on a necklace?
He just got there.
I might have to... I'm gonna have to make this a little...
Bro just showed up. They're giving him fucking AI Star of David necklaces.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, let me make this a little
perfect.
Wow, guys, look at this. What a guy. Hey, thank you so much.
Oh, 100%. My pleasure.
I'm gonna have to find something to reciprocate.
He ain't never gonna wear that shit. I never saw him put that shit on. He probably threw it away. He probably left it in Israel. When he left Israel, he probably fucking left it in his hotel room and never, like, forgot that he had it. Want me to wear an Israel necklace. So here he is. He was out. So Clav's primary date while he was out in Israel was with this girl right here, this IDF baddie. For people who don't know, the Israeli Defense Force, they have a very extensive PSYOP propaganda campaign where they take the most attractive female members of their military and they make them post certain things to social media in order to get people to like Israel more or get people to want to sign up to the Israeli military more. You know, everybody has mandatory service in Israel. So it's like, hey, look, we got all these fucking baddies over here in the IDF. You might be able to hook up if you just come over here back to the motherland, back to the Holy Land, and you decide to join up in the military. You know, you're Jewish. You can get that free citizenship. We give it away to every fucking Jew, no matter where you were born, right? So that's what they do. So Clav decided to hook up with this Israeli IDF baddie, and you know, they would do certain goofy shit like her showing that she still has access to the IDF's official TikTok account, because of course she does.
TikTok and the Instagram. I don't have it on my phone.
She's got the IDF login on her TikTok. I'll ask if we can post a video.
Niggas like, he's dating an Israeli spy. Bro, he doesn't care. Clav doesn't give a fuck. He's fucking a Jewish spy. Who cares?
I'll get permission.
See, the thing is with Clav is he's so vapid that all of the usual honeypot type of strategies you might use with somebody else, they straight up don't work with him. Like, it does not work with Clavicular.
You want to do a TikTok on the IDF account?
Oh, you're gonna honeypot him? Honeypot him into what?
I don't care. What will we do? Go up. Just act stupid. I just have to ask for permission.
Yeah, it's the autism. He's too vapid and he's too autistic to give a fuck about any of that sort of stuff. Is why he doesn't get caught up in any of the political shit. Like, look, bro, I don't care about that. I'm here to go clubbing and just fuck whores. I don't care about any of this other stuff you guys are talking about.
I just have to make one phone call.
Yo, what's up, Claude?
Hey, Yossi, what's going on, man? We're streaming right now.
I'm doing great.
Do you know anyone who at the IDF? Because I'm with one of the social media managers.
Hey, you know anybody who works for the IDF? Anybody who's like IDF military personnel?
This girl who has the login for the TikTok.
I'm trying to make some shit posts on their TikTok account. If you could get back to me.
Account. The IDF
TikTok?
The IDF TikTok. So we're wondering if we could get permission to do like a video on it.
I'm not sure if I know offhand, but I could. I was with someone today that used to run it, so I could ask them who's running it right now.
I was with somebody who used to run it, so he does know people. Clav is crazy, right? Clavicular is probably one of the most well-connected people in the E-Celeb universe right now. But because he is the way he is, it doesn't matter, right? Like, his phone probably has some of the most powerful contacts a person could possibly have. He has Peter Thiel on speed dial. He has advisors to Benjamin Netanyahu on speed dial. It doesn't fucking matter because all he wants to do is do blow and hit himself in the face with a hammer.
It's probably worth filming something.
She has the login.
Post it tomorrow.
Oh, she has the login.
Yeah.
So I mean, but we want to do it today. So yeah.
What's the problem? She has the login.
She has the login. So I'm saying, just.
I would be sent to jail.
We want permission to post the video on TikTok. From the page.
Oh, okay. She already sent the GA know that permission. Okay, I got that.
See if they're okay with it.
Yeah.
Do I have an officer? Yeah, my officer I think would kill me
Do you know if the IDF is DTF? Probably.
and send me to jail at the same time.
They gotta multiply somehow. There are only so many people in Israel.
Yeah.
Israel doesn't even have a population of 10 million, does it? Wait, what's the population? Population of Israel. Oh yeah, it's just about 10 million. Just about 10 million. And it's not even 80% Jewish. Wow. I'm actually very surprised at that. I thought it would be higher. That's not good. That's actually pretty bad by ethno-state standards. 10 million, just a little bit under 10 million, but like your primary ethnicity is below 80% and it's trending down too. So, you know, that's not good. Not in the long run. Some people look at you look at the Israeli fertility rate and you're like, well, their fertility rate is really high. Yeah, but the people who end up having the most kids in Israel are, you know, they're like those Jews who don't work jobs. All they do is they just live on welfare and they just read the Torah all day, right? That's all they do. Those are the people who are having the most babies in Israel. The people who do most of the work. And also those dudes, a lot of those guys also don't have to work, serve in the military either. So it's not good. The people who are making the most babies in Israel, the Jews who are having the most babies in Israel are the ones who are like the least useful for the state. So it's actually not a good trajectory.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for them if we just do a TikTok by the beach or something like that.
Yeah, I can work on it. Probably take I can text the guy, but like I doubt I'd be able to do it in the next hour. Like probably we're doing it on Sunday or Monday.
All right, we'll see. Maybe he'll respond tonight. We'll see. Okay. All right.
Okay, I'll try.
All right. Goodbye. Bye.
So anyway, Clav was having a good time. He was getting blessed. They were giving him treasure. They were giving him booty. He thought things were going pretty well. But damn, bro. You tell him, you know one thing about Israelis, they can never let a good thing last. Rabbi Shmuley, wow. That's his name. Rabbi Shmuley's daughter in the IDF goes off on Clavicular in a Tel Aviv restaurant over his misogynistic comments in the Clubacost. The Clubacost incident where Clavicular was seen listening to Heil Hitler by Ye. There is no place in Israel for someone who's both a neo-Nazi and a woman. Well, you know, she says it. She says it right here. We can just watch the video. actually can't hear her, so I guess I do have to fucking read this out to you guys. I guess I do have to read it after all. So, let's see what she says. She said, there is no place in Israel for someone who's both a neo-Nazi and a woman-trashing misogynist. Israel is a brave and moral country. Okay. Israel is a brave and moral country where men are raised to marry and respect women and build families, not to use girls as objects in a bathroom stall as you bragged. You caveman degenerate. Respect this country of heroic men and strong IDF warrior women, you woman-hating chauvinist and cowardly man-child, and go back to the hole you crawled out of, or whatever Chabad, turncoat, Yossi Faro dig you out of. It's like, wow. Man, Israeli feminists must be the most annoying women on earth. That's probably the most annoying combination of woman in the world. Just Israeli feminazi. Shit's gotta be unbearable. No wonder the only niggas who are having babies are the Hasidics. You know, the dudes who treat women like shit still, you know. At least among Jews, at least. So, you know, he was getting yelled at by the Israelis. They were starting to treat him bad. And of course, this is the Clubacos, the famous Clubacos. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. And look at fucking, see, it was here that I knew that Andrew Tate wasn't about that life. Because after this shit happened, he immediately was like, well, you know what? I wasn't responsible for putting the song on in the club. It wasn't really my plan. He's just like, he's so uncomfortable and shit. Meanwhile, you look at these dudes, right? Obviously, Sneeko loves it. Even Clavicular, he's like, he's into it. And look, there goes Andrew Tate's brother. You know, it's kind of funny though, because Clavicular didn't really ever own up to it or apologize or anything. He just said, well, I don't really care. I don't take this shit that seriously. And he was fine afterwards, right? So I guess it just goes, I guess Clavicular is made of sterner stuff than fucking Andrew Tate, Mr. Kickboxing Champion Andrew Tate, because he just didn't give a fuck. And in my opinion, I feel like Clavicular is more relevant now than Andrew Tate is. So I guess that goes to show you the Clubacos. He has no regret. He's never disavowed the Clubacos. So anyway, this was the moment where Clavicular decided that he was done. He was done with Israel. He was done with these Jews. Clavicular was pressed on Israeli Channel 13 due to the Clubacos incident and asked why he hasn't apologized for singing Heil Hitler by Ye before he walked out of the interview while demanding an apology from the reporter.
You apologize to me for, why don't you apologize?
So hold on, let me see. There has to be a better... Yeah, never mind. We'll watch this. It's fine. I just gotta turn it up a little bit. I don't know why the volume is so low. Okay, that should be fine. All right.
You apologize to me for, why don't you apologize?
I need to apologize?
Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
You know what everybody in Israel is talking about right now, right?
Well, everyone in Israel is talking about, you know, what we're doing that's good. You know, so for you to kind of start the interview off in like a negative.
You know, one of the worst things that Elon Musk ever did to the Jewish people, like one of the worst crimes he's ever committed against Jews, was making it so that you can instantly translate other languages into English. That was the worst thing he ever did. Because niggas have been translating these Hebrew tweets, and holy shit, bro. It's like everything, every fucking other tweet, it's like they came out of the Third Reich, bro. It's like Israelis be on another type of timing for real, dude. The shit they be saying. Like, I remember when Trump was first talking about how there needs to be a ceasefire between the United States and Iran. And Israelis were tweeting like, maybe the Americans need to have another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to be reminded about who their greatest ally is. And everybody was like, whoa, what the fuck? What are you talking about? How would that help? Where did that come from?
You know, we came here after a ceasefire ended in a very unstable state, technically, to kind of show that, you know, Israel's a safe place. So for you to start off in an antagonistic way, I'm really, you know, kind of just confused.
But how can you not talk about
like
the
a very
song?
Poor journalist
Just tell
tactic.
me.
No. So if you're gonna be negative, and ask about, you know, like old.
You know, also I will give Clavicular credit for this too. The fact that he did go to Israel is still getting bombed by the Lebanese and the Iranians right now. Well, they're getting bombed by the Lebanese because they decided to invade Lebanon in the middle of like the fucking war with Iran. They decided to take advantage of the situation and shit and just start a new front so they could get some more land. You know, just doing typical Israeli things. But, you know, he did come to this country that is currently at war with 2 other countries in the region and who is getting bombed every other day. And, you know, it takes a little bit of balls to do that. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, situations that are not so positive, then I really don't want to talk to you.
Last January is not that old, you know.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they went into Lebanon, to get rid of Hezbollah. That's the only reason.
You got kicked out of the club.
Definitely didn't go there for any other ulterior motive. Definitely not.
Just because of
You know, it's just like Gaza. They only went in there to get rid of Hamas, right? Hamas just happened to be located under literally every hospital, school, daycare, fucking homeless shelter, hotel, apartment building. Basically every building in Gaza just happened to be housing a Hamas military base. They never showed us photos of these bases. Kind of like weapons of mass destruction. We had to go in there. Bush Jr., he told us. W told us we had to go in there to get them WMDs. We never saw them, but he swore they were there. We just had to, you know, trust them.
Kicked out of the club. You know, the owner called me and profusely apologized.
That's a lie.
Offered me to come back and comp my entire night. So it was just a mix-up.
No, that's a lie. So why not clean the page?
So why not? So why don't you clean the page and, you know, talk about how much I've done for this country's reputation?
How much I've done. How about this, bro? How about you talk about how much I've done for Israel? Who has done more for Israel than me? You can't name anybody. You can't name anybody within, I don't know, maybe even the last 4,000 years who's done more for the land of Israel than I have. Maybe King David. You have to go back. King David. Maybe Solomon, the last guy who did more for Israel than Clavicular.
Because it's in utter shambles. You go on any social media page, the amount of propaganda among Gen Z and misconceptions, you know, so that's what's doing the real damage, right? Not anything I've done that, you know, we're here trying to set everything straight. I don't have to be in Israel, and you know, quite frankly, if you're like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever. I don't want to be talking to someone who's going to be rude.
We understand, but there's an online backlash, you know.
Because I'm here to do good things. So there's a backlash because of people like you. There's an online backlash because people like you, like me, talking about negative things. So why don't
because of Jews like you? You're the reason why people don't like Israel.
Acknowledge the fact that I'm here, doing a good thing for the country, showing off Tel Aviv's beauty, showing off that it's safe.
Okay.
So why don't you talk about that, and then there won't be a bad PR. Okay. So you're the one who's causing these issues. So you are the one. You are the one who's doing this.
How can you not see the comments?
How can you not see? Because I can't read them. It's in.
That's actually a very good answer. How can you not see the motherfucker? I can't read Hebrew. The fuck? Wait, I'm a goy. I don't know your fucking sand people language. You stupid.
A different language. It's in
Did you have AI and Google Translate?
I can't. I have Google Translate. Yeah, I'm live on.
That's a bad. I don't know why he's suggesting that. Well, you do not translate Hebrew tweets, right? Do not do that. I have yet to translate a single Hebrew tweet that did not like go, wow, these guys are really on. I kind of understand why you guys have the problems you got.
TikTok, yeah, I could totally.
I kind of understand why Israel is always in some shit. It seems like you guys are kind of neurotic over there.
Yeah, let me copy and paste.
You guys need to chill. Like the whole country needs to take a collective chill pill.
Every single little thing into Google Translate.
But you surely understand that people are angry.
No. Let me make you understand. I'm here for a good thing, and you're trying to drag me through the mud, and give me reputational damage. So quite
what's
honestly,
wrong with apologizing about singing Heil Hitler?
No, this interview is over.
Just apologize.
Why don't you apologize to me?
Why do they always want an apology? Just apologize. For what? What happened? What did anybody die? Did a new gas chamber? Like, how many people got gassed by saying that song? They act like if you sang along to Heil Hitler, right, by Kanye, just like 1,000 gas chambers will just manifest in front of every fucking synagogue across the world. That isn't what happened, right? They got kicked out of the club. So that alone, right? That alone is enough of a punishment, isn't it?
Why don't you apologize? Why don't you apologize to me for wasting my time?
Why are you afraid to apologize? Just apologize.
That's actually pretty base. Just say you should apologize to me. All of Israel should apologize to me for wasting my time. I never should have came to this shitty country. No wonder you guys keep getting bombed by all of your neighbors. You niggas are unlikable as fuck. So we watched this the other day. Clav discussing what his plans were when he originally came over to Israel. What the grand plan was for him.
He couldn't handle the pressure.
All right, I can turn that down a little bit now. Fix it back. There we go. Okay.
Sure. Of all the liberal media outlets who are attacking me because I met with BB's advisor, right? I met
with BB's advisor. Clavicular has become more like he's more well connected than the majority of people who actually talk seriously about politics. Unironically, right? Like unironically, he is above the majority of political streamers. They will never get as high up on the pedestal, higher up on the hierarchy chain as Clavicular has gotten just by looks maxing
dinner with
and being a degenerate.
A couple of people who were, BB's advisor, a couple big government people and from the United States, just some tech names as well, and there was a photograph.
Is Clav Peter Thiel's guy? It's one of the main theories about Clavicular's sudden rise that Peter Thiel has just been backing him up in more ways than one, right? In multiple definitions, in multiple interpretations of that phrase. He's been backing him up with his funding and shit, which would actually be pretty funny. I always thought that it was kind of interesting, the idea that you got these billionaires out here who are just funding their favorite guys and girls, right? It's like the modern equivalent about how, well, not the modern equivalent. It's like back in the day, let's say you were in ancient Greece and you would say you were favored by a certain god, right? You were part of the cult of, say, Athena, right? And the goddess Athena is giving you her wisdom and her expertise in the art of war, and she's helping you win battles and campaigns and shit like that. You're a champion of a goddess, right? This is like the modern materialistic equivalent of that. Instead of a god, you just have a billionaire with a lot of disposable income, and they're just throwing money at you to watch you do insane shit and just helping you get away with it, right? Instead of being championed by a goddess or a god, you're being championed by a billionaire who's possibly also taking your pussy.
Graph of us at the club after, and then that's why all the media here hates me, because the media doesn't like BB, right? And
Clav might actually become president if he manages to live to 35.
I was fine.
If he can make it past 35, I could see him running and getting pretty fucking far in the race.
With talking.
Let's be real though, he's not making it 35.
Talking with one of
he's not gonna live past Alexander the Great. That's what all these dudes are like, right? Well, even Alexander the Great, right? Since the Odyssey movie is coming out, and that's the talk of the town. Alexander the Great was his childhood hero was basically Achilles. And this is, okay, for people who watch a lot of anime, you're probably familiar with the term Chuni, like, you know, Chunibyo. I know I'm mispronouncing that like I mispronounce everything else. But Alexander the Great is probably history's first Chuni ever, because he believed that Achilles was 100% a real guy and that he was his descendant, and that also he decided to model everything in his life after Achilles. He wanted to look like Achilles. He wanted to act and talk like Achilles. The reason why he always led battles from the front and fought in combat with his men is because that's literally what Achilles did. He would give speeches based on how Achilles talked in the Iliad and shit. Everything in his fucking life was based off of this character that Homer probably just fucking made up in the Iliad and the Odyssey and shit like that. So, you know, yeah, that's basically all these people are chasing after the shadow of Alexander the Great, who was chasing after the shadow of Achilles. And the thing about Achilles is that he died a short life of great glory. So that's basically what Ziz did. That's what Clav is doing now. So he's probably not making it 35 or even 30, but we'll see.
People about looks maxing, how he could looks max. That's what they asked. They said, hey, BB's been having a lot of trouble with.
Mikey, are you supporting the whitest country on earth today, Argentina? Isn't it funny how every country that made it to the semifinals in the World Cup is white with an asterisk to it? Okay, you're white, but your team is mostly African. Okay, you're white, but the English players on your team are all mixed. Okay, you're white, but you're Latinos, and a lot of you guys are fucking Italians, Southern Italians specifically, right?
You're
white, but you're Iberians, and also your best player is a Moroccan Zoomer.
Humanizing himself to the younger generation. They think he's too old and out of shape. Would you want to do like a gym stream with him or something like that? And if I had any ideas about like his fitness thing, because he's getting into sports or something, and I was like, sure, man, I'd be happy to help with his gym cell routine. So I said sure, and then, you know, after the picture comes out, all the liberal media in Israel kind of gets mad that I'm talking to him, and starts putting all this press about, you know.
I can't believe that they're still mad. See, when I heard this, I was like, is this actually just because I thought it was just that one reporter just starting some shit because he wanted to troll and he wanted some content for, you know, the broadcast that day. But no, apparently all of these news and journalists and all these random people in Israel were really mad about this one stupid thing that happened a while ago that basically everybody else forgot about. The Hail Hitler, that shit really had these niggas mad. That's crazy, dude. Like, why? Who cares, man? It's like literally nobody died. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got targeted. It was, you can be Jewish. You can be Jewish and be like, all my niggas Heil Hitler. Like, it's just a song, bro. It's not even a particularly good one. He who throws things. Thank you for the rage quit. The Iliad may have been real. We fought Agamemnon's tomb and found the city of Troy. It's in Turkey. Yeah, that was actually the founding of the city of Troy in Turkey is one of the great what the fucks of history. Because by the time it happened, right? It happened in like the 19th century or some shit. Everybody was pretty much convinced that the city of Troy didn't really exist, right? Everybody was convinced that, okay, the Iliad, the Odyssey, they're great stories, great foundational myths of a lot of, Western culture and whatnot, classical Greece, ancient Greece, stuff like that. But it's obviously not real. There was no Achilles, there was no Agamemnon, there was no Hector, there's no fucking Odysseus. It was all just folktale, Greek folktales. That's all it was. And then some random archaeologist is like, yo, I actually found the actual city of Troy. And everybody's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? You found the city? Nigga, that's not real. How'd you find the city? That's a fake thing. It's like finding the city of Troy to people back then was like if 1,000 years into the future, somebody looks around, they're like doing archaeology in England and they find ruins to Hogwarts, right? Like Hogwarts was real. J.K. Rowling didn't make it up. There was actually a fucking magic wizarding school in the British Isles. Just nobody was able to find it. J.K. Rowling kept the secret coordinates a secret the whole time. And she just wrote a story about it. Harry Potter was a real guy. That's the equivalent of that.
How Clav's, an anti-Semite, Clav's this, whatever. Basically just shitting on me.
Actually, hold on. I'm looking up something. I'm looking up something in the background. Because there's a photo of this dude wearing a certain helmet, and it looks literally like the helmet Magneto wore. Let me see. I think this is the same guy. It could be a different dude. Clavicular says he's leaving Israel early and returning to the USA due to constant harassment from the media and Israelis showing up at his hotel. They were showing up at his hotel. They were dogging this dude. They were hounding him. Because he said, all my niggas Heil Hitler a couple times at a club a while ago. Man, they need to get over it. I don't know, man. It's like, I do feel like there is this thing where a lot of Israelis, especially, I feel like a lot of Jews in general, like they care too much about getting people to feel sorry about not even real anti-Semitism, like singing the song, singing all my niggas Heil Hitler song. That's not really anti-Semitism, bro. Like that's not real anti-Semitism for real. It's not even like Moon Man tier.
What I wanted to say was I did some interview today, and
it's like there are people who are in a constant state of coping. Like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy for your entire culture to be about coping and seething and molding all the time. It'll do things to you. It'll do things to your mental state, man, if you're like that constantly.
Yeah, so I go downstairs, I just wake up, they're spamming my phone because I guess I slept 5 hours past the interview, but they waited.
Oh, that's actually kind of base. He just slept on him.
Around.
He literally just slept on him. He's like, oh, I don't give a fuck about this for real.
And
yeah, I'll be 5 hours late. Who gives a fuck?
As soon as I put the fucking AirPod in, and this guy starts talking, he starts talking about the whole club thing, of course. And I'm like, really, dude? Like, and he's like, well, why don't you want to talk about it? Your reputation is in shambles, whatever. And I said to him, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, my reputation is damaged because people like you, shitty reporters who, don't want to do anything but get clickbaity titles, want to keep bringing it up instead of the fact that
this is true.
Israel's PR has massively benefited from the fact that I'm here. Right? The fact that...
Yeah, I'll say this about Clav, too. He's very I guess media literacy wouldn't be the right word because that's not how media literacy and media illiteracy are used these days. But he's very media savvy. He understands how the media works. He understands how PR works, probably because he cares so much about looks and appearances and shit like that.
People realize you can actually go clubbing and do relatively normal shit over in Tel Aviv rather than it just being in a complete war zone, right?
Speaking from experience, we do have to be constantly aware the amount of actual anti-Semitism went up after October 7th, 2023. Well, I don't know. You're like, the way you say it, you make it seem like anti-Semitism went up because of October 7th. And that's not exactly correct. It went up because of the things that happened that Israel did following October 7th, right? It's like if it was just like a few retaliatory strikes against the Palestinians for what happened at Gaza, they caught a few bodies. It would be rough, it'd be ugly, but everybody would be like, well, you know what? It's fair that they did just like experience their worst tragedy ever. They experienced their version of fucking Pearl Harbor or 9/11 or whatever. So that's fair. The problem is that they did not give a proportional response at all. And it was completely filmed. It was filmed in 4K, tons of clips. All these fucking war crimes, fucking some UN task force or whatever declared it an actual genocide. Let's see. There was that video of a bunch of Israeli troops. They captured a Hamas prisoner and they all made a line so they could rape this nigga while he was blindfolded against the wall. That's an actual video. And it's like, look, dude, obviously October 7th was fucked up and Israel was totally in the right to do something. But did you really have to rape a guy? You really needed like 50 members of the IDF to take turns raping a nigga against the wall with a blindfold? I don't know, bro. That just doesn't seem like a proportional response to me.
So that kind of thing happens, and then people are still negative to you here. It almost wants to make you say, well, then I'm not going to come back, It's
very Bronze Age. Let me put it this way. It was a very Bronze Age response that Israel gave. And the Israelis would respond to this by saying, well, Hamas, they have a Bronze Age mentality too. Yeah, but like they're fucking goat fucking terrorists, right? It's like whenever you see a photo of some fucked up shit the CIA was doing while we were in Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever the fuck. And you would see these photos and people like, we're fucking monsters. We're so evil. The United States is this evil empire. But in reality, what we were doing to these prisoners of war was like not even a fraction of bad of what these people were doing to other people in the region, to what the Taliban and what the fucking Al-Qaeda and what fucking ISIS and ISIL were doing to other people. It wasn't even close. But we know that they're savages. We're supposed to be better than that, right? So we can't sink down to their level. We are literally holding ourselves to a higher standard. We signed the Geneva Conventions. They did not, right? So that's why we get that response. Israel is supposed to be better than the Bronze Age mentality savages. But then when they get the opportunity, they just do the same shit that they do. But, it's just worse because they're smarter and they have higher IQ and they have access to better weapons via, a lot of the money they get from the US and whatnot. So
really just what happens. So, that's why I'm leaving. All the liberal media in Israel kind of gets mad that I'm talking to them and starts putting all this press about, how Clav's, an anti-Semite, Clav's this, whatever, basically just shitting on me. And I'm like, I didn't have to come here, right? I didn't have to at all. I came here because, obviously Alec invited me and we're going to have a good time. But it's almost like if you do someone, like the goal of being here was
Man, Clav is really dumb. Like, for real. Like, you know what's amazing? It's amazing. Clav is so... I won't say he's retarded. Well, maybe he is kind of stupid. I mean, he does hit himself with hammers. So, if you hit yourself repeatedly in the face with a hammer intentionally, you are a retard no matter what. So, yeah, he's a pretty dumb guy. Maybe not, like, retarded, but he is... If he's not mid-wit, he is, like, slightly below average. So, again, another... I don't know, a W for the looks maxers that he's able to get so far while being actually stupid.
Day, a little non-political entirely, but it still had some political implication, I guess, because it's during a war, so just even stepping foot in the country is political at the end of the day. I guess it shouldn't be that way, but it's something that at the end of the day was going to benefit them, right? That wasn't why. You know, it's not like anyone paid me to be here, whatever.
I feel like Clav is actually hurt because he thought he was doing these Israelis. He thought he was doing them a favor. I came here to boost you guys' PR. I came here to PR max for Israel, and this is how you guys treat me in exchange? I was doing you guys a solid. So when Nick heard of this, when Nick found out how the Israelis were treating Clav, of course he had to say something about it and take Clavicular's side.
Bro.
Algerian Groip sent $20. Clav won on the $7,000 club PR guided tour just so he can get Harris, kick out the club and roast it on Israel national TV. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji.
You mean he red-pilled the whole world? You mean he went to Israel?
Yeah, he red-pilled the whole world. Nobody disliked Israel before Clavicular, had a bad experience there and left the country. Everybody fucking loved Israel before that.
Demanded that they apologize to him for him being anti-Semitic, then blamed Jews for making everyone hate Israel, then left and said he would never return. And they paid for it probably, and they paid him to do it. So let's see. Israel paid Clavicular to fly to their country, tell them that they should apologize to him for calling him anti-Semitic, blamed the Jews.
Osmongold said the only reason the reporter brought up the Hail Hitler thing, the Holocaust thing, is because Only reason the reporter brought up the Clubacost thing is because Clav was collabing with the big Yahoo. I don't know, that seems like kind of cope to me, right? There's this idea, and I feel there are people, they're like Israeli liberals, let's call them. Again, I gotta remind you guys, Israeli liberals are liberal in the fact that they want to bomb their neighbors and invade them less, but they don't necessarily don't want to do that, right? Like, the identity, it's like if you went back to, say, 19th or 18th century America, no matter what political side of the aisle you would be on, they would still be pro Manifest Destiny. Maybe they wouldn't be pro Trail of Tears, right? Maybe they wouldn't be pro making every new state a slave state, but they would still be pro, yes, America needs to get bigger and get more land. And if that means we have to displace a couple Indians, well, that's fine. Now you would have one side that's like, well, we can be more gentle about it, but it still should happen though, right? I mean, yes, we should go to war with the Mexicans and take their land, but we don't have to be assholes about it. We don't need to take all of their land, but we do need to take the parts around Texas and parts like that. We do need that. So it's kind of like that in Israel, where it's just, we don't have to be so savage about the things we want, but we still do want the same things. So these liberals, they don't like Netanyahu because they're like, oh my God, he's making the country look bad. He's making us famous for all this fuck shit and all this other stuff and whatnot. But still, the guys that they want in power instead, they're just like Netanyahu light, right? They aren't like anti-Netanyahu. It's not like in the United States where it's like one person wants to import a bunch of, illegals and the other person just wants like to get all illegals out, even if you got to like catch a couple bodies to get the end result. It's not like that.
For making the world hate Israel, then said, fuck this country, I'm never coming back, and leaving. 5-dimensional chess, bro. Clavicular always wins. Honestly, I saw his interview in the Israeli press. Not to do like somersaults on it, not to be doing tricks on it.
Why'd you have to put it that way? Not to do somersaults on it. You know, you guys know me, Nick Fuentes. I would never think about doing tricks on anything. You just had to put that out there. Just let that thought creep out, right?
It was Trumpian. Tell me you don't see it. I watched his interview with the Israeli press, and it was like vintage Trump. And I'm not even just saying that because I'm like a D1 clavicular glazer.
You are, absolutely.
Disturbing. Because, so the journalist is like, you need to apologize.
What a phrase, bro. What a phrase.
For being anti-Semitic. And
D1 clavicular glazer. I don't even know if Clav's biggest fans would describe themselves as that.
Clavicular's like, why always the negative? Why not positive? Frankly, you should be apologizing to me. I come to this country and show everybody how beautiful Tel Aviv is. I try to show people this country is safe and peaceful, and you call me an anti-Semite? Frankly, you owe me an apology. And this interview's over, and he takes
he takes Clav down all the way. He takes the whole shaft, bro. Makes it disappear.
Throws it on the ground.
He takes the sack too. I don't know how he fits it all in there, but he found a way.
I was like, whoa, like chills. D1 glazer. Okay, guilty as charged. But it's like, bro, that's vintage Trump. He's literally, it's giving Trump. Am I the only one that saw that? It was because Trump is always like power of positive thinking. If you watch his old interviews, it's the same language. He's always saying, always the negative, never the positive. Why don't you talk about the positive things I'm doing? And then it's always, you know what? Have a good time. This interview's over. That's always his line. Have a good time. It was like
the only solution is either get a state or be ruled by others. Well, look, I'm not saying, here's the thing, right? I'm not one of those delusional motherfuckers. I'm not saying that Israel shouldn't exist. And I'm also not one of them delusional motherfuckers who's like, well, maybe they should just get along with their neighbors. Maybe they should just, hold hands and, like stroke each other's dicks and, everything will be fine. Obviously, no. Israel, the IDF has to be a standing military for a reason. I'm just saying that the way that they use this military, their geopolitical policy could do with some updating, right? It's stuck in the mode when the state of Israel was first founded. And I understand them being on that type of timing initially because everybody in the region did want them gone, even if they had to take the extinction route in order to do it. But that still does it like, I don't know, there's some middle ground to be found here that isn't just Israel doesn't exist or Israel exists at the expense to all of its neighbors. There's a middle ground there.
Bar for bar, it was Trumpism. It was crazy. I'll pull it up. Someone says faggot glaze. Listen, I only tell the truth.
Is he lean in banning? Did Nick just lean in, ban that guy who called him a faggot for glazing Clav? Did he just do that?
It was crazy.
Did the DSP style lean in ban?
Pull it up.
I guess it's the quartering style lean in ban too now. The quartering has also mastered that technique.
Someone says faggot glaze. Listen, I only tell the truth.
Yeah, that hurt him. That got under his skin.
I'll pull it up. You'll see what I mean. Okay, here. I'll react to it.
Well, everyone in Israel...
Well, we don't need your reaction, Nick. You did enough. You got it all slobby and shit. You hot wood all over it, bro. Too much. Anyway, so Nick also... Well, not Nick, excuse me. Clav there's been a reverb that's happened here. Clavicular somehow managed to become a major political figure despite not giving a fuck about politics. Somehow people care about what this nigga has to say now. Hassan calls out dumb, disgusting, low IQ animal Osmongold for shouting out Clavicular for not wanting to get political about Israel and in general as a content creator. Zionism will look at cheerleaders like John Fetterman and whatever. I can just watch the video. Hassan sees about Asmongold and about Clav.
Pretty girls to take us around Tel Aviv. And he says, oh, well, I can do you one better.
APAC Mold also defended his check logs. That's awesome. Asmongold shares. Oh, yeah, I saw this one too. I thought I bookmarked this. Yeah.
This is you're advocating with a 20-year-old to share his political opinions to a massive audience I have as widely. Dude, thank you, bro. He's actually finally pushing back about this.
Thank you, bro. I love you, Clavicular. 40-year-old man who doesn't shower. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I love you, Clavicular. Thank you. Finally, someone's got to say it. Zionism will look at cheerleaders like John Fetterman and Clavicular and Asmongold and be like, see, the best and brightest support Israel. Dude, they're so cooked.
How would that be? Here's the thing, right? It's like, in what universe is Hassan a better representative of anti-Zionism than somebody like Clavicular? Like, really? I don't know. Like, what does Clavicular do, really, to anybody? I don't think that Clavicular has ever actually hurt a person. He's hurt himself. He's done tons of damage to himself. The long-term damage that Clavicular has done to himself, this nigga legit might not make it to 34. He might end up getting out of here before he even leaves his 20s for real. But I don't think he's ever done anything weird with women besides, fuck them and, call them sluts or whatever. But that's whatever, right? He hasn't raped a woman. He hasn't drugged a woman. He hasn't abused any animals, right? Unlike somebody. So I don't know. I don't see, like, how is he really a bad example of anti-Zionism? Which he isn't, by the way. Obviously, Clav isn't an anti-Zionist. He doesn't like Israel. He doesn't care about any of Israel's geopolitical shit at all. The reason why he doesn't like Israel is completely shallow reasons. Like, they're just like unfriendly people. They keep bringing up the fact that I was singing along to Kanye's Hail Hitler song. I don't like their clubs. That's it. That's the reason he doesn't like Israel. He doesn't give a fuck about any of the settler shit. He probably doesn't even know any of that shit is happening.
Thank you, bro. Finally.
I'm very conscious of the...
Yeah, Clav just supports. He just promotes drugs and suicide. That's all. Is that, that's whatever, right?
Influence I have, which is why I only speak on topics such as looks.
I mean, there are a lot of like Jewish Zionist niggas who are involved in the porn industry. So, who cares really?
Which I've spent years of my life researching. More influencers need to humble themselves and realize that they are ignorant politically or just generally fucking stupid. That is exactly right. And the people that are trying to push everybody to have a political opinion don't want to push everybody to have a political opinion. They want to push everybody to have...
Clav is not pre-trans. He's basically, I don't know, it's like dudes like Clavicular. Because there's this joke on in certain bodybuilder spaces where they call, there's this thing where if you're somebody who takes something like steroids or any other sort of, any other sort of juice, any sort of hormone replacement type of shit, bodybuilding forums will call you a tranny because that's basically what you are. You're a tranny. It's just, they're taking shit to make themselves more feminine. You're taking shit to make yourself more masculine. So it's like Clav has basically found a way to transition without changing his gender, essentially.
Their political opinion, and that's the main thing that they care about. This is you're advocating with a 20-year-old to share his political opinions to a massive audience.
How much do you think this motherfucker got paid to do the pro-Israel Israel trip? Clavicular, I mean. It's got to be more than $7,000. He was spreading a conspiracy yesterday. The Gaza hospital director, Hussam Abu Safia, that AOC is trying to free, is part of Hamas, by the way. I think it has been.
Honestly, if Clav really did get bribed by the government of Israel to come there and do propaganda for them, and he just walked off because he just thought they were so obnoxious, that's another Clav W.
Gold is.
I don't even want your money. That's how much you guys are annoying me.
Genuinely,
you guys are so annoying. Keep your fucking money. I don't care.
Too stupid to deal with. Like, he doesn't know any of these things. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just goes on the timeline.
Yeah, Hassan is just jealous. Hassan is jealous that fucking Clav, without even caring about politics, has surpassed him. Clav didn't even care. He was not trying to be an anti-Zionist type of guy. He was not trying to do that at all. And somehow he managed to accidentally do it better. Do it better than Hassan did. And when I say that he managed to surpass Hassan as like a political figure by accident, I'm not joking. Because AOC had to give her thoughts on Clavicular.
I was wondering what you think about this guy, Clavicular.
Oh, he's the one who hits himself with hammers?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, bone smashing. He does a looks maxing. He popularized that phrase.
Yes, yes.
What do you make of
the fact that she knows him, right? The fact that AOC already knew exactly who Clav was without even fucking like, oh, he's that guy. That actually is kind of crazy.
Some people are concerned like he's a bad role model and this sort of stuff.
You know, I think to me it's less about himself as a person. I think it's about what leads young men to go down these kinds of rabbit holes. You know, I think as a woman, when we've been in teenagers, like we're constantly being told that our bodies are not good enough and that you're either too big or too small or too tall, or you know, everyone's trying to nip this and tuck that, and it's all because of the
nip and tuck. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Messages that
everybody's trying to nip this and tuck that. What?
We're told about our worth, and I think that it's bad enough that women get that, and I don't want to see that extended to young men either.
Extended? You think it's not already going on? See, this is what I'm not saying this is what I'm talking about, because I don't talk about this that often. But the short niggas out here, they got it rough, right? Like some of the shit that women say about the manlit brothers, it's very, I don't know, bro. This is why I have to give the short nigga, I have to give the dwarf bros, I have to give them a little bit of credit, because it's amazing you niggas go out here and do what you do without constantly being demoralized, because society is constantly trying to keep you down, right? And it doesn't matter what direction you take it. If you get super aggro over it, they say you have a Napoleon complex. And if you're super chill, right, they say you're coping. And if you're like, well, fuck it, let me hit the gym and fucking get my bread up, so, you know, the height doesn't even matter. Well, then they say you're overcompensating. There's no way. They're always trying to put the short niggas down. But women don't know nothing about that. They don't know what the manlets go through on a daily basis. They don't know what the Beardsons of the world have to suffer through on a regular basis. Jack Mayoff, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, brother. Thank you.
At the end of the day, you're never going to be...
And thank you for renewing your subscription. Thank you, dude. Been subscribed for 2 months. I need to add some badges.
There's always going to be something.
Right.
And we really need role models of people who love themselves. You know, I don't know about him personally, but like,
I think he loves himself now. Like he's doing very well for himself.
Clavicular. Here's the thing, right? Clavicular he's in this weird dimension where, on one hand, yes, he is constantly trying to modify his body, beat himself in the face with hammers, get fucking facial surgery, do all this shit, take steroids, do hard drugs, do the fucking, he wants to do the limb lengthening surgery so we can get a few extra inches and shit like that. I bet the nigga probably wears a penis pump too. We never hear about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does that too. So he does all this shit, but I have literally zero doubt that he is a complete narcissist who loves himself. It's like low tier God, right? Where it's just he is 100% If Clavicular, if there was a clone of him, he would fuck his clone. Let me put it that way. He would 100% fuck his clone.
He's more and more popular.
They would do each other's makeup and shit, and then they would fuck.
Like, so you're not totally down with the whole looks maxing trend and everyone trying to...
I mean, listen, I think people should do what makes them happy,
Mhm.
right? Like, people should do what makes them happy. I don't judge people for, if they want to do something that makes them feel more confident. I think that's fine. But I think that I personally want us to have a conversation that goes beyond looks.
Right.
So they got AOC to talk about looks maxing. This is Clavicular's influence. And Clav has something to say. Why do people act like you automatically reject the importance of charisma / personality when becoming a looks maxer? It's always been about being a well-rounded as possible and maxing every stat. So here we have Clav literally reacting to a sitting politician, reacting to his shenanigans right after he was on the news for basically angering the entire state of Israel. So Clavicular has accidentally become a more prominent political figure without giving a single fuck about politics. Very impressive. I'm not gonna lie, right? This is actually some Chad shit. Some Giga Chad shit, just becoming more prominent than any of the actual political streamers without even intending to do that. You don't give a fuck. You just want to fuck hoes and go clubbing. That's actually kind of based. I'm not gonna lie. And well, this actually isn't related to Clav. But before we go, right, before we move on, before we finally get to fucking Jeremy, I want to look at this video right now. It's about tan maxing. Right? Not looks maxing, but tan maxing. People are tan maxing now. I thought that was just getting a regular ass fucking tan, but apparently not. Apparently it's its own unique type of shit.
And my sister at the beach, and we're gonna see how tan you can get.
Tonight, as record heat roasts America, more and more young people are baking in that peak summer sun.
BB's tan.
In the name of a viral trend, tan maxing or sun maxing. The general goal, to spend hours in the sun with little to no sunscreen, even tracking the...
What? White people have gone insane, nigga. Like, this is crazy. Even if you're black, right? Even if you're black or Indian and you're a dark-skinned Latino, you need to wear some fucking sunscreen. You're gonna be out in the sun all day, especially at the beach.
UV.
The Goyim have gone insane.
Index to catch the strongest rays to build the darkest, most even tan possible. Dramatic tan lines, often seen as a bronzed badge of honor.
Would you consider yourself a tan maxer?
Oh, for sure.
Florida-based content creator Sasha Nicole Smith says she tans daily.
I don't personally use sunscreen, but I know my skin type very well. But I would do it in...
Ma'am, you are going to get cancer.
In very small doses and in...
I'm sorry, the sun does not fuck with...
Moderations.
Is the goal like...
Why does it look like she has a black eye?
Deep.
The sun is beating the dog shit out of her. The sun's not just like roasting her skin. The sun is actually beating her savagely.
Dark tan.
Yes.
Like, how dare you come out here with no sunscreen on? Did you forget who I am?
Always. Me and my friends.
Do you know how many people I give cancer on an annual basis, bitch?
Friends and other people that I know, we just feel and look better when we're tan.
Do you worry about skin cancer down the line?
I do. I think if I was a lot fairer or if I was more prone to burning, I would be a little bit more concerned.
But for dermatologists, alarms about the glowing trend are growing louder.
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, how much does this trend of tan maxing alarm you as a dermatologist?
It's definitely a 10. Sun is a silent killer.
Dr. Michelle Henry says young people addicted to tan maxing come into her office repeating misinformation, like...
One of my patients described a base tan as being as safe as sunscreen. And that's really incorrect.
What?
Another myth, she said...
What? What? A base tan is as good as sunscreen. Zoomers are fucking no disrespect to any of the Zoomers who watch my content, of course. But I don't know, bro. It's crazy how Maybe we shouldn't have called it the age of information, because it's never been easier to just convince people of dumb bullshit.
We have zero evidence that sunscreen causes cancer.
Melanoma rates have been on the rise for decades.
Sunscreen causes cancer. You know that this was a psyop, bro. You know that somebody started saying this shit on social media as a troll, and then some retard started taking it seriously. It's like, oh, wow. Yeah, sunscreen actually does give you cancer. Because think about it, bro. Think about all the people who wear sunscreen and they go and they get cancer anyway. Obviously, fucking wearing sunscreen makes you less safe.
An estimated 112,000 new cases expected this year, according to the National Cancer Institute. But denial about the danger is nothing new. Case in point, it's
like there are people who literally believe that like it's safer to drive around with no airbags in your car because the airbags are actually kill you. They're more likely to kill you than if you didn't have those. Because think about it, dude. I once read a story about a person who got killed by their airbag when they got hit in an accident. So obviously it's just as dangerous. Shit, you probably don't even need a seatbelt. No, retard. That's not how that works.
Piece from more than 30 years ago.
I guess I run a risk of getting skin cancer, but I like the beach and I like being in the sun.
Now, a new generation is obsessed with being bronze.
You know what? Okay, let me apologize. Let me apologize to the Zoomers, right? Because that's not a new thing. Right? This has always been a thing. There have always just been very arrogant white people who have overestimated their lack of melanin, right?
Popular and
understand, niggas are not exempt for this. If you're black, you know, you a nigga like me, you also need to wear sunscreen. You're gonna be out in the sun like that, okay?
it becomes a part of the culture.
We're less likely to get this than white people, but that doesn't mean that we're exempt.
It's very difficult to weave that out of the fabric of that generation.
Maggie joins us now. So Maggie, it's sort of interesting, right? Because this generation, and we've reported this on Top Story, is so into skincare and taking care of their complexion, yet tanning is so damaging. So why is there a disconnect?
Yeah, Tom, doctors talked about this dichotomy as well. And they say, in short, young people, and we talked about this in the piece, have been fed a lot of misinformation about the benefits of tanning versus the risks. Same story on sunscreen. Dr. Henry, you saw, talked about that. And they're also getting a lot of immediate validation for how good, and a lot of people say how healthy they look.
There's actually a Jewish guy. You know, hold up. There's a video I can look up real quick about this one rabbi. This one rabbi who actually makes an amazing point about this. So I can make it clear to, you know, anybody who's watching this, that I actually am not anti-Semitic. You know, I love the Jewish people. But, you know, it just depends, right? You got to be selective like you are with any group of people. Hold on, I'll look for the video in the background.
With a tan on social media, while at the same time the risks of skin cancer and long-term damage from the sun, those are decades away. And young people not being worried about their health way down the line like that, that is, of course, a tale as old as time. Tom.
Okay, Maggie Vespa, thank you for that one.
See, that's what's going on. That's what's going on down there. And dude, wear sunscreen, okay? Just go to fucking Walmart, Target, wherever. Pick some whatever sunscreen that you want to. It doesn't have to be super expensive or anything. And put some shit on when you're going outside. It's the fucking summer. You need that shit. You know, the sun, it will melt the fuck out of you if you give it the opportunity to do so. So okay. Now finally, we can get to the Jer segment, right? Finally, we can get to Jeremy, what this stream is about to be about. So Jeremy, he's decided to abandon basically what he's been doing for a long time because it stopped working. And part of it is there are two reasons for this. One reason is simply because the algorithm don't fuck with him like it used to anymore. He's old news, he's old hat. His old go-to formula is not working like it quite was. It wasn't bringing in the big bucks anymore. Now, the other problem is that he basically fast-forwarded the demise of his channel by being a retarded, drunken asshole and making a fool out of himself, making enemies he didn't have to make, burning bridges he didn't have to burn, and also flagging down people's channel, most notably the Kino Casino's clip channel, right? So this guy, he's now in the position where he had to start a vlog channel. Well, he didn't have to start it, but he decided to do it, right? And when we get to it, this is not the channel, right? What we're looking at right here is his old vlog style channel called Me Versus Me. This is a very old channel, all the way back from 2013. And he started this channel specifically as a way to help him lose weight, right? Because I talked about this in my Sticks, Hats, and Hammer video, my Sticks, Hats, and Hammer documentary. I talk about how there's this thing where every lolcow goes through a brief phase called rail clutching, where they gain the self-awareness to actually self-examine themselves and realize that they are becoming a retard. They are becoming a self-destructive individual, and they briefly clutch onto the rail before they go off the rails and fuck their whole shit up, right? A lot of lolcows go through this, and Me Versus Me was like the peak of Jeremy's rail clutching arc. He's like, damn, I'm fat and I'm kind of a loser, even though I make a lot of money. And I'm like, I have a serious drinking problem. It's getting out of hand. I need to do something. So he started this channel with the goal of losing weight, getting over his drinking problem, and just developing a healthier lifestyle. It didn't work, right? He made a grand total of 10 videos before giving up on this concept entirely. And then, you know, just never looking back. And honestly, if he actually got this shit together and he stopped drinking, or he at least got the drinking under control here, he would have been in a way better position than he is right now. But because he didn't, before he failed to actually do anything, his rail clutching arc just came to an abrupt end and he didn't accomplish anything. His life ended up the way it did, and he's in his current position, right? So we're going to watch one video from this channel before we move on to his new series of videos.
So you want to be a YouTuber.
I do want to be a YouTuber, actually. Now that you bring it up, Jeremy, I do want to be a YouTuber. I sure wish I had a channel. Man, that would be awesome. If I had a channel I could post some content on. Oh well, I'll just have to do what fucking Rumble and Gumroad right now. That's how we're just that's how we're just gonna have to get by on.
Downstairs in the basement, several different sets. Got my
This was back when he was doing his RC car type shit. This is the setup for all of that.
RC Nightmare set there. Got my marketing sheriff whiteboard. Here's my dog Indy. Where's your bubber?
My dog is probably dead right now. I mean, it's been 13 years.
Marketing sheriff whiteboard.
It's cool. All dogs go to heaven, so it's cool.
Board. Pool table. And my little set for Magic the Gathering, which is a card game that I play. These all look way better when they're controlled by the camera.
If I were to go back in time and make the documentary now, well, I guess if I made the documentary now, it actually would. A lot has happened. A lot has happened since I made that first documentary on the quartering back in, it was December, right? It was like last December is when I put out that last video about Jeremy. Quite a lot has happened in the better part of the year that has passed since then. So update about it. Even in the last video, the Bull Apocalypse video I made, a lot has happened in that time. But the theme of the new documentary I would make about the quartering would be something like, money cannot buy you happiness. Because let's look at this shit, right?
Set for
bro got all of this. There's a lot of stuff here.
Where's your bubber? Marketing sheriff white.
He's got all these RC cars, these cameras.
Whiteboard.
He's got a cute little doggy.
Here's my dog Indy. Where's your bubber?
He's got this big ass basement to put it all.
Marketing Sheriff whiteboard.
A TV, a fucking billiards board.
Pool table.
Pool table.
And my
all these magic cards. He has all of these little hobbies, these trinkets, these collectibles, all this disposable income his whole life. A big house. He got married early, and it never brought him happiness, really. This is a guy, I don't think he's ever truly been happy for real.
A little set for Magic the Gathering, which is a card game that I play. These all look way better when they're controlled by the camera and you don't see.
Yeah, the June vid is also outdated. Like, everybody who made a video about this dude up until like a couple months ago, that shit got outdated. A lot of the lolcow lore has been massively updated in like the last time, which is crazy because we thought that it was over. I thought it was going to be over after the Bull arc. I thought after the Bull arc happened, that was basically it. All right, that's going to be a wrap. Maybe there'll be one or two more arcs, and then Quartering will just, he'll fade out. He'll start doing something else besides his main channel shit, and that'll be it. But no, it keeps going.
All the garbage laying around. But I decided I'm going to do some cleaning today. Like that. Super messy down here because I get a lot of packages in, and I get a lot of different things that I need to pile around. Like I do some little recording when I get bored. This is my little recording station.
Do you even need all this? I'm speaking as a dude who makes extremely highly autistically edited videos and shit like that, and I stream. I really don't think that I need anything more than a PC with 2 screens. I just need 2 monitors, and I need a PC that I occasionally update. And I think that's about it. I also have a laptop I do shit on. I don't understand why you would need all that shit.
And
maybe I'll get another PC that's mainly for like gaming and streaming and shit. And like the work PC will be something different, or I'll have it for something else. But I don't think you need all of this shit just to make content.
There's my little FirePod and my wireless mic kit. But,
just addicted to spending money.
I would start out a little bit of the day in the life and show you downstairs where I do my magical work. And yeah, so I better get to cleaning. Got my new GoPro stuff in. Loving it. Not shooting on the GoPro.
Next Junior, thank you for the skull emoji.
The audio is just too poor. So yeah, later. So a lot of people want to know why you get the LCD backpack.
We don't need to know that. We don't need to know that. We're just going to skim around. He's just showing off his trinkets and shit.
Subscribers and things like that are going to watch this video and be like, well, I'm going to listen to this guy because he doesn't even have 100 subscribers yet. So, you know, it's true. But they're good tips. And you can find it over on the Marketing Sheriff channel eventually when I get it done. But
Marketing Sheriff channel. That channel doesn't exist anymore, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it does. Let me see. Oh, wait. No. No, I was... Oh, wait. No. Okay, so I was kind of right. I was low-key correct, right? Okay, so Marketing Sheriff exists, but it's gone. It's gone. All right, do any of these channels have anything? Okay, so RC Nightmare still has content. Unsleeved Media obviously still has content. Why did Marketing Sheriff stay up? I don't understand. Why did he take this stuff down? Why not delete the channel too? That's what I don't understand. Why keep the channel up? Like, there's no reason to keep this channel unless he wanted to use it for other reasons, right? The channel doesn't need any content on it anymore because that's not what he uses it for. He still needs to keep it around. And also, you know, this is why, I don't know, Jeremy was like, if I show you guys the channels, the report history of my channels, you would never believe me. Jeremy, you have dozens of fucking channels. You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this. You got the quartering, you got Jeremy Hambly, you got all of these fucking channels now. You got this one, you got this new channel that we're looking at right now. This one right here.
Well, welcome to my...
Right? You got all these channels. We're supposed to believe that you never flagged on any one of them, right? And these are just the ones we know of. You could have all sorts of channels like me, right? Like I'm right here. I'm showing you guys here on our YouTube channel. You guys can't even see. You guys don't even know what this fucking channel is that I'm using just to watch content on YouTube with you guys with. you guys don't even know. It's a secret channel. Who knows what I'm using it for? I'm to believe that somebody like Jeremy Hambly, somebody like The Quartering, doesn't have a dozen or more channels just like this. Of course he does. So anyway, this is The Quartering Vlogs. Quartering Vlogs. This is his other channel, right? His new vlogging channel that he made, you know, just this month, actually. It's a big deal. New videos Tuesday, Thursday, right? He just got it started. And a habit here. Oh, no, this is not Review Mikey USA. This is a different channel, right? Here's the thing, right? This is Mikey's White Girl. Mikey's White Girl LARP channel. I have different channels for different algorithms. That was basically my intention. My original intention for making YouTube channels wasn't so I ever had a backup or a sock. I rarely use them except for when I wanted to. YouTube's recommendation algorithm is very dog shit. They do have this cool feature now where you can literally like ask the AI on YouTube what specific content you want to see, and they'll show you videos related to based on what you submitted to the AI. So that's kind of cool. But overall, YouTube's AI algorithm recommendation shit is terrible. So if you want to have good recommendations that are relevant to what you're interested in, you have to craft them, and you can't really watch too much content because otherwise it'll just start suggesting slop no matter what. So what I do is I have like a few channels, and I like and subscribe to a couple of, you know, videos and channels here or there. And then I get like this special nexus of videos and like stuff I otherwise wouldn't see because I basically hacked the algorithm to be special. Like on this one channel, I have like this doomer white pill, black pill channel where half of the shit I like is motivational, self-improvement type content, and the other one is shit like DBDR and black pillars and shit like that who talk about how terrible their lives are. So it's like this very paradoxical, schizophrenic, bipolar algorithm I have on that channel. It's very interesting. So that's what these other channels are for. Just happen to be very useful after my original channel got terminated. Anyway.
New vlog channel, something I wanted to start for a while. I'll be uploading twice a week.
You started it before. What do you mean? Right away. We just got started within the first 10 seconds.
All right, well, welcome to my new vlog channel, something I wanted to start for a while.
You started this shit 13 years ago, Jeremy.
I'll be uploading twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays here at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, he's going to make us a new video. He's going to give us a new video tomorrow.
A variety of topics, news topics, life topics, business topics, the business of YouTube, perhaps some, you know, out and about events, although
you guys are making names. Some of the names you guys are making up actually are similar to some of the names I have on these channels.
That's probably
because, again, I don't know. I never thought I would ever be in a position where I had to hide my, well, I guess I already kind of hide my identity because I'm an anonymous figure on the internet. But I never thought I would be in a position where I had to hide from the YouTube AI bots or hide from niggas who were trying to flag me. So I did just name quite a few of these channels Mikey something or ... Mikey. So yeah, some of you guys actually aren't that far from the mark.
Probably going to change for the next 6 to 8 months. I don't know exactly yet, but this is a spot where we can just talk and we do deeper dives, and I hope that you're interested in like a closer look into what the YouTube life is like, what my daily routine is like, perhaps some deeper dives, some longer form conversations.
I wonder if he's actually going to offer us any real, I don't know, anything that's really going to be innovative.
A brand new
anything that's going to be, breathtaking, groundbreaking.
Twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, you'll get a new
he is for tired. You can see the rolls in his neck.
Video here.
That's when you're too fat. When you're too fat is when I can see, because he wears the beard, right? And the beard helps a lot because I already know he doesn't actually have a chin. It's obvious, right? It's obvious that if he shaved, there would be no discernible jawline. It would all just go into the neck, right? That's what that beard is doing for him. But even with the coat beard, we still got the fat rolls in the neck. So
I hope that you'll subscribe and maybe you'll enjoy this more like
beards are makeup for men. Kinda. I'm not gonna lie, they are. For certain dudes, the beard is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Casual look into behind the scenes. You may notice I'm in a different spot. This is one of the few.
You notice this especially with pooners, with trans men. A lot of them, once they start taking that tea and they start developing facial hair, the ones that can pass real good are the ones who can develop a lot of facial hair and like get a good beard going.
Few places in the house that I'm comfortable right now.
Natty PPV, thank you for the hype.
Because last week, I hurt myself. And
wait, you what? What?
Last week, places in the house that I'm comfortable right now, because last week, I hurt myself. And up having to go to the ER on Thursday or Friday.
How? Okay, hold up. I just laughed there. I shouldn't have laughed because I don't know what the context of the hurting was, right? I assume the hurting is like he fell. I assume the hurting was something related to him being fat. This could be an actual medical emergency. He could have had like a stroke or a heart attack or something like that. Let's see. Hold on. I apologize. That's going to be bad karma.
It's Friday. I was at the ER, and there's some interesting conversations to be had. I thought I would share that story with you, and
I'm very interested.
Know where I'm at.
Because I need to know what level of sorry I need to be. I need to know what this injury is.
So,
because depending on the injury is going to depend on what level of sorry I am.
Some time ago, I hurt myself moving either furniture or...
Okay, so never mind. I thought it was something serious. I thought it was like, okay, I was trying to put something on a wall and it fucking fell and it almost like fucking hit my neck and I was almost paralyzed. It was like, no, I was moving furniture, but I'm so weak and fat that like I almost hurt my back. Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was...
like the lowest level of sorry. I shouldn't laugh at somebody hurting themselves, but it's like the lowest tier of sorry from me.
I was moving my dog's agility course. They have a big outdoor agility course that weighs, some of the stuff weighs 500-600 pounds. I was moving it and...
why do you have an agility? So you have an agility course. You put all this money into an agility course for your dogs, which, okay, that's kind of cute, right? Like here's if I was a millionaire, I would also spend stupid shit on my pets, right? Like I feel like you shouldn't like try and shit on millionaires who have a lot of disposable income for spending a lot of stupid shit on their kids or on their pets. Like that's what you should do, right? But why does your dog has all this shit to get all fit and athletic, but you don't go to the gym?
We were moving it into an indoor, into my outbuilding. And
why don't you buy yourself some workout equipment so that way your dogs can play outside with their workout equipment while you're working out too?
Floor was wet because the dogs were in the pool, and I slipped while carrying this really heavy thing with my father-in-law, and I think that is about what put things over the edge. And by the next day, I couldn't walk anymore. I couldn't sleep.
All right. Well, okay. I'm I'm higher tier of sorry now because he slipped. He slipped on some wet shit. All right. All right, you know what? Yeah, I'm sorry for real. I'm sorry for real because he slipped. If it was just he failed a strength roll, right? Like he failed a saving throw on when it came to measuring his strength attribute, that'd be different.
My knee had swollen to the size of a cantaloupe, and I've never had any injuries really before in my life. I've had
Really? You've never had a real injury before ever? Never sprained anything? Never had a broken arm or leg? Never gotten like your nose broken or gotten a black eye or a busted lip in a fight before? Like never threw out your back doing some shit? Never. Nothing. You've actually been that unathletic. You've actually been that far away from any sort of physical activity your whole life that you were never at risk of getting in any. Like, you're huge. Jeremy is 6'5". It's actually really impressive to go almost your whole adult life when you're like in your 40s and you're 6'5" and you never really got an injury before. That means that you haven't been doing shit forever, dude.
a broken arm when I was like in 5th grade.
Okay, so no, that wasn't true. All right.
So when I originally...
Why would you say that then?
And I've never had any injuries really before in my life. I've had a broken arm when I was like in 5th grade.
Okay, so I never had any injuries in my life, except that time I got my arm broken.
Grade. So when I originally heard it, I just kind of tried to gut it out for the following.
I don't understand why you would lie about that. Why would you lie about... It's like first 10 seconds of the video was a lie about, oh, I wanted to make a fucking self-help, self-improvement, vlog style channel forever. And it's like, dude, you already did that. I can understand, like, a lot of people don't know that because the only people who've watched that shit was me and you guys. Like, for real, I want you guys to think about this. Me and you guys who watched that stream along with me, right? We are the only people who've probably watched every fucking video that was on that vlog channel that Jeremy made 13 years ago. Maybe some die-hard Jeremy Hambly fans watched all of the content there, but we're like a rare breed. Maybe like 30 people, like 30 niggas outside of me and the people who were watching those videos with me on that stream that one day. We're the only ones.
Week, it would feel a little bit better, then it would feel a little bit worse.
It's going to be the same thing for this channel too, TBH.
And
what this channel has like fucking 12,000 views. So I guess that's already better than pretty much every video on his other channel. Also, dislike ratio. It's not looking pretty, bro. It's not looking pretty, Jeremy.
By Thursday, I knew that there was clearly something wrong. And there's like this level of denial that you get when you're like an old guy where you want...
he's disliked, right? He's despised because he's not even doing anything. This video, he's not doing anything heinous in it. It's just him talking in front of a camera, looking fat. But he's so many people fucking hate this dude now that's enough for them to downvote the video.
I just got
unprincipled. I see the quartering's face. I gotta downvote
things out. Toxic masculinity, I guess. And
I would downvote the video, but I can't because it would mess up the algorithm for this channel, and I don't want to do that.
I was still like power washing the floors on my knee. I bought like a Amazon knee brace. Figured that'd be okay. I finally go to the doctor, make a doctor's appointment. My wife is basically like, yo, enough. You got to go to the doctor. I just kept hoping it would get better. I bet a lot of you have probably been in that scenario too. And it just never got better. And so I went to my doctor and I was like, it's probably like tendonitis or something like that. And he's like, oh no, dude, definitely not. You have to go to the hospital. The joint was hot, apparently, like to the touch, and very swollen. As a certified fat guy, although I'm working on that. It's a losing battle, but I am working on that.
Look, you've been working on this for years. There's an entire channel dedicated to you trying to work on that shit over a decade ago. You have never not been working on this shit, man. Stop telling us that you're working on stopping the fatness. You're making the fat go away. Lose a couple pounds, and then we'll see it, and then we'll know. Right? It's like Review Tech USA. Review Tech USA actually has lost some weight. Rich has been losing some pounds, right? So we don't even have to play the game. He's still fat. He's still obese, but he's not as much of a blob as he used to be.
Never had any injuries.
The cyberbullying finally got to Rich.
Real, like maybe a back thing here or there. No chronic fat guy injuries.
He ran out of eyes.
This was definitely the result of moving that furniture, slipping on the floor. I thought maybe I just hyperextended it. It turns out that's not the case. So they sent me to get an x-ray. Had to park like a mile away and walk in, which this is a minor critique on the U.S. healthcare system, even though I have great health insurance that I have to pay for myself, almost $2,000 a month. I have to go drive there on this knee that my doctor just told me, hey, this is an emergency, you need to go. Drive there, get the x-ray. Thankfully, that was pretty quick in and out. And then they're like, well, you need to go to get an MRI. And you have to drive downtown Milwaukee to do it. That's like a 45-minute drive. And I've been on that campus before. When my dad was there, it's huge. I was like, man, there's no way. Like, how am I going to even get in there? And so thankfully, my wife came with me. And
I don't know, bro. Get something to walk with.
We got a wheelchair because it was, I don't know, probably half a mile of walking just like inside the hospital campus. I parked in the wrong parking structure. I get an MRI, which wasn't that bad of an experience. Yes, I fit in the MRI tube.
My insurance is twice that, so I just do private pay instead of.
Maybe, I'm 6'5", I'm a big guy. But I fit in there fine. And thankfully they...
There are so many short dudes. There are so many short gym cells who wish that they could just take a couple inches, pause, off the quartering, right? Like, you don't need all that height. Imagine being a 6'5" nigga and never doing anything with it. Just Bo Heapins, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, brother. That's a legendary name. For people who don't know about Bo Heapins, people don't know about the legend of Bo Heapins, that is, he used to be a Let's Player. And I do mean Let's Player, not a fucking live streamer or podcaster or, game player or shit like that. He was one of those original Let's Players when Let's Playing used to be a thing, when people found out that you actually can make money playing video games and recording yourself doing so. And even retards like fucking Darkside Phil could manage to make that happen and make 6 figures off of it. And it didn't go anywhere. Nobody fucking watched their shit. And apparently he was a man-child. He was a baby. Even more of a man-child and a baby than somebody like this guy right here. And there was this one show, this one podcast he did with his friends, where he basically cried about how his parents, his family mistreated him. And fucking his grandma went in on him and called him a loser, said his friends online weren't real friends and they were probably just grooming him and wanted to take his butt, right? His girlfriend, he said was his girlfriend, wasn't his real girlfriend, right? That he reminded her of his dad, who was a loser, and his mom, who was a thief. He cried about this one time that his whole family went on vacation and they forgot about him. They just left him behind. And he literally cried. He cried like a fucking baby. It went on for like, I don't know, maybe half an hour. Jim reacted to it. You can look up like the Ballad of Bo Heapins or some shit. You guys want to hear it in full. I think the only recording of that shit was of Jim reacting to it, unless somebody else had an archive or something. But anyway, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, buddy. Thank you.
They let me listen to whatever music I wanted, which was pretty cool. And so I actually had him put on Modest Mouse's new record, listen to that. I was in the MRI machine for...
Bo Heapins, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. Thank you, man.
I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. It feels, if you've ever had an
very
MRI,
generous.
Man, it feels like time is just passing at like half speed, quarter speed. And
quarter speed? Wait, what? Wait, you just say that again. Can you say that again?
If you've ever had an MRI, man, it feels like time is just
passing at like half speed, quarter speed.
What? Hold on, let me put this on. He's going too fast. I can't hear him. Let me put it on what's the perfect speed? Oh, quarter speed? Yeah, let's put him on a quarter speed.
I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes for an MRI, man. It feels like time is just passing at like half speed, quarter speed.
Man, who would have thought about that? Anyway, let me put this at 1 1/4 speed and play it again. Sorry.
And
all right, sorry about that. Jeremy drinks his bull's milk. Thank you for the rage quit. This is more than Jer makes an entire stream. Sad, pathetic.
But some of the frustrations is like I'm in excruciating pain. And then they lock your leg in this thing. And
yeah, he kind of is like a Batman villain. A Batman villain who just has everything has to be quarter themed. Right? Like he can fight Batman, but only for 25 minutes at a time. If he fights Batman for more than 25 minutes, he has to run away or else Batman is going to win.
And they tell me on Friday at the end of the
Every
day.
time Batman fights his goons, he's always fighting like 25 guys or maybe like 250 guys.
Hey, well, we'll let you know in like 4 or 5 days. I'm like, cool.
Whenever he teams up with the other villains, it always has to be in a group of 4. It can never be a group of 5 or a group of 6 because he always has to be 1/4 of the team.
My doctor thought that this was like an emergency, so he did a stat MRI order. He's worried about some infection. Is that really, because the last time I had an x-ray, and I don't know if apparently this is the norm now. Last time I got an x-ray, they do the x-ray, you sat in the waiting room for half an hour, then you went back in and the doctor read it. And you figured out you had a broken bone or you didn't have a broken bone or a sprain or whatever the case was. Bone, fracture, whatever at the bone skeletal level. Nope. They never told me what was on my x-ray. They just said, go to the hospital. They don't tell me what's on my MRI. And so this is Friday going into Saturday. And I mean, the pain is...
Joker would always be the 6 to mess with him.
It's very, very bad. There's not a lot of positions I can find that are really comfortable to sleep. And they did give me some pills to mask the pain. But I'm really reticent about taking those because I have an addictive personality. You don't get this chunky if you don't have some addictive personality traits.
Maybe you're just fat. I don't know. I hate that shit, bro. No, I have ADHD. No, you don't understand. I have a condition. I think you just like food. I think you're just fat, bro. I think you're just overweight. I think that's all it comes down to. I like that face. That face looks like he's frustrated. Maybe he realizes how silly that just sounded, what he just said. He's fat because he has ADHD. Wait, hold on. I just said that wrong. Oh, that's attention deficit disorder. Wait, hold on. What did he say?
Addictive personality.
Addictive personality. He's fat because he has addictive personality. Like, no, bro. You just like putting shit in your mouth. Pause. That's all that is.
You don't get this chunky if you don't have some addictive personality traits. And so I'm real careful about taking them. I will say last night I enjoyed
attention. He doesn't have any he doesn't have any attention. He just has attention.
Seeing flavors and tasting colors while I watched a couple of movies. And
man, if you don't stop.
And so what am I looking at? Well, it's either both the ACL and MCL.
That's the fattest shit I've ever heard.
Seeing flavors and tasting colors while
bro, that was so fucking fat, bro. That was so fat, dude.
I watched a couple of movies. And so what am I looking at? Well, it's either both the ACL and MCL are torn.
Like he can't look at a rainbow. he can't look at a rainbow without immediately having to like stop near Raising Cane's or some shit like that. Immediately have to make a trip to Mickey D's, fucking Dairy, someplace, right?
Be probably a worst case scenario. Pretty common. I bet a lot of you have had.
I see a rainbow, I immediately have to just go and buy every flavor of ice cream. I can taste it.
Injuries before, maybe my pain threshold just isn't as high as yours, but it is extremely painful, and just straightening the leg out, like, brings tears in my eyes. It hurts so bad. And
you know, in hindsight, Rich was wrong to be intimidated by Jeremy. He was wrong to run away from that fight. I really do believe that he could have beat, or at least he could have gone the distance with Jeremy, because Jeremy is super unathletic. He's probably actually less athletic and less physical than the Quartering is, because even when we were watching all the videos on Jeremy's old vlog channel, I never saw him at a gym once. I never saw him working out anywhere once. I never saw him doing that. I do remember there were a couple times where Rich at least went to the gym and did some basic bitch exercises. I do remember him doing that at least. I do remember Rich at least going outside for a walk, right? And I don't know how strong Rich's pain tolerance is, but you know, he can stand being himself. So obviously his pain tolerance has to be a little bit high, right? Jeremy he's like a crybaby. Like, I feel like he could take him.
Icing it does.
He still has the size advantage, but still, I don't think that would be enough to compensate.
Very little. It does keep the swelling down a little bit. But this journey has been really educational. First of all, even with really good insurance, it's going to cost me many thousands of dollars. I may be forced to.
I don't know. That fight might be quicker than the McGregor fight. I don't know. I don't know about that.
Be a fat guy on one of those little hover round carts, which will be a funny sight to see, because I don't want to sacrifice summer. I live in Wisconsin. And
what's the odds of that happening twice? Like, what's the odds of, okay, you're going to fight a guy. You're going to fight a dude in a cage. You're going to fight a dude in the octagon who you fought before twice. And on both occasions, early on into the fight, you break your fucking leg, right? And then the fight is over and the dude wins by, you know, you being disqualified because literally your leg is fucking broken. What are the odds of that happening twice in your fucking MMA career? He's the only guy. He's gonna go down as the only guy in combat sports history who ever suffered an injury like that twice in their career. It's crazy.
Basically everything, you know, if I had a knee injury in December, it'd be fine. I get to skip Christmas, be healed up by spring. Everything is good.
He got a titanium leg, bro. He got a titanium leg and that shit still broke. I think he got ripped off.
Well, now I have a major knee injury.
He thought that they made him into a Terminator. Bro, that shit was made out of aluminum.
Which I guess...
They made that shit out of tin foil, bro. You got plastic in your leg, nigga. They didn't put any real metal in that shit.
If you're in athletics or whatever, that's common for people. But, you know, I'm older now. I'm out of shape. My recovery period could be 6 months.
I love the insinuation that he was in shape back in the day.
Months to a year is what they're telling me, depending on the level of the tear. Now, best case scenario would be it's only torn a little bit and I can rehab it, which I'm praying for. I don't like to waste prayers.
Oh, Anderson Silva did have 2 stoppages via leg injury. Okay, so maybe it's for GOATs. Maybe that's what solidifies Conor McGregor as the GOAT. Because, honestly, he was going to lose. Like, he absolutely was going to lose to Max Holloway, even if it was an actual fight. I don't know why so many people counted Max Holloway out. Max Holloway has only lost to monsters. He's only lost to monsters in the ring. Like, I guess it's because Ilya got so fucked up by Justin Gaethje that everybody's like, damn, Ilya's not even that good for real. Man, he could probably, I bet Max is actually a bitch, right? I bet Max isn't even that tough. Man, Conor could probably take, no, bro. Like, Max Holloway really is that dude. He would have beat Conor up. Conor hasn't been in the ring for real. He hasn't been in the octagon for real for what, 3-4 years? Like, that nigga would have gotten pieced up.
On selfish things like that. So I haven't even actually technically prayed for it. But, like, that's what I'm hoping for. And even that would be a couple of months of rehab, which would be fine because I'm really blessed that my job is sitting on my rear end and reading other people's news articles and having a take on it. But this whole thing has taught me a lot. First, about the healthcare system. No, I'm not going full communist. I mean, I think the level of care I got was really good. I just think it's ridiculous that they make somebody who can't walk go to 3 different buildings, all 30 miles apart from each other in the same day. Oh, and then they called me halfway there and like, well, we need to get you fitted for crutches. Can you stop it right now? So that's actually the 4th spot I had to stop, a totally different building.
Why didn't he just get a crutch? You can just buy a crutch. You don't gotta wait until the medical people give you one. You can just go and get one. You have the money. He has the disposable income to just go to a place and get a crutch or get a cane, or he got a fucking wheelchair. I don't know what he's complaining about.
Fortunately, he was on the way to the ER and learned how to use crutches. I've never been on crutches before in my life, I don't think.
Also, he lives in a rural town? I thought he lived in Milwaukee.
And kind of tricky on.
Or does he live in the suburbs? Maybe that's it. He lives in the suburbs of Milwaukee, right? He's like an out of towner for real. It's like how you have a lot of people who technically they live in New York City, or technically they live in Chicago, but really they live in the suburbs outside of Chicago. That's Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes doesn't live in inner city Chicago. He lives on the outskirts of Chicago, where it's nicer and safer, and you don't have to worry about King Von running into a random King Von, some random King Von spawning in front of you where he lives.
They just don't use them on stairs, which is probably...
It's very ironic that he still almost got it, he almost got it lifted out the server by some crazy dude who killed his whole family that one time.
Stupid, but my stupid stubbornness is what led to all of this. I love to show you images of my exploded knee, all this kind of stuff, but I'm going to skip that. It's gross. It doesn't look good. If I had MRI...
Nick lives in Latin Kings territory. Now, are you just saying that because Nick lives there?
Images to show you. That I would probably show you. Maybe I'll post them.
Look, just because 1 or 2 Mexicans lives in a neighborhood doesn't mean that it's infested with Latino gangs. Come on, let's not be racist now.
To X or something like that. But what this has taught me, first of all, it's given me a renewed vigor to lose some weight. Obviously, the way this injury happened probably would have happened to somebody who wasn't 100 pounds overweight.
I don't know about that.
But
I've had bad falls and I just get up from them.
It's going to...
I'm not obese.
Make the recovery far more difficult. It's going to make the physical...
your joint... Here's the thing, right? You're old. He's old. He's middle-aged. So his joints ain't what they used to be. And they weren't much before. But also, you're fat. And not only are you fat, you're also fat and 6'5". So you got a big frame with a lot of pounds on you, and you're in your 40s. You fall wrong is different than somebody who's in their early 30s or in their 20s and who isn't obese and who isn't 6'5". Falling wrong. That's a big difference, right?
Therapy far more difficult. It's going to make just getting around far more difficult. It made finding a little...
Bringing Nick Fuentes up again. Nick falls wrong is going to be way different than, Jeremy falling wrong.
Hover around
He's just, maybe he'll get a bruise and then he'll walk it off.
Really difficult. First of all, I'm 6'5", so it's hard to find any of these little vehicles. Perhaps when I get it, they're delivering it later this week. In the next vlog, I'll vlog from my little old man cart while I'm driving around or something like that. But I can't sacrifice the entire summer. But it did get me thinking more about I don't know, you let me know if...
This makes me think, did he start this vlog channel because of the injury? Or did he start the vlog channel and then the injury happened? I wonder which came first.
You ever had anything kind of like this? I think it's pretty common if somebody has a cardiac issue or something like that, where oh my God, I need to get everything in order. I need to get, need to get healthy, this and the other thing. Turns out, other than being overweight, since I went through all these battery of tests, I'm fine. I need to lose weight. Blood pressure's good. Cholesterol's good. All that stuff's good.
Okay, so really the problem was just that you're fat. Okay. If he wasn't fat, he probably would have been fine, to be honest.
But I do need to get a physical, which I'm not looking forward to. I don't know if they still do the finger thing or not, but I don't know.
They're going to fucking violate your pussy.
They did tell me that when I was there, because I don't go to the doctor because I've never really needed to. When I had the coup.
Women will say that their health problems are more serious than ours. Well, tell me, ladies, Do you have to? Is it a rite of passage for you as a medical necessity to have a doctor take your bussy virginity? Do you have to go through that? Because we have to.
Well, what am I going to do? They're going to say, go home and rest, you know? That's kind of how I was raised. I mean, when I did...
We got to do it. If you don't do it, you might get cancer. That's your choices. Your choices is to get fisted or to get cancer.
Hurt my leg when I was like in 8th grade. I think my parents had me soak it in the tub. Yeah. Soak it in the tub, even though it was structurally very, very damaged. I was in a leg brace for like 8 weeks. Then they took me to the clinic, and the clinic's like, why are you here? You take them to the ER. So I guess there was that other injury. So I've had 2.
This was all just to force Heather to do all house chores.
I know when I was in 8th grade.
But she was doing them already, remember?
I was jumping.
Remember, he was having his wife move shit around. Move furniture and shit. It's amazing how she never got an injury. She had to get surgery, too. She was doing this shit while, right before, or maybe even right after getting surgery, and she was fine. Maybe it's because your wife isn't obese.
Screwing around with my friends, and we were jumping staircases, and I think there was like a 6 or an 8 staircase. I jumped to try to get to the bus, blew up my leg. Might have been the same. No, it was my right leg back then. Bounce back was a lot easier when you're 14 years old, though. But I got to say, like, I've never felt any pain like this. And I'm sure a lot of people are already typing like, I've had 7 knee constructions. It never hurt. Stop being a baby. Okay. Maybe my pain threshold just isn't like what yours is. And you're a badass and I'm not. Cool. But what I can say is it's extremely depressing too. Like that aspect of it, I'm like, okay, let's go. Give me my MRI. Now they're like, well, it's going to be 4 or 5 days before we tell you what the results are. So now I'm just sitting here. I don't want to do anything and injure it worse. All the stuff I'm missing out on already. Fireworks.
What? Come on, man.
I feel terrible. We had
Why do you need that? Look, bro, just pop fireworks from your fucking crutches or from your wheelchair.
I had a plan.
You really need to be able to walk. It's not like you're going to run around and jump while the fireworks are going off.
With my wife over the...
How much do you really move around for real? Let's be real, dude. A good chunk of your life for the past few years has been you sitting down in front of a camera and playing children's card games.
It wouldn't be responsible to go. Now, if I had gone and they're like, well, it's a full ACL tear, you're not going to tear it anymore, I'd just take some of those magical little round pills, go see this, see the colors. But if it's only a partial...
The lamest way to tear your ACL? ACL tears is supposed to be when you're like a goated, like you're a star athlete. You're in the NBA... You're like a soccer player and, the fucking World Cup or some shit. That's when you're supposed to tear your ACL. You're doing some goat type shit. Not when you're moving furniture.
I don't want to risk making it.
That's actually, he might, I don't know. I'm not going to say he's the only guy. But how often does that happen? Tearing your ACL while you're moving furniture.
Full tear and end up having surgery. But it is really a bummer at this age now to be like, man, I'm going to lose the whole summer minimum, like not gonna be able to get around. I bought a brand new power washer with a floor tile attachment. Really excited. I was really excited to use that. Clean the tile and sidewalk outside. Can't do it. Couldn't even take my own garbage cans down. And something like that is like really emasculating, like calling somebody and be like, hey man, can you come take my garbage cans down? And would it be cool if you did it for the next...
I wonder who he asked.
I don't know, at least...
I wonder what man, what strong, manly man comes over to Jeremy's house quite often who could have done that for you. Hey, no problem, man. No problem, Jer. I got you, buddy.
State week.
I was going to come round there anyways.
And,
hey, you can still get into the jacuzzi, right? We can do that later, too.
There was some issue outside, electrical issue that normally I could fix.
The trash bowl.
Instead, I had to
I was saying, Adam, what if it's a different guy? He has a trash bowl. He has to get a bowl for every activity he can do now. He needs the trash bowl. He needs the power washer bowl. He needs the feed the dogs bowl.
Walk my wife through doing it. Felt terrible. It's not a good feeling to be... ambulatory or whatever the word is, like to be able to...
the wipe his ass bowl.
Move around fine for 43 years. And now staring down the barrel of what is most likely, based on my doctor's reaction, needing some sort of surgery and being out for many months and then having rehab after that.
Walk my wife through it, bull.
Again, I know this isn't like a woe is me thing, but if I'm going to start a vlog, then why wouldn't I?
Broke my femur and tore my ACL in a car accident in 2013. Well, look, bro, that's a car accident, though. Like, that's some actual fucking trauma. Did you fall wrong while moving furniture?
What is going on here?
Again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's very improbable and a very lame way to get a serious injury.
Being in the ER and all this stuff, it's an obvious topic that we're talking about. I'll talk about other things on this channel.
It's like that one retarded, I think he was a rapper, right? That one retarded rapper who blew off most of his fingers on one of his hands because he was holding a bunch of firecrackers, right? And they went off in his hand and they just took all of his fucking fingers. There are a lot of ways you can lose your fingers. That is probably the lamest fucking way you could do it. You lose your fingers by, I don't know, you got into a bad deal with some cartel niggas and they like cut some of your fingers off, or you lose it in a really bad wreck or something like that, right? You're fighting off a dog while trying to save a child. You're trying to fight a pit bull. The pit bull takes some of your fingers. You're fucking losing your fingers while you were holding firecrackers. What the fuck?
As I get healed up, but it's
yeah, wait, Lil Nut, man, that is not what his fucking
it's this
name
weird
was.
feeling.
Lil Nut.
I'm sure it's not just a man thing. I'm sure women feel that.
No, not Peter Griffin. This is a real guy, a real dude who actually fucking lost his fingers because he was holding firecrackers like a retard, and they all blew up in his hand.
The same way, where you're like, dang, I mean, getting up to just like, I don't know, brush my teeth or to, use the bathroom, man, I'm being real careful about what I eat.
Really? You can't brush your teeth, right? Getting up to brush my teeth. Well, dude, just have a bowl. Have a bowl next to your bed, right? Need a fucking brush my teeth bowl too?
Because, not to get too specific, but let's just say number 2s are not comfortable for me.
Oh my God, he does have a wipe my ass bowl. We were joking, but the wipe my ass bowl does exist.
Getting in there is hard enough, and then getting down and all that other stuff back up again. I'm having this like fear that I'm gonna have to call my wife in there and be like, "You got."
My great grandpa lost fingers fishing with dynamite. Well, see, that's based, right?
Lift me off the.
That's dumb. That is a dumb way to lose your fingers, but that's a base dumb way to lose your fingers.
But it's definitely an eye opener for me, and so I'm trying to cope a little bit by saying like, okay, well, you need to lose some weight because that's obviously going to help your rehab. But it's also like, well, dang, I can't work out. I can't. If it was my arm or something like that, like at least I could,
Workout bull. He needs the workout bull. The workout bull will lift weights like he wants to, right? And he'll get motivated by looking at his physique.
Walking.
His wife will also get motivated by looking at the workout bull's physique.
But I'm going to do what I can while I rehab here. Even buy my little scooter. I'm like, man, I could have got this other scooter if I wasn't such a big guy, but now I have to buy this super ultra mega commercial grade scooter so that I don't blow that thing up too. But yeah, the whole experience has been really not just eye-opening but kind of depressing, to be honest. Like, dang, man, it's the 4th of July, summer's really just kicking off. I'm gonna miss all of July, all of August, almost certainly. September, maybe I'll be up and moving around quicker. That's why I'm hoping that they get these stupid MRI results back so that I can, like, as soon as I'm sure I'm going to need surgery. So it's like, I want to get that scheduled. Like I was asking, like, can we just get it scheduled? Can I get something on the books just in case? Of course they won't do that. But it's been wild. And I don't know if you've ever had any kind of knee, blew up your knee. I'm sure a lot of the people watching this will have. Definitely open to your suggestions.
This sounds like a recipe for him getting even fatter, for him getting even more obese, right?
Especially like
can't even fucking move properly. He's probably going to be bedridden or at least stuck sitting somewhere for a good chunk of time, right?
How to get sleep, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Like I'm in a recliner right now. This is about as comfortable as it gets. In desperation, I've thought about just sleeping down here because my leg is like not in searing pain when I'm in these chairs. Definitely feeling very blessed that my job does not require
I'm surprised he's not chomping down on pills. Yeah, it's actually
a lot of movement. I just got to make sure I get down 2 flights of stairs and up 2 flights of stairs every day.
We know a couple guys who, if they were in this position, oh, it'd be over with, bro.
Then that's it. But it's definitely
Pill City.
It's been an eye-opening thing, and being just in the hospital and not being able to like move yourself around, not be able to like get to the bathroom on your own, not a great feeling. But you know, I just want to attack it. I want to know what I'm dealing with, and not knowing is the hardest part. If I just knew, okay, it's a ACL tear, MCL tear, both tear, whatever, I don't care. I just want to know what it is so that I can attack it as quick as possible and not lose the entire summer. So that's why I haven't really been around. That's why probably content will remain roughly the same, to be honest with you. I don't see myself, I mean, I just have to get down to my desk. If I have to move my bedroom down here for a few months, I'll do that, because it's, you know, I fortunately am blessed that I can still do my job for lots of people.
This is who I was talking about. This guy right here. This is the dude. He wasn't a rapper, right? He's probably made rap music before, but this is the guy I was talking about. 4Extra, popular internet personality 4Extra, has reportedly blown his hand off with fireworks.
Nigga, I'm throwing them in your nigga. I'm throwing them in your house. I'm throwing them at you, nigga. Vernon Avenue, nigga, off the back. I'm blowing your ass up. I'm blowing somebody up today off the back, nigga. I'm throwing them in your...
And he only thing he blew up was his fucking hand. Fucking hand is gone, nigga. It's gone. So yeah, don't play with fireworks, or at least don't play with powerful fireworks. It's not a smart thing to do. Mex Jr., thank you for the rage quit. Jeremy needs Ozempic brand Ozempic. It could cure his obesity and his alcoholism. Yes, he should. Just fuck it, dude. Fuck it. Cheat. Take the cheat meds that make you fat. Who gives a fuck if it kills you like bowel cancer or whatever the fuck? The rate you're going at, you're probably going to end up dying soon anyway. At least you'll be able to make it to 60.
Will I go through this? They can't.
Here's something I never understood. Well, I guess I do understand. That's actually very vapid what I was going to say. I was going to say something like, I don't understand old people who care about trying to beat cancer. But I can understand, because let's say you're old and you want to see your grandchildren like graduate or do shit like that. I'm just saying, if I was in my late 60s and I found out I got cancer from doing whatever the fuck I'm doing, I'm not stopping. I'm not changing my behaviors at all. I'm not about to stop smoking, or I'm going to eat better. I'm going to start taking chemo. It's like, no, nigga, I'm old. I'm an old fuck. I'm retirement age. I'm just going to die. I'm just going to die of cancer in my ass. And that's just going to be all it is. Quaster Hopper, thank you for the full send.
They don't get paid. They don't, and that's what's kind of keeping me grounded too, is that like, I'm lucky I can still work. What if I couldn't work for 2 months, 3 months? What does that do to your income? A lot of people, you know, that's why this isn't exactly a pity party.
That's why I specifically said late 60s, because if you're at 40s, obviously, I still want to live. 50s, obviously, still want to live. Once you hit the 60s, it's like, yeah, I want to live, but do I want to take chemo? Right? Do I want to like go through the agony of, you know, living and fighting and doing this battle with cancer? Do I want to like stop doing the things that bring me pleasure and joy if those are causing the cancer? Do I want to do those too? Or do I just want to do what the fuck I want and then just be out of here another 4 or 5 years when I'm like 65 or something like that?
I'm just informing everybody, hey, this is what happened. I don't even know for sure that that's what it was, moving the equipment, but I'm pretty sure that's...
See, if it was an easy to beat cancer, then of course I'm going to like try and fight it. That'd be, you know, that's different. If it's one of those, like you have a very, very low chance of beating this cancer, I don't know, I might just say, fuck it. You know, but if it's an easy to beat cancer, how the fuck did I forget what his name was? It's crazy. I forgot the name of one of the greatest white men to ever exist. I forgot the name of no, not him. Fucking Steve Jobs, yes, holy shit. Like top 5 modern white men, right? Because, you know, we go back in history. You know, white people, they got some all-stars. But modern white people, you know, Steve Jobs, he's up there. He's on the modern day white man Hall of Fame. Basically changed technology to his whim. I don't think there's really anybody on earth. No, I really don't think. Maybe Bill Gates and arguably Elon Musk. Only dudes who are living who've had like a bigger effect on how current technology flows compared to Steve Jobs or whatever. He had a very, very treatable version of cancer, but because he's kind of an autist and he was very intent on beating cancer his way, he ended up dying from it. And he didn't need to. Literally, if he had just like taken the regular way to beat that form of cancer that everybody else takes, he probably would still be alive right now. But you know, hey.
What at least was the final straw.
If Steve Jobs was that basic and, you know, less of an autist, he wouldn't have did the things that he did. So
literally the straw that broke the tendons back. But, you know, this channel is going to be a spot for me just to talk to people about whatever's going on in the world. Maybe we'll talk politics some videos. We'll talk business in other videos. We'll talk, you know, YouTube specific in videos. We'll talk, we'll do some behind the scenes stuff, but
behind the scenes,
I need a place.
What are you doing? What are you doing behind the scenes, bro? Like bro acts like there's some special edition shit that's going on that nobody knows about. Like your life isn't that interesting, Jeremy. I'm sorry to tell you.
Talk to you all like this in a casual format, different locations, although those locations will be limited over the next couple of months. But I feel like now that I've been doing YouTube so long that I feel like this hunger to know my viewers more and to let them know more about me, even though oftentimes oversharing on the internet turns into, you know, ammunition for people to ridicule you. That stuff's never really bothered me. It's you have to have thick skin to
it's never bothered you
to do this job, and so it doesn't really matter to me if I overshare on this channel because
Hail Hydra. It's like, oh, that's not good. That's a bad first comment. Gotta get mobility Jer. Gotta get mobility Jer before GTA 6. LFAO. I'm tired, Haas. The limpening. The limpening saga. Okay, so let's move on to the next video.
All right, welcome in to my vlog channel. This is Jeremy. You know, you might know me as the quartering or whatever else. And
what else will we know you by? What else have you been doing, bro? I do not like the way he's looking at me. I do not like the way he's looking at us, chat.
Today, we're going to return to the...
I do not approve of this angle. Hold it up.
Scene of the crime.
I know you're a tall guy. I don't want to look at you from this angle.
Where I hurt my knee. We're going to talk a little bit about YouTube revenue. You know, what people can make on YouTube. And, you know, also we'll talk a little bit about, you know, go over things with my dogs. Show a little bit of the dog life.
Yeah, this is actually first person perspective of what all those poor people at the Ren Fair had to endure. Imagine you had this fucking creepy giant just hovering over you, asking you all these inappropriate things while children are around. Holy shit, dude.
They get about...
I'm surprised they didn't chase him with fucking torches and pitchforks like he was Frankenstein.
2.5 hours of play every day. So they go on 2 walks, then they swim during the summer. And when they don't swim, they do agility. And we set up an agility course in
the
yard, but it was tearing up the yard and it didn't look great. So we moved into this outside building where I blew up my knee moving things. But yeah, we'll take a little look and we'll do a little tour around the office and try to do a little bit more interesting stuff, be a little more mobile. All right, back at the scene of the crime with old Huckapapa and Ani Bonnie. Ruby Dooby! Little echoey, but a lot of people wanted to know how I hurt myself. Well, there we go. Ruby, come here. Come here. Come here. Ruby. Oh. And there she goes. Come here. Ruby, up, up.
Well, at least the dogs are having fun.
Come on, come on. Go on, all the way. No. Ruby, come on.
This guy gets acres of land and still finds excuses to have his dogs inside doing shit.
Go on, all the way down. Come on.
That's what I was thinking. I thought that all this shit was going to be outside, but you just put it in like a shed anyway? Why do you even own all the land? I don't understand why he owned all the land. You might as well just like gotten a home in the suburbs.
Come on.
Or like, I don't know, maybe a home in a more gated neighborhood or something like that.
Come on. Come on. Come on down here. There you go. Good girl.
The dogs are autistic.
There she goes back up and down. So anyway, I was setting up this agility course in here, which Ruby does very well. Huck is not a lover of it. Huck, will you come up? Come here. Ruby, come on up. Up, up. There you go. Go on. Yes, good girl. Come on, Huck, this way. Up, up. Go on, go on.
Oh yeah, they're German, so of course they're autistic. You're right.
You can do it. Yeah, come on. Hucky, come on, this way. Come on, come on. Show them out, son, Ruby. Go on. There you go. Come on, Huck. Come here.
Like, is this it? Is this what, just go up and down this thing all day? You spent how much money did you spend on this bullshit, dude? I thought this was going to be something like they're jumping through hoops or whatever.
Well, he's pretty. Come here. Come. Huck, come. Come here. Come on. Come. Come on. Up. Come on. Ruby, come. Ruby, come here. There you go. Down. Go on all the way. And they'll do like, this is obviously, Ruby, come. Here. Yeah, you did that? Let's see if they can do the underneath stuff. These are traffic cones that we're gonna set up to go between them. I gotta clean up that stuff yet. Move my plow somewhere. Hucky, you've disappointed the internet. But
Huck doesn't respect his authority at all.
Yeah, that's the indoor.
Oh, he's got even more dogs.
Of course, the beginning.
How many dogs does he have?
Beginnings of anyway. These dogs need a lot of running.
So does he just have 3?
A lot of attention, a lot of agility work. Otherwise, they become insufferable buttholes constantly. Ruby is kind of our star pupil in a way. Let's see here. I can get a frisbee toss for you.
Oh no, bro. It seems your foot is fine. Your knee is fine to me. Seems like you're walking just fine to me. Kind of sounding like a baby in that other video. The way you were talking, I thought, oh man, this nigga's he's gonna be in the next video in a wheelchair. He's gonna be walking around on crutches. Are you even on a crutch? It's like barely a limp.
Ready, Ruby?
They can't have kids, so they have lots of dogs.
Drop it. Oh, she didn't catch it. Terrible. You've disappointed me, Ruby.
We're almost 5 minutes into this video. He has yet to tell us how much does YouTube pay.
Leave it. There you go. But yeah, we'll get to the rest of the stuff coming up. All right, now that we're back in, just a look at the office. It's changed since a lot of people have been here. That's a little jam area. That's the first base I ever got. That's a new base I have that I haven't quite switched over from. I restored this base. This base is like 20 years.
The knee thing was to trick his wife and Dr. Mikey.
My girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, bought this for me from Mars Music, which I don't think is around anymore.
She thought he was way cooler than he actually is.
Replace all the electronics, clean it up. It looks nice. This is where I play. Got my Telecaster here.
Why are there 2 chairs?
Just have this Princeton reverb amp, which is
Do you play with your wife?
Really nice. And I just use one of these little Mark basses for the bass amp. They're totally fine. Plenty loud. Plenty loud. Also the 3D printing area. A lot of people have wondered what's going on with that. Well, I have all my filament down here and other places too. I use a Bamboo HD2 and even actually the X1 carbon still, and splitters so that I can print, 16 colors or something at a time. I think the most I've ever printed.
Why?
It is like 3 or 4, and it creates a lot of waste. And then...
What do you use this for? What would you need this for?
To the studio area. Not a lot going on here. Just wood paneling and walls, a couple of light...
Okay, I never saw it from this side before. I always thought this was like the whole place, right? I've always thought this is what the entire room looked like. Like every room in the house had these walls. It's like, no, it's literally just a prop. It's all just a prop for like this angle of his home.
Not a lot going on here. Just wood paneling and walls, a couple of lights mounted to the ceiling. That's it. And a DSLR camera, which you don't even need. You know, honestly, if you're just starting on YouTube.
Do you need it?
Simple webcam for $100. I still use the webcam for video conferencing and stuff like that. But I mean, this whole setup costs about $200. $75 for the sheet panel and a $50 Chinesium shelf from Amazon. There's my records, which I like to play. And then the Unsleeved Media set, which is basically dead now. That channel is...
Okay, see, I had assumed that he went to different rooms to do this. No, it's like he does one for the other channel, and then the other channel, he just gets out of that chair and he moves like 2 feet away to another chair with a different color wall behind him.
We only have so much.
We've been bamboozled this whole time. It was all a genjutsu
in the world. So I'm in the process of taking that down and creating more space to play music. And here's Colt.
Okay, well, hold on. Why do you... Oh, there's a cat. He has cats, too. He has several dogs and cats.
Little guy. Little guy. All right, well...
Can we get some Marcy's rolling in the chat, please?
The big question that a lot of people ask or have is, what's the money like on YouTube? You have millions of subscribers. You must be a multi-millionaire. That's not really how it works.
Oh, he's not a millionaire? Damn, I didn't think you would just come out and admit it. It's like Gideon, when Gideon was like, he told the police, I'm a multi-millionaire, and then he had to come out and be like, well, I'm not actually I actually don't have that much money.
First and foremost, the biggest misconception is subscribers equal money. They don't. The only thing...
I mean, we've been known that. Everybody knows that. Is he about to tell us a bunch of shit that everybody has known about YouTube since like 2016? We know that subscribers don't mean anything anymore. I was bringing in more views on my videos and on my streams with less than 30,000 subscribers. There were YouTube channels with like fucking 4 times the subscriber count as me who were getting worse views. Jeremy actually was getting worse views than I was on my YouTube channel with less than 30,000 subs.
The thing that matters is views. If you would give me a choice between having 10,000 subscribers or 10,000 views, obviously, you know, and 100 subscribers and 10,000 views, it'd be the views. Because subscribers are just a number, and if they aren't actually watching your content, you don't make any money. When I started out doing this, it was crazy Wild Wild West time.
Well, hold on. Before I get to that, I can understand why he thinks this, because his content, it's like Review Tech USA, where you make a lot of slop. The thing about making a lot of slop and not building an actual audience is that the majority of the people who subscribe to you are just there for 1 or 2 videos, and then they dip in and out intermittently, or they just never watch a video again past that one viral video that brought them in. If you have an actual core nucleus of people, well, then you get about the same people watching your videos as you do who are subscribed to you. Like every time I will put up a video, about the same amount of people who are subscribed to me would be watching the video within the first few hours that it went up. Like first 12 hours it went up, they would all be watching the video already.
Everything was very vertically integrated. It was not uncommon for a popular channel in this space to make $75,000 to $100,000 a month during peak, like, Marvel insanity. You want to know why everyone was making all those Brie Larson videos? Well, it's because most people were making more money.
You say all those people as if there were anybody who was making as many Brie Larson videos as him? Like, no, buddy. Maybe one or two of the culture war, pop culture critic dudes. But generally speaking, it was mostly you who was obsessed with Brie Larson.
They ever could have imagined, and it truly is a blessing. That was a long time ago. The era of the $100,000 months, it's dead. Unless you're like super huge, right?
That's not true. That's not. See, this is the thing that got him in trouble with Friday Night Tights and the, what was it called? Fandom Menace and those Geeks and Gamers and those people, is because he was calling everybody broke. He was saying that nobody was making money off the culture war shit anymore. And that is simply not true at all.
The space is
like Jeremy Prime, Jeremy the Greater. He was doing banger money just off of streams alone.
Itself has changed so much over the years that most creators, instead of being vertically integrated, meaning just like, oh, I have this one channel, I pummel it, I put out 5 videos a day, it's great, 6 videos a day. That space is dead. Now,
now you got to put in a bit of effort, right?
To create shorts. Whether they're
This is like the accidental good thing about AI slop is that it got to be such a problem that YouTube was like, okay, that's too much. We have to start cracking down on the slop channels because AI has actually taken it to a critical level and we literally can't even deal with this shit anymore. It's actually ruining the website now.
Low effort. Whoa, look at these shorts like I do because I hate making shorts and I'm not like a teenage TikTok girl or,
we know you hate making shorts because you've never actually made a short before. He's never made a short before, really. He's taken other people's content and then he put a video on it. And he thinks that editing those together, splicing those things together and then putting it on his channel, he thinks that counts as making a short. No, you haven't. You have never made a short before.
Well-edited shorts, people can do shorts and do well, but the money is very different between the two. So when you look at revenue nowadays, it used to be you could just survive on YouTube alone. Now, when I was having months like that on YouTube, it's important to keep in mind, I had 5 full-time staffers, full-time assistant, 3 video editors. And
why? I had 5 full-time staff. Nigga, why? When did you ever need that? I did an entire documentary, extensive research on this dude's YouTube career. I have never seen anything aside from maybe his coffee business, which we now know without a shadow of a doubt, the fucking coffee business was all just drop share bullshit. I pretty much made it clear in my original documentary I made on Jeremy, but now it's been like shadow of a doubt. It's not even speculative anymore. He was just doing fucking white label drop ship coffee. That was it, right? So he wouldn't even really need staff for that. You've never needed 5 people on your payroll before, and I never knew why you had so many. You were running, all you really needed was an editor. Maybe 2, right? Maybe you could have 2 people. One person could be a full-time editor and could make your thumbnails and shit, and the other person can like help you make the content. And that's it. You didn't need 5 people doing a bunch of separate shit for your content.
And a graphics designer, average salary about $6,500 per person.
Well, look, I'm not hating on here's the thing, right? If you're a YouTuber and you're trying to sell product to your fans, and you're like, hey, I'm making a me brand coffee, right? And you can buy it from here, and it's just like some fucking white label bullshit. Well, okay, people know it's gonna be some white label bullshit because it's how the majority of these things work. But if you're gonna be like Jeremy and you're gonna straight up lie about making this coffee empire and doing everything in-house, when that's obviously not the case. And then you lie to your audience's face for years about bullshit and how you need their help to save the company, even though the company isn't going under because anybody is attacking its facilities, because you don't actually own a facility, because you get the coffee fucking made someplace else and shipped from another place. Well, then that's bullshit. I do hate that game because now you're just bullshitting people.
And I also pay 50% in tax. So people hear 100 grand and they're like, whoa, that's a crazy number. Well,
that's a skill issue though. You didn't need to pay all that much. You ended up paying all that much because you got a bunch of staff you didn't need.
After you pay your staff, that's 60 grand. After you pay your taxes, that's about 30 grand, which is still insane.
Okay, you could cut that down. Again, like I said, he really only needed the one full-time editor. That's all he needed. Full-time editor who also made thumbnails, and you handle everything else, right? Maybe you hire a part-time guy. You cut that down by what? I don't know. You could end up paying like 10 to 15 grand instead.
Stupid, crazy good money. That's what like peak YouTube was like for about 1 million subs kind of thing. Nowadays, it's very different. You have to do shorts which pay almost nothing.
No, you don't have to do short. See, this is what this guy is. Hold on, give me a second. Let me look for something real quick. I can't find it. I'm sorry for the dead air. I was looking for, I couldn't find it. Fuck. I thought it was in the folder. Because whenever I'm done with something, right? Whenever I'm done with making a documentary, I always put everything in this little fucking folder, this little archive space. Or at least I started doing it recently. My original documentaries, a lot of the shit I used to make those videos is kind of gone now, right? That shit's actually lost the time. I want to say everything up until the Review Tech USA. Everything up until the original Review Tech USA documentary is kind of just lost. But now I couldn't find it. I guess I never saved it.
You make on 1 million view video, you might make $1,000.
I'll look for it later.
$2,000 or something like that. 1 million view short, you make about $30. It's a numbers game though. People say, why are you doing so many shorts, Jeremy? Well, because it's a numbers game. Now I get, across my multiple channels, about 50 million shorts views a month.
This is unironically bad advice. This is actually bad advice for a new YouTuber because he says it's a numbers game and he's saying all this bullshit. And this only really works if you're making complete slop, right? You're making shit. There's no passion behind it. There's no purpose behind it. It's like 0 calories content, no substance whatsoever. Then yeah, if you're in that case and you don't have actual fans, you're not trying to actually cultivate a fan base or make any content that people want to watch or rewatch, then yes, it is 100% a numbers game. And you are going to have to game the system and try and coerce the algorithm to do certain magic things for you. But that's not like, this isn't applicable to anybody who's not going to make not 100% slop.
So you can do the math.
Even the slop king, Mr. Beast, doesn't make 100% slop. Mr. Beast at least tries. Mr. Beast puts tons of money into every new video, even though he does like he's made the algorithm his bitch, right?
It's not a lot, but it helps pay my staff. And the business model is so different now than when I started on YouTube, and the money is much.
See, here's the thing, right? Let's say I start over. Let's say I just say, fuck it. I just, fuck Mikey no more. And then I just take one of these other channels that I have and I decide to make like a completely new type of, some new content unrelated to the old channel. I think I could actually build it up. I think I would actually be successful in my new content format because I've like found a way to make like high effort videos that people like. And I just like do that in a different style for a different genre of content. Jeremy can't do that because all he knows how to do is just slop regurgitation. It's the same thing when he was doing mostly magic. It's the same thing when he was doing news and politics. It's the same thing he was doing when he was doing tech advice, like IT shit, right? So he doesn't know any other way. It's going to be the same thing no matter where he goes.
It's much harder to make. The 100,000 a month is dead now. That's just not going to happen.
Yes, he is more slop. Jeremy Hambley is unironically more slop than DSP. His shit isn't as meaningful.
But
Jeremy has never made any meaningful content
like
before.
My body, okay? So I have a main channel. I have my Jeremy Hambley channel. I have Quartering Live. I have my live stream revenue. But all of this is, I used to work 2 hours, 3 hours a day when YouTube was crazy good. Now I work about 10 to 12 hours a day.
Now, wait. Say that again. What'd you say?
When YouTube was crazy. I used to work 2 hours, 3 hours a day when YouTube was crazy good. Now I work about 10 to 12 hours a day.
Now, wait, Jeremy, you used to tell us back in the day, back when you were living in the land of milk and honey in terms of where you were at in YouTube, you used to tell us you were working nonstop. You used to tell us you were always on your grind, that you were already working 10, 12-hour work days. Now you're telling us you were working barely part-time hours? Like, it was so easy. The money was so easy. You were just making these slop videos that you were just shitting out with no effort and just making tons of money every fucking year. Like everybody suspected you were, that you really were just lying. Why would we believe you now? Why should I believe you now that you're working fucking factory warehouse hours on your content when you lied about doing it back then?
Just to make a significant percentage less.
Yeah, you're right, Spark. It's like 12 hours of stealing content and ordering drop shipped coffee. Even now, right? The 12 hours you claim you're working, are those really 12 hours worth of work? Are you really streaming for 12 hours a day or preparing your next stream or preparing your content, right? Are you really doing that, or are you just like ordering coffee from a place so you can put your label for your company on it? Are you really just watching somebody else's content and looking, ooh, I could steal this and put it on my channel? Or are you doing that?
Than what it used to be. But you go wide. My coffee company, okay? We do a couple $100,000 in sales a month. Pretty good. Do well on Amazon.
What is that absolute? What did you just say?
We do a couple $100,000 in sales a month. My coffee company, okay? We do a couple $100,000 in sales a month.
No, you don't. No, you do not. You do not do a couple $100,000. No, you don't, bro.
Pretty good. Do well on.
Now I know you're lying. See, before I was just well, maybe he says he's working 10 to 12 hours. He's probably like padding that with some other bullshit, but he probably is trying to grind himself out of his hole. Now I know you're lying because you were not making multi 6 figures off your fucking coffee. You're not doing that, bro. That's not happening.
Amazon, we're rolling out to Walmart. I suspect once we're in Walmart.
No, you aren't.
Sales will probably double. If at minimum, margins will double because...
Bro just decided to lie for no... Why are you lying, dude? This is a new video on a new channel with like 3,000 people subscribed. Nobody's watching this video. This video has barely over 6,000 viewers, nigga.
Walmart takes much less than Amazon. But again, Coffee Brand Coffee has employees. It has graphics team. It has customer service people, which is now me. but it has, people I have to pay to run the roasters, people I have to pay to do fulfillment, people I have to pay to put the K-Cups in a K-Cup box, people I have to pay to buy the beans.
All of those are am I gonna have to bro, this is too much. This is insane. The amount, it's like rapid fire lies too. Like he really still believes that we believe this bullshit about coffee brand coffee. We know it's a grift, dude. It's like one of the most, we say a lot of things are grifts. We hear the word grift and grifter so fucking often right now these days, right? This coffee brand coffee shit actually is 100% a grift. He has been lying. He has been lying for years, demonstrably so.
People I have to pay to do advertising. People I have to pay to run my Shopify website. My website alone costs about $2-3 grand a month. So a lot of people get caught up.
You should just get it. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't want to cut the cost. Maybe he has sunk cost fallacy. He has sunk cost fallacy when it comes to that shit, when it comes to the coffee brand coffee shit. Maybe that's the reason why he won't give it up, even though he really should. He really should just call it quits. Wrap it up, bro.
In the numbers. And they're like, oh my God, this guy, he makes $100 grand a month. He must be a billionaire. By the time it's all said and done, I don't
even believe you're a millionaire anymore. That's how much he's lied. That's how much this motherfucker is lying his ass off. I don't even believe that he's a millionaire anymore. I think that he fucked off that money eons ago, bro. I had to time out. The Fuentes superfan because he just started regurgitating nonsense. Just started spewing nonsense in the chat.
Decent living.
Look, bro, if you're gonna troll the chat, that's fine, but at least be coherent. I think bro might actually be a 12-year-old Indian kid, right? I think he's not, or he's from some third world country and he can't speak English that good. Maybe he's retarded. He might not be a minor, but I don't know. He's not. You shouldn't be on the internet like you are. I'm gonna time you out for a little bit. Take a chill pill.
Very good living, one that
go watch a Fuentes stream.
I'm very blessed to have, but it's only because I've then now decided to put in all these extra hours of work, right? So let's use a number. Let's say 50,000 a month. 60.
Hey, Mikey, England. Oh my God. Are they gonna do it? No, bro. You said England got a goal against Argentina. Argentina already got a goal though. Argentina already got a goal back. God damn, dude. Hold on, let me see. Man, this is some bullshit. Bro. We can't let this happen, man. Ain't no way. We cannot allow Messi to get another World Cup. He doesn't deserve it.
2,000 a month. You could probably still do that with one channel. But if you want to make what you used to make 4 or 5 years ago, you need multiple channels. You need to do shorts. You need to do...
I say, man, fuck it. Because fucking Spain doesn't deserve it either.
Some side business, whether it's coffee or...
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about the World Cup? You know what's funny about soccer in general? Or football, excuse me. My ignorant American ass, right? The thing about football that always confused me is that it's called the people sport. The sport of the world, right? It's the most popular sport in the world. I remember Kraut made this whole spiel on Twitter about Americans don't understand it. They don't understand why football is so important to everybody. It's a sport where anybody can lace up their shoes and play. Anybody can be good and they have a chance of making it in soccer. In reality, the World Cup has existed for about a century. And in that century that the World Cup has existed, literally 8 countries have ever won the World Cup. The World Cup has been literally the current teams, the last 4 teams who made it to the semifinals, right? Spain, Argentina, England, and France have been half of the teams that have been winning the World Cup since it began. But I'm supposed to believe that this is the people's sport. Look, bro, if you look up who's been winning chips in the NBA, who's been becoming the MVPs in the NBA, I see fucking Serbian niggas, right? I see Canadians, right? Everybody keeps telling me that Luka's gonna be the next GOAT. How many niggas do you know are from former Yugoslavian bloc countries who are winning World Cups? I don't know any, but somehow soccer is it's the sport of the world. It's the people's sport. Sure, you have to be from one of 8 countries if you want to make it to the end. And all but 2 of those countries are developing countries, right? Like literally, if you take away Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, the remaining World Cup returning champions are G7 countries plus Spain. Those are the people who keep winning the World Cup. But whatever, right?
T-shirts or merch or something like that. I've never done well with merch. My viewers generally don't care for the merch I put out, and I think the merch I put out isn't very good. So there's that. I think my family bought most of my T-shirts and stuff like that I sold. But it's a wild thing. So for people that want to start out, I just wanted to answer the question kind of first and foremost, but then lead it more into people that want to just start out and are thinking, well, how can I make money on YouTube? Well, here's what I would say. The path is more difficult than ever.
Brazil really isn't a developing country? Okay.
But if you're willing to put in the work.
I mean, Brazil is less poor than Argentina, but I don't know, bro. Like, is that the qualifier for not being a developing country? Just be more developed and less poor than Argentina? Because I don't know, that's a good chunk of the country that people would say are still developing nations.
You can still do all right.
Quite a few countries in Africa are less broke than Argentina, believe it or not.
I think it's totally reasonable for any geek off the street to make $5,000 a month on YouTube. It's 100% reasonable.
Development implies things can get better. Brazil is a failed nation.
$3,000 to $5,000 a month.
I wouldn't go that far. I feel like we're completely ignoring what Jerby is saying. I feel like Brazil is one of those countries who, if you would have gone back to the 1800s, everybody would have said that Brazil was on its way to becoming in Latin America what the Americans were already in the process of becoming in North America. Just this dominant, powerful nation. There would be all these immigrants coming here. It would industrialize. It would become this powerhouse. And then you fast forward like 2 centuries, it's like, nah. Nope.
Geek off the street to make $5,000 a month on YouTube. It's 100% reasonable. $3,000 to $5,000 a month within a year. If you're doing it for extra income, if you stay dedicated. But the way you do that now is so different. When I started it out, it was like find a wave, ride that wave until it's in the ground, and then ride it 10 feet underneath the ground. A la Brie Larson, The Last of Us 2 controversy.
So
Jack
basically
Murphy.
just ride trends. He's trying to come up with some fancy shit for riding trends.
All these like internet trends used to just be able
Brazil is going to pay for killing an Oliver tree.
Ride them, make your money, then jump on to the next one. It doesn't really work like that anymore. People get bored with stuff. They're inundated with stuff everywhere. So if I was starting a new...
Bro, that's how it's always been. What do you mean? That's how trends work. You jump on a trend, right? It makes you some money for a while, and then people start to get bored of it, and then you gotta jump on some new shit. You know how this shit works.
Channel today, right now, what I would be doing is focusing on short form content exclusively. Yes, it pays pennies compared to long form content, but the level of competition in short form content is much lower. If you focused on putting out 3 to 5 short form videos a week, 1 a day, in whatever niche that it is.
Okay, hold on. All right, we're going to move on from the football. We're going to move on from the goy ball talk after this, right? This is the last time, and then we're gonna focus completely on Jer Bear right here. But I just had to, right? I saw this shit, bro. I gotta show this shit to you. Jude Bellingham ex Leo Messi. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Argentina is still winning, by the way. Argentina is gonna win. But, you know, I just had to... I had to show you guys that fucking photo. Argentina is up. It's 1-2 Argentina.
Like, you will grow.
Or 2-1 Argentina.
But the way you do it now is very different. Back then, you'd get lucky. YouTube might put you on the home.
But at least he broke his ankles, though.
Homepage.
He had them niggas scared, though.
You get a bunch of subscribers. Like,
is Messi about to get another World Cup? Probably.
During Brie Larson era, I probably gained 500,000 subscribers. It's like playing in a poker tournament. You win one big hand, and then you ride it. Hey, Poppy, were you in the pool? Don't knock that over.
That would have been so fucking hilarious. That would have been so hilarious if his dog knocked over his camera, bro. That shit would have been hilarious.
Pot was Brie Larson, then The Last of Us. And then in the down times, you got to survive. You can't keep chasing the same thing over and over again because your viewers will get bored. We saw this a lot with Johnny Depp. There were a lot of channels that made their bones covering the Johnny Depp trial, but then they forgot what their core was and now their channels are dead. You can't only cover Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories.
What, you mean like Nick Rekieta? I don't know, bro. Nick Rekieta rode that shit way higher fame than what Quartering did with the Brie Larson shit.
Because that will become 100% of viewership, and when that goes away, all your viewership goes away. So
Nick Rekieta, when I think about it, Nick Rekieta basically rode almost his entire career off of only 2 dramas, only 2 cases. It was the Johnny Depp shit, the Johnny Depp stuff, and Vic Mignogna.
You have to remain diverse in your content.
And Vic Mignogna, he completely fucked that way. Like, he was completely wrong in the end. His personal, I won't call it interference, but his assistance, let's call it that, of Johnny Depp did not help things for, Vic Mignogna did not help things for Vic.
That's something that I think
and Rittenhouse too.
Learned before a lot of other people. Leave that be, Hockey. You know, yes, it was easy to poop out a Brie Larson video that would get 100,000 views every single day, but you still had to put out those other random videos that might get 30,000 views or 10,000 or even 5,000 views, because you don't want to oversaturate into one particular thing, because people, their tastes change, and they change faster than they ever have before. Trends that used to last months, last days.
Yeah, he does like talking about poop.
Now, you know, the Brie Larson saga lasted almost
Vic, elections, Rittenhouse, Depp blew up the whole thing.
The whole year. That would never.
There's a lot of luck, I'm not gonna lie. That and him being in the right place at the right time.
Never happened in modern years.
Nick Rekieta is just an extremely lucky person. Like, a lot of people would disagree because you look at the state of his life now. But it's like, you got to think about this. If Nick Rekieta was literally anybody else and he did the exact same things, then he still would have fucking, like, he would have been way worse off. He'd be in prison, or he'd be in a fucking ditch somewhere if he was a random guy. But he was a rich kid, rich trust fund baby, right? And he also happened to be in the right place, the right time for his streaming career to blow up. And even after all that fuck shit happened where his daughter tested positive for cocaine, he still managed to get away with it, and he managed to hide the body cam footage, right? We never got to see that shit. He managed to erase that shit. Thanos snap it out of fucking existence. He's an extremely lucky person. And the fact that he somehow became a loser, despite being handed a golden ticket in life, a silver spoon in his mouth throughout every fucking step of his life, that just goes to show how much of a faggot he actually is.
YouTube.
Like, the level of incompetence you gotta be to fuck up as badly as Nick Rekieta has when you're as blessed as he has been, man, that's amazing.
So if I were starting out, it would be short form content to break in, and then supplement it with long form content to make money. On YouTube, for example, you need to get at least to 4,000 hours of viewed time to reach monetized levels, or 10 million shorts views. Now you might say at 10 million shorts views, that's impossible. It's really not. The pool you're swimming in with shorts is so much more vast, where what people see on the YouTube search page when they're looking for long form videos, it's microscopic. There will never be another channel that rises up and does commentary. That space is dead. If you think, well, I want to make a video and be lazy and read news articles like Jeremy, it'd be very hard to make it.
Wait, what?
Because
wait.
Does commentary. That space is dead. If you think, well, I want to make a video and be lazy and read news articles like Jeremy, it'd be very hard to make it.
Just admitted that his content format is lazy slop. If I want to be lazy like Jeremy and just shit out videos, just admitting that he's actually hasn't been working hard at all in this past decade. Right? So he's admitted, not only has he admitted that he was actually bullshitting about grinding 24/7, working 10, 12 hours a day, every day. Not only was he bullshitting about that, he was only really working 2 to 3 hours, maybe part-time hour, maybe 4 hours at most a day. He's also admitting that his shit was lazy as fuck. So that 2 to 4 hours that he was working a day, easiest shit in the fucking world. So he's barely worked at all in the past 10 to 15 years he's been on YouTube.
Because just the way the YouTube search algorithm is now. But it would not be hard to reproduce what I do in short form. If you do short form content, you can put it on TikTok.
Vic was innocent. Well, basically, the things that they were accusing him of simply were not true. You can say whatever you want about how he was behaving at conventions. He was getting a little too friendly with some of the fans. But the things that they were accusing him of simply, those weren't true. And he just had his name dragged through the mud. And he got blacklisted, right? And all that other bullshit. And it was basically a witch hunt. A successful witch hunt, right?
Instagram, Facebook.
I'm pretty sure it was pre-Me Too, right? Wasn't Vic Mignogna shit? It was pre-Me Too. I'm pretty sure it was.
Facebook, YouTube Shorts. You shoot one video, you put it 4 places. You do the same thing with your long form. You embrace all other platforms, not just YouTube because you think that's where the quickest money is. You have to build an entire brand these days, which means you're uploading
You really
to
don't.
BitChute, Gab, X.
You really don't. What are you talking about, man? See, you don't listen to people like this. Don't listen to motherfuckers like Jeremy. Right? Here's the thing. Listen to Jeremy if you actually don't have any talent at all. If you don't have any talent at all, I'm not saying that you shouldn't put stuff on other, sites to try and build in that way, because these are strategies. But this thing where you need to do this, you need to hop on this trend, you need to post everywhere at once, you need to build a brand. Your brand should be you, right? Your brand should be your content and what you bring to your audience. That's what it is. I'm my brand. MikeynohMore's brand is Mikey, right? I can fucking change my name to whatever the fuck I want to, and niggas will show up because they're there for the content that I make, right? I guess if all you do is you just read articles, then yeah, you do have to build a brand, because people are going to be wondering, what do I come to you for? You don't even have an interesting personality. Like Moist Critical, Charlie's brand is himself, right? Like Moist Critical's brand is Moist Critical. Even though all he does is just regurgitate the opinions of Reddit and, whatever the fuck they just saw or read last, still, his personality is the main draw for his audience. And Quartering has never had that. So that means, he can't really help you build anything because he doesn't know how to build anything himself for real of true value.
No.
All he can teach you, all the Quartering can teach you is how to game the algorithm. That's it.
Blue sky, every possible way you can reach people, you have to do that to even have a puncher's chance of making it. And that's the biggest change that I've seen in YouTube over the past 10 years. You can't just put out a video and get 1 million views. That's never going to happen again. Unless you're astroturfed by YouTube, or you're a Hollywood celebrity, or you have an existing big following somewhere else. The way to really do it is to stay dedicated, daily, and consistent.
every day. That's why I work every day. I don't take holidays off. I don't take vacations. I don't take anything. You just have to work, 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 work. And view it as a job, but view it as a part-time job, especially when you're starting out. Don't think I'm going to quit my job and become a YouTuber or a streamer or whatever. I worked full-time and did YouTube full-time for years and years and years before I ever quit my day job. And even then, this
is another factor, right? Again, I'm not shitting on this. I'm not shitting on working a full-time job while you work on content creation. You want to do it full-time and stuff like that. Obviously, you got to do that unless you have somebody supporting you, or you're just insane. You're just going to gamble everything, right? But the way, part of it too is that Jeremy's eventual success on YouTube really was, it was the byproduct of the law of averages. Because I pointed this out in my documentary on Jeremy, is that he made several channels, hundreds, thousands of videos before the quartering ever eventually took off. Unsleeved Media was up for years, right? And he put thousands of fucking video on that channel before he ever started doing a political pop culture commentary shit he did on the quartering, or even changed the name of that channel to the quartering. It didn't used to be called that. It used to be called MTG Headquarters, right? I think that's what it was called. Anyway, yeah. So a lot of this is just he eventually got lucky. He got a lucky break. He kept trying and trying and trying, and eventually he ended up, catching lightning, essentially.
Still kept clients on the side. I used to run a search marketing agency because, I'll give you a perfect example. Last month on YouTube was my best month in...
Yeah, this is terrible advice. This is actually horrible advice.
Almost a year. Amazing month. The month before that was half of what all my averages were. You can have huge spikes and huge valleys on YouTube depending on if you're a trend follower like I am, or a news
trend follower. Admitting again. So he's admitted 3 things that we've said about him a lot, right? Is that he's a trend follower. He really doesn't work as hard as he's always said he is, and his work is actually very lazy and that is slop, right? This is the guy giving you advice.
Follower.
Would you really want advice from a guy like this? It's like getting advice from a mediocre boxer. It's like getting advice from a dude with a padded record and who never really had a belt for real. That's what it's like getting advice from this dude, right?
Or the key is evergreen content. Chasing the news cycle is really, 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 really hard.
See, now this is a place where he literally has no place whatsoever giving any advice. Evergreen content. What do you know about evergreen content, Jeremy? The quartering. And quartering has literally been making content on the internet longer than somebody like Darkside Phil. He has been here forever. He's been doing this shit for as long as YouTube has been a platform. He has never made a single evergreen video in his entire content creator career, going all the way back to Be Your Own IT. He has never done it, ever. This guy, he doesn't know he knows what evergreen content is. He could never try and teach you how to make it yourself. Quartering has never made a video where people just went, damn, bro, that's a classic. That's a banger. I need to go and watch that shit again. That was a classic quartering joint. That has never happened in his life ever.
It wears you out. It frays your family relationships. It frays your free time. You're constantly tied to your...
The only content involving Jeremy that I have rewatched has been either the Boulder stream that he just happened to be on and he was the worst part of, or that stream where Keemstar and Jim completely fucked him, right? Just destroyed him on stream. Those are the only pieces of content involving the quartering that I have ever rewatched.
Phone.
And it wasn't because of him.
It's the golden handcuffs. Nobody wants to hear people complain.
Well, the stream with him and Keemstar and Jim was... right, like I did go and rewatch it for him, but not for the reason he probably wanted me to.
Tied to your phone. It's the golden handcuffs. Nobody wants to hear people complain, but very few people want to put in that work. I remember when Luke Rodowski and I were eating dinner. We're eating dinner with my wife, and Joe Biden stepped down. We had to leave dinner.
Why are you never okay? It's like, it's gonna sound weird. It's like, oh, Mikey, he can't invite people over to eat. Well, I'm just saying, whenever he's saying I had somebody over to eat, it's always him, his wife, and another guy. It's always a male third wheel. There's never a female third wheel. And whenever there was, there one time I can remember a story he told about like a woman being there for dinner. Wasn't it that one woman who was part of that weird sex cult? She was the only one. That's the only time he had a woman over actually to eat dinner with him and his wife.
Left my wife sitting at the table to go outside and record a video. That's degenerate behavior. It's not great, but that's the job that we both chose. And so we had to do that. I'm at bowling. Somebody takes a shot at the president. I have to go, leave my bowling game, shoot a video. I would not recommend breaking news.
Yeah, Argentina won. Messi is the GOAT. He gets to the finals again.
Anybody who's not a complete psychopath workaholic. And when you're talking about the kind of content you want to make, it has
Luke Bolowski
to be stuff that you're actually
Luke Bolkowski
interested in. People are better than ever at spotting frauds, grifters, people who don't really have the convictions that they believe.
Really, people are better than ever at spotting frauds. He says this, but then he keeps lying to our face in his fucking video.
Miss Owens, for example, she was never Charlie Kirk's friend. Everybody knows that now more than ever. You have to be authentic. And you have to be willing to have people make fun of you. People hate you. People do stupid, insane stuff, because that's part of being online too. The stuff doesn't bother me. It's just part of it, but I've been doing it for so long.
Yeah, the bowling video was dog shit. What is he talking about?
It's not for everybody. To circle back to if you were going to start out today again, let me give you the secret sauce, and this still only has like.
Also, you notice that when he started getting on the evergreen content shit, he barely said anything about it, and he immediately moved on because he knows he doesn't know anything about that, right?
A 1% success rate.
He has no idea. He has no idea how to make evergreen content.
Let me give you the secret sauce, and this still only has like a 1% success rate. You have to make short form content, and you have to stream. If you're smart about it.
No, you don't. You don't have to do either of those things. If you don't want to. I didn't. I eventually started streaming. I didn't have to. I was growing just fine without the streams, right? I guess if you want to make money, then sure. But it's like, I'll say this. I've been growing on Kick, right, from streaming, because it's a site for streaming. Kick will put you on featured. Other people will shout you out, shit like that. On YouTube, the streams really don't. None of my streams ever helped me grow as a content creator. All the growth came from videos. Streaming was just like, I'm talking about some other shit. And then people who already watched me from the videos will show up there. Even you guys who are watching this, you guys are just people who've been watching me since, the videos. You guys will continue watching the other videos I make on other platforms and shit like that.
You stream, you make short form content out of your stream.
Yes, streaming did end up backfiring for me. If I never stopped, honestly, all of the strikes I got that ended up fucking my channel came from stream VODs, right? So if I literally never started streaming, or if I just did what Jim did, which is I stream and then I immediately delete the VOD, or I go and I upload it somewhere else, I would be fine. Streaming was a mistake for me. I never should have started doing this. I wouldn't be here right now.
You make clips out of your stream for VODs.
But it's whatever.
This is the way
I'll be back.
The industry is. The concept like this.
Yeah, I told you guys not to subscribe and you did it anyway. You guys can't listen.
This vlog channel will never have more than 10,000 subscribers ever. And I have
don't subscribe now. Nobody fucking subscribe to this Kick channel.
The huge
I don't want to see any fucking subs.
Advantage of
no regular subs, no gifted subs, nothing.
Having a couple 100,000 people see me promote the channel. But the long tail of this channel will be short form vlogs, short form IRL stuff.
Winter Soldier, thank you for the skull emoji.
Vlogs will stay. But without live streams and without short form, you'll never make it.
You might say you hate shorts. Well, if you hate shorts and you can't make them, you won't make it today.
This is just bullshit. This is just not true. Chorgan, Scorm, Hammer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. This is just not true. You're bullshitting, buddy. You're bullshitting. Mr. Peb, thank you for the gifted sub.
You have to do it.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's just the truth. Nobody just turns on their live stream and gets 100,000 subscribers. You need to do short form. You need to be on every platform. Like I said, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
See, he's saying all this. It's not even working for you. Like, all this stuff you're saying isn't even working for you anymore. He said at the beginning, he said the truth at the beginning, where he's like, YouTube is a completely different platform now, man. I don't even know. And he was right. It's a different platform. All of the old tricks that you used to initially blow up, right? Like, all of the skills that you learned, they don't apply anymore, which gotta suck, right? Honestly, that probably is very rough for Jeremy, because he's been on this shit. He's been doing this shit forever. And for him to be where he's at, to be doing this shit so long and have all of this knowledge that he thinks he has about content creation, and just none of it works, right? Like, none of the tricks that he's been learning over all these years work anymore, or at least they're like way less effective than they used to be. It's gotta hurt, right? Because this is the only thing he's ever been good at, for real.
Everything.
It's like DSP. Darkside Phil has only been good at one thing his entire life, and he's not even that good at it.
And you build your audience there, and then gradually you can try to funnel people to one preferred location.
When I was 13, 14, I was a little chunky and like 5'10". I spoke exactly like Jer, where out of nowhere, in the middle of a sentence, I would be out of breath. I think that anxiety and nervousness never left him. He never worked on himself or improved himself, where he attempted to. He did attempt to improve himself several times, especially, 13 years ago when he made that first vlog channel. But he always gave up because, I don't know, the only thing he's ever had discipline for, really, is making YouTube slop, which really isn't a discipline, because even Jeremy has admitted it takes literally zero skill to make those fucking videos. Yes, he is the top tier beggar. He's a top tier e-beggar.
Single day you have to upload.
Are you talking about Phil? Well, honestly, it's both of them. Phil and Jer, they're both top tier e-beggar. Honestly, Jeremy has been e-begging longer than Phil has, right?
Every day.
It took Phil a while. Phil didn't initially start off as an e-beggar. Back when he was making that money from just uploading Lex Plays, just uploading 50,000 different uploads of him playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City badly, right? He didn't need to e-beg. Then that money well dried up, and he started begging like a motherfucker. But Jeremy did beat him to the punch initially.
Every day. No excuses. If you have to take a day off, film a day in advance.
JRSP. Imagine if they did a fusion dance, bro. The amount of alcoholism in the fusion person they would create would give everybody within like a quarter mile of them alcohol poisoning. They'd be like a natural disaster, like a man-made biohazard. They would just kill hundreds just by walking near them.
If you don't upload every day, people forget about
Majin Poo.
It's the goldfish brain of the world. Look at Huck.
Hold on, let's look at this house. This actually, I want to take a look at his mansion here. This big old house that he lives in with his lady. Turn it around. So that back there, right? This right here. This shit right. This is not his house. That's a outbuilding that he put some bullshit in. Okay, so right away we see 2 stores, right? This is the patio, by the way, and right next to him is a pool. It's like, wow, bro, that's a nice home. I'll be honest, that's legit too. This is too nice of a home. Oh, the dog is in the pool. Oh, how cute. That is very cute. But this is too big of a home, too good of a home to not have any kids, right? It's like you should at least have some extended family here. You should at least move in your parents and take care of your old parents. I mean, your parents, didn't your dad help you move your furniture, or was that your father-in-law? You know, his dad is probably in better health than him. It's like Dave Moscato, where Dave is like 40 years old, but his 70-something-year-old father is in better shape than him and works out every morning, eats a high-protein breakfast every fucking morning. Dave, meanwhile, says he needs to walk around with he needs a wheelchair. That's what he said.
Chilling over in his swimming pool. Hey, good boy.
Oh, Jared's dad is dead. All right, so that was his father-in-law. R.I.P. Papa Quartering.
So, what was I saying? Every day, you have to make time. You have to make time for your, you have to make time for the rest of your life. You know, that's for sure. But
what do?
You also have to understand that.
You say the rest of your life. What do you do? What do you do when you're not making content? Do you even have a life outside of making content, bro?
It's a massive sacrifice to make things work. And you have to get somewhat good with...
It's not like, again, he doesn't have children. So here's the thing, right? You say, when you hear dudes who say shit like this, when you hear people like the Quartering, who are self-made millionaires, right? And they talk about, oh man, you got to be ready to put in the time. You got to be ready to sacrifice. They usually talk about shit like, you might not have time for your wife and your children. But that's not the case for Jeremy, because Jeremy works from home and he doesn't have any kids. So I don't really know what the fuck, like, what are you wasting time on, really?
With technology, I'm dealing with this framing issue right now. But let's talk about equipment real quick. You don't need a lot. I'm filming this on a DJI Osmo Pocket 3. It comes with a microphone. I think it's like $300. You could use this all you want. Your cell phone. It's all you need. I would recommend getting like a DJI mic, or there are other brands out there, sure, make some mics and whatever the case may be, but you don't need a lot of equipment. You need a cell phone and good audio. The one thing people will not put up with is bad audio. Every day, good audio. Find a niche that you like making content about. Don't make content just to chase trends, because you'll end up like me, where you have to sacrifice your entire life anytime news breaks. But it is totally possible for you, the viewer of this video, to follow this method, and by this time next year, be making $3,000 to $5,000 a month on YouTube. It's totally possible. I'm talking combined, I guess, across YouTube, TikTok, everywhere, right? What you do with your short form content is you use it to promote your long form content. So you do shorts, and then you do a short and you're like, hey, I uploaded this vlog, or uploaded a 20-minute video about this, or
This is just a lazy tactic. This is just some bullshit tactic that is
long
using.
form, you create a short.
You know what this would be? This sounds like the type of shit that you would find in that one book that Mundane Matt wrote about how to become big on social media. What was that book called? Let me look it up. Matt Jarbo's book. Yeah, Argentina beat England, but guess who still owns the Falklands, nigga? Guess who still owns those islands? It's not you, you broke bitches. You take the fucking World Cup, who cares? You ain't ever taking those islands back. Let's see. Oh, here it is. No bullshit. Social media marketing. This is the book that Matt wrote that was going to, if you just follow Matt's tips and tricks, he was going to help you, bro. He's going to, no, wait, hold up. This is the wrong. That's somebody else's book about social media. Okay, so no, Matt is actually that unoriginal that he made another book with the same title. Hold on, let me show you guys. Okay, so let me show you guys first. This book by Matt. No bullshit, social media tips, social media marketing. Tips and tricks on how to create and sustain a solid online presence on Twitter, Facebook, blah, blah, blah. Right? So Mundane Matt is basically going to help you become an e-celebrity. Now, there's some reviews here that we can read. Okay. It's okay, but I'm glad I only spent $5 on it. I hope for some real insight on social media, but I got a rehash of the same information that is available for free all over the internet. Nothing new, novel, or worth spending money on in this book. Let's see. Bad Kindle book review returns. Why do I call him Mundane Matt? Why? Because he doesn't warrant attending to. Boo. Anyway. Oh, this is a gym fan. Anyway, Medicare's video prompted me to read this book. Review. This is really just a brochure book for his marketing business. It's a very flimsy book, even for the genre of marketing works it falls under. In addition to the odd grammatical error, no grammar check in his processor, Matt lets us know that social media sites are. Surely you might say it has to do more than just tell us what Facebook is. It does. By does, I mean he tells us that we should post things, look at other accounts, and make use of pre-extent hashtags. Did I tell you it was flimsy? That's roughly it. It's nearly $5 to own, but it's the kind of thing that other internet marketers would give away in exchange for your email. Not good for a brochure genre, too pricey for a brochure. And we got this last review here. Not enough boulders and just talks about how to flag anyone that makes fun of you. I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and flagged your channel, Mundane Matt. So very uninteresting. Not really much to it. And hold on, no. What was I looking for? It's the wrong. Oh, there it is. Let's see. That one right here. So there's another book here. No bullshit. Social media. The all business, no hype guide to social media marketing. Literally the exact same book. The exact same book that Matt made. And it came out in 2011. So it makes me wonder, Matt, did you just copy this guy's book? Did Matt just copy this dude's book? Because his book came out a year later. Matt, did you just steal this dude's book and pretend it like you fucking wrote it? Is that what you did? Because it's literally same title, same subject matter, everything. I don't know, man. Anyway, it reminded me of that.
Out of it and use that short to promote the long video. That's the key. Shorts are great for reach, nothing better for reach, period. If you use them as a gateway to your long form content, you can make some money. Me, I'm doing everything in reverse. Basically, I'm at the end of my career, trying to hang on for as many years as I possibly can. And what I want to do is use this
no bullshit
vlog channel to.
It's amazing. I didn't even intend for that to happen.
Share some of what I've learned so that there can be a new generation.
I didn't even remember what Matt's book was called, right?
Of content creators coming up that could take my spot. Every day, embrace short form, embrace every platform, and stay with it. It's not going to happen overnight.
Yeah, your career is over,
after months. It may not.
Twilight years.
It may never happen. But the only way to success is to commit to it and do it.
Honestly, so I always wondered, okay, so he's made all this money. How come he never went into something else like, I don't know, real estate or something like that? Why didn't he ever buy a grocery store? And then just like a few grocery stores, maybe like a McDonald's, do what Amaranth did. Amaranth is actually she's a very good businesswoman. She's used a lot of the money she's made off of streaming and OnlyFans to get actual legit businesses. Like she owns several businesses, including some McDonald's and shit like that. That bitch actually has real money and real businesses. And I think the reason why Jeremy never bothered to do that it's just because he's too incompetent, right? He's too incompetent to do shit like that. He's too incompetent to get himself a McDonald's. He's too incompetent to get into real estate. He's too incompetent to become like a big stock investor or put his money in a mutual fund or some shit like that.
Daily. If you don't,
I think her husband is the brains behind the operations. Well, she's smart for letting him run things, right?
You will have no chance. And by the way, the fancy editing and stuff like that is irrelevant these days. You can ask AI about that too. When I started doing these vlogs, I was like, oh, should I do?
There was going to be a car wash, but he felt it himself.
Like jump cuts and this and that. People don't want that. You don't have to be good with editing. You don't have to be. You just have decent audio.
Yeah, he doesn't have any investments. He just has a bunch of trinkets and, you know, useless assets.
Be committed and do it for a year and see where you're at.
Not even assets, amenities, really.
It's nice out here. I've been very blessed. And I got lucky. And that's the last thing I'm going to talk about.
Okay, so after all of this, you just wasted half an hour of our fucking time trying to tell us some shit about how you can become big, how you can make money on YouTube, on social media, off streaming. And then at the end, you just say, I can get lucky. I just got lucky, I mean. He just says, I got lucky. I've been very lucky. So he's told us this whole video, he's told us, I got lucky. I only really worked like 2 to 4 hours in these videos. My videos were lazy slop. And what was the other thing he said? He said something else that was very incriminating about his content. I forget. But he's basically admitted that this has all been a sham, that he's a has-been, and all this other bullshit this whole time.
You need a lot of luck. I'm not the best guy that ever did this. I'm not even the 10th best guy that ever did this.
You're not even the 100th best guy to ever do this.
But I got lucky. I was creating the right content at the right time, and I was smart enough to recognize it and ride the wave. And you too will have to do that.
Oh yeah, trend chaser. Yeah, he admitted that he was a trend chaser.
And get lucky.
So he was basically a shitty YouTuber who got lucky. What I said in my video, essentially, where I just said it was the law of averages working in his favor when the quartering channel finally popped off. Because he's been doing this shit for years and nothing ever worked until the quartering shit. And even that, right? Even that, I want to blame that on Sargon. I want to say that it was actually Sargon. It was actually the stepfather. It was actually the king of Applebee's. He was the actual reason why the quartering ended up like gaining the traction he did. I don't think that without Sargon's blessing that fucking Jeremy gets as far as he does. Like, for real.
You can work as hard as you want. You can buy as many lottery tickets as you want, but you still have to get lucky. People see the pie at the end, right?
Yes, also the chaser.
The end product. They're like, oh, this guy's...
Also the I wouldn't even raper. That too.
It works. You say, look, I've been working about 100 hours a week for, I don't know, 10 years straight. I've taken one day...
You just admitted that you didn't. No, we're not doing that. You're not going back on that. I've been working 100 hours a week for like, you know, the last 10. No, you haven't, bro.
And I worked on that.
See, even if you hadn't admitted that you haven't been doing that, I still wouldn't believe that you did it. I would still believe that you were lying. No, you have not been working 100 hours a week for the past fucking 10 years. You have not been doing that. You are not Elon Musk, nigga. You are not Henry Ford. You aren't anybody.
I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm saying that's a level of commitment it takes. And you have to, and once you get to size, you're going to need help. And you're going to need to hire employees. It's not as simple as just turning a camera on. People see Nick Shirley's.
Yeah, it was Sargon's fault. It was Dankula's fault. It was Bering's fault. They all put this nigga on when they really shouldn't have. We had to suffer this guy, right? Because of them.
Product, for example, it goes mega viral. That was a product of months of work. He had a team of people with him. Months and months of work. It's not as easy as people think. And so it's still possible, though. I'm hoping that I'm still around making videos.
Jer apparently works harder than the people who work at the docks, the people who work in factories, the people who work in warehouses. You know, he works harder than all those people.
2 to 3 years, but that's probably going to be about retirement time for me. The internet will have moved on for me. My career has lasted way longer than it should have. Most political commentators
he still thinks it's going to be over eventually. Look, bro, this shit ends when you leave. It's not going to be over around the time you retire. If you retire and you leave the internet, then yeah, sure. After that, it's over because then you won't make any more content. So long as you continue posting on the internet, they're going to continue I don't know, we're going to keep making fun of you.
For every Tim Pool in the quartering or Steven Crowder, there's 100,000 people that shone brightly but fell off. Generally because people get complacent, they stop working hard, and they stop... They get
wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Steven Crowder than it should have. Most political commentators, for every Tim Pool in the quartering or Steven Crowder,
did you really just put yourself on the same level of Tim Pool and Steven Crowder? Look, I'm not going to try and act like Steven Crowder and Tim Pool are God's gift to political commentary or that they're anything special. But they are both objectively more successful than you, Mr. Hambly. There's a reason you've always been jealous of Beanie Pool.
100,000 people that shone brightly but fell off. Generally because people get complacent, they stop working hard, and they stop.
You know what I think this was? I think we actually got baited into watching a humble brag video. He shows us how big his house is and all of his land and shit like that. And he talks about how much money he made. And man, I'm so blessed, guys. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. I got all this money, man. I'm so blessed.
They get lazy. Never get lazy. If you want to make content just for fun, cool. If you want it to be a job, treat it like a job. If you enjoyed this, let me know what topic you'd like me to discuss in the next video.
Okay. So finally, we got the final video. Got the final video.
Hey, if you enjoy these vlogs, just make sure you leave a like on the video and you subscribe or follow down below. I'd love
He had to
doing
ask people. He had to ask people to start liking the videos because all these they kept getting disliked. This is the first video we've seen with a positive like to dislike ratio. Just a little bit more. Not even 10. Not even 10. It's like 4 more likes to dislikes. There's some people, just a dozen people could once again make this a more dislike than like video for this guy.
Hey, if you enjoy these vlogs, just make sure you leave a like on the video and you subscribe or follow down below. I love doing them. I hope you enjoy. Let's get into it. 2 new ones every week. All right, for today's vlog.
That's not true, Mikey. Jerry is a more successful lolcow. You having money has nothing to do with you being a lolcow. It's what people like. It's what Jeremy doesn't understand.
I'm hoping
Nick Rekieta, I'm pretty sure Nick Rekieta actually does still have more money than Jeremy has. At least through his family he does. He's definitely absolutely a fucking lolcow.
I got something a little interesting for you.
Shit, Kanye West is a lolcow for real, and that nigga's a fucking billionaire.
We're gonna go through the walking trails that we have here, do some choring, and we're gonna talk a little bit about, I guess, my biggest lie that's been exposed by terminally online weirdos, and I guess I have to come clean. And
this is the video. People who are wondering, you've been seeing those clips of Quartering threatening to sue people. This is for where that video is.
You know, I hope that you all still will stick around afterwards because it is a wild tale. It's a wild tale. So let's start by we're gonna go and start managing our trails. Get in my Kubota here. I don't have one of those fancy side-by-sides. Hopefully the audio isn't like super terrible. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's a diesel Kubota. All right, so let's see how bad the audio is here. We'll hope it'll be okay, serviceable. So the internet is very, very interested in my coffee business. Very interested.
Yes, we are. We are very fascinated by your coffee business, Mr. Hambly. We want to know what's going on.
Interested. And I don't know why. There's really nothing that interesting about it. It's really
what's interesting about it is the fact that you've been lying about literally everything involving your coffee business for years.
Not unique. I know there's a lot of people that think it's unique, think that it's, you know, the only, you know, that I run this business like
walking trail, but he uses a diesel Kubota.
You know, I don't know.
Well, look, bro, his knee hurt, bro. He can't walk good, right? Now, he couldn't walk good even before his leg got hurt, but still.
Something different than any normal business. And we're going to stop here at our first station here. Got to refill some bags. We have these.
Vlog channel is just veiled flexment. Well, I don't think that he's intentionally doing this. I really don't think that Jeremy is intentionally trying to flex on us. I think that he's doing it by accident because he's empty. He's a very empty individual, and all he really has is his money and all the bullshit he's bought with it. You know, he doesn't show off anything else besides, I don't know, maybe his dogs. He doesn't have any interesting hobbies outside of the shit that his toys and trinkets that he spends money on, his vehicles and shit like that. He doesn't show off his wife. He doesn't show off cooking. He doesn't show off any activities he's going through. There's nothing fun in his town that he likes to go and do as an activity during one of the vlogs or any shit like that. All he has to show us is the stuff he bought. So it feels like he's trying to flex when really this is all he has to show and tell us about.
So we have walking trails that I mow everywhere for walking the dogs. And along the way, I have these little stations, these poop stations. And it's so friends and family that use the trails don't leave me little gifts. So I guess to start about the coffee stuff, I started the business probably
Wait. Okay, hold on. I don't want to I want to see, does he actually wait, he went to the walking trail to not walk. He went to the walking trail so he could just stand in front of the trail and talk about this shit without actually walking. Why don't you walk, dude? Why don't you walk on the walking trail for your vlog? That's what most people would do. Just gonna film this. Hey guys, just imagine me walking right now down this trail where I'm supposed to walk down.
4 years ago?
I walk down this trail with my dogs. I swear I do. I'm not gonna show you evidence. I'm not gonna show you proof that I can walk down this trail. But you know, just imagine that I'm doing that in this video.
Roughly, maybe 5, I don't know. I think 3 or 4. And it was something to, supplement my YouTube earnings because the apocalypse happened and, YouTube doesn't pay what it used to. It really hasn't paid the same for many years. And so many YouTubers, well, they had to diversify. They'd have to diversify their bonds. And coffee was, something that seemed like a lot of people were doing. And so what I found out was there's basically 2 methodologies that you could do this business. Now, I'm not going to call anybody out by name. I'm not going to put anyone on blast. But it's important that people understand the basics of what words mean. The people that feel like they've discovered something, don't understand even the basics about business. It's embarrassing for them.
Oh, he doesn't know anything. Nobody knows anything, bro. Nobody knows anything about any of this bullshit, right? We don't know. It's all just nonsense. We're just making it up. There's nothing going on here. You know what? Fuck it. Since he wants to do this, since he wants to play coy with this bullshit, real quick, right? I'm gonna watch this Luther Morgan video, right? We're gonna watch.
This is like world market.
Shout out to Luther Morgan, by the way.
And stuff like that by the end of the year.
Subscribe to Luther Morgan.
Jeremy, stickers and dropshipping. How could you possibly be in stores? Right, exactly. Well, let me tell you this. If I was dropshipping, I wouldn't be on Amazon either. The profit margins on dropshipping would not be big enough. But there's a quartering extended universe where people believe that, and that's fine. We are best June ever.
Hey guys, Luther Morgan here, and unsolved coffee is now solved coffee. And it really is the ultimate irony that just yesterday, Jeremy Hambley was telling us that it wasn't drop shipped, and literally yesterday, I put out a tweet saying, hey, why don't you just tell us where the coffee factory is? Well, guess what? Hambley must have been listening because he obliged. So if we go in over here, there's many people that have sent me this clip, and basically, it's Jeremy pulling up the shipping labels for his coffee. And you know what? I honestly thought that this was going to happen because he's so careless with his material. I thought that he actually would expose himself. Now, I was thinking it was going to be a...
Bro, how do you do this? How do you do this? By accident. I don't even know how that's possible. Why would you even have it pulled up while you're streaming? Why would you do this, bro?
Email exposure. Look,
I have some shit on in the stream, but I don't have anything that I would want to show. Right, in the stream. Maybe it's because, nothing that would incriminate me in a lie I've been telling for years. I definitely wouldn't have something like that pulled up.
Definitely going to show.
I'm just asking for something bad to happen.
Email from his roaster. That's how we caught him, reporting people to YouTube. This guy's just so careless where, he signed into Zachary on his Amazon account. That's the owner of Meta PCs. We caught him buying his own coffee on Amazon. That's against the terms of service. He doxed, his own wife's Amazon. He leaked his own cup porn thing on X on his history. I knew that it was going to happen. I had a feeling it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And boy, did he deliver. Because not only is it confirmed that coffee brand coffee, where it's coming from, we finally figured that out, but we have in 4K the shipping labels proving that it is drop shipped coffee. So let's get into it right now. So let's actually go through those labels one by one. Now, there were, I believe, 6 distinct labels and 5 were different locations. So the first location, that was 2150 US Business 70 Highway Business West in North Carolina. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. So if we go to the next...
I've said it before, Luther Morgan is anybody's worst nightmare. This guy is the top, probably the only type of A-log that's worse than a Luther Morgan would be a Milo Yiannopoulos, right? You never want guys like that to be your top ops because they will completely destroy you. Luther will destroy you with autistic research, and Milo will destroy you by just digging up dirt you didn't even know existed on you, right? You don't even, holy shit, I didn't even know that anybody had that receipt until Milo revealed it and completely fucked your life.
One, it was 20701 Crameria Avenue, Riverside, California, and it says FBA, that's fulfillment by Amazon via UPS. So that is a UPS shipping center where they also do Amazon. Then you go to the next one. This is 615 Boulder Drive in Allentown.
Boulder Drive. Holy shit, we were just talking about Matt too.
Pennsylvania. This is a Amazon fulfillment center. And then if you go to the next one, again, it's 211 North Union Street, Middletown, Pennsylvania.
Go to the video about the quartering and they talk about Boulder Drive. We talk about Matt for a bit. We talk about his book called No Bullshit. Man.
This is a FBA fulfillment by Amazon with UPS, and they do Amazon fulfillment out of there. And then, last but not least, there's 3388 South Cactus Avenue, Bloomington, California, 92316, and that is again a Amazon fulfillment center. So all of these shipping labels were coming from the coffee brand coffee manufacturer, which I'm going to get to in just a second, and they were all going to Amazon fulfillment centers from the East Coast out to the West Coast. The address where all this coffee was being shipped from was 319 Conowingo Road, Corryville, Pennsylvania, 17566. Now, there's 2 businesses related to this address. The first company here is Noltpack, a co-packing company. So that was actually a theory that I had back in part 2 of Unsolved Coffee. The reason why Jeremy Hambley had to go $300,000 worth of debt was because he was using a co-packer. Well, this is a co-packer that specializes in K-Cups. So that $80,000 K-Cup machine that he supposedly bought, this is...
So that video, for you guys who are wondering, about what video, you guys probably already know. If you guys watch my documentary, you already know what video he's talking about. It's the video, let me see, where he talks about how somebody attacked this business and they went after his K-Cups and shit like that. There it is. My coffee company is under attack. Jeremy had no idea. He had no idea what it actually meant. He had no idea what my coffee business is under attack actually looked like.
That's right. Doom and gloom for coffee brand coffee. After all of my happiness earlier in the week, disaster at the coffee brand coffee factory. Not really, just a huge thank you to everyone who's supported, who has checked out the website, has shared it. We're starting to get some media coverage. I saw it was covered in the local paper here. Just some updates. There is a massive, obviously, influx of orders. They're working to get everything roasted.
Sure.
They're a little behind right now.
Of course.
It's opening week. So
100% believe you.
I have to ask for some understanding there. They're going to work through the weekend to make sure that they get everything out. So I think we're going to start seeing orders flow out by tomorrow or Monday, or by Monday at the latest. So it's on the way. You should start getting your shipping notification soon. They're roasting literally thousands of pounds of beans right now because you all went so hard. Some other updates. We have added cryptocurrency as a payment option for the coffee. Some of you asked for that. I think there's Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and then we should have Doge soon. Also, in the next 4 to 5 weeks, we will have...
Wait. This ain't the right video. Fuck, I can't even look for it. I can't even see it. All right, well, fuck it. It doesn't matter.
The service that he's using are private...
You guys know what video I'm talking about.
Label K-Cup Co-Pack.
It's the video where he said, the K-Cup machine, he had to get a new one because he got fucked by some lib who was trying to destroy his coffee company or some shit like that. And now it comes to find out, you weren't even doing any of that shit in-house, so that was bullshit. You never needed that money for the K-Cup machine.
This is where the K-Cups come from. I think we can basically guarantee that with 100% certainty. Now you say, Noltpack, what the hell is Noltpack? Well, if you go to the Pennsylvania Department of State government website and you type in Noltpack LLC, it is a real LLC out of Pennsylvania. It's the same address 319. And then if you look here at the governors, it's Gary Nolt. Now you say, well, who the hell's Gary Nolt? Gary Nolt is the coffee bowl. The other business that uses that address is Java Taza LLC. And if you go to our company here, Gary Nolt is actually in some of the promotional material. So this is where the coffee comes from, at least for the K-Cups. And it's everything, you know, even the bags look very similar to the bags that Coffee Brand Coffee uses. I'm not sure if this is where all the coffee comes from, but I think we can, you know, probably 90% chance this is where most of the coffee comes from, but the K-Cups for sure. So if you look here, you know, what you're interested in selling, bulk beans, 12-ounce coffee, K-Cup, these are all the products that Jeremy has. So, you know, this is definitely one of his suppliers. So what's crazy about this guy and the company Java Taza is they're an actual coffee company. And if you can, you know that because they have promotional material and they actually...
So anyway, you guys can watch the rest. It's weird I can't find that video. I wonder if he took it down. I wonder if he took down the video because like he now realized how bad it is. I might have to go and look at my Google Drive. I was looking for it on YouTube. I might have to go and like look in like my shit to see if I just have it saved.
Like these guys, these anime avatar, you know, flailing YouTubers,
anime avatar,
you know, failed race car drivers, and all this kind of stuff. They really.
All right, look, bro. All right, that one was very suspicious. That one was very specific. Failed race car driver. You literally got one detractor. We know. Just say Camelot's name, bro.
Accidentally committing a horrible self-own in that they don't understand even the basics of a business. So first, the one way you can do it is drop shipping. This is one of the...
It's like if I'm talking about Nick Fuentes, right? I'm talking shit about Nick Fuentes and I say, fucking Mexican test tube baby. Well, you guys know who the fuck I'm talking about. Because how many Mexican test tube babies do I dislike in like specifically? Man, I completely butchered that sentence. How many Mexican test tube babies do I have a problem with? There aren't that many.
Common critiques. One of the dumbest criticisms of my business that's ever existed. So what is dropshipping? Dropshipping is very simple. There are companies all across this country, all across the world that sell a product, let you put your label on it, and then make some money. They make some money selling it to you, you make some money selling it to someone else. It's that simple. In the coffee world, there's probably 5 or 6 facilities in the United States that do this. You buy the coffee for maybe $7 a bag, $8 a bag. You sell it for 12, you make your $3. It's completely...
Now, here's the thing, right? Why are you even making this video on this channel? Why are you making this video on this channel, your Quartering Vlogs channel that only has 3,000 subs? This video only got 7,000 views. Why would you put this here? How many people in your audience are going to watch it? They won't even have context for it. They won't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Why would you complain about it here? It doesn't make any sense. Why are you seething about it? Obviously, somebody hit on something. Obviously, something about what the detractors are saying about the coffee company is getting to you, because otherwise you wouldn't find the need to seethe about it in this little safe space of a channel you got here.
They handle all the customer service. They handle all everything. That is a true drop ship. White labeling is not necessarily a bad thing. It still could be a high quality product. In fact, there's even like VPN softwares out there that are white labeled. Bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know that NordVPN sells white label stuff. You know, all this kind of thing. It's a totally legitimate business model and no criticism against anybody who does it. What's wrong? Because generally when you're talking about like YouTuber coffee or whatever, people just want to support the creator and they don't really care.
So yeah, okay, I found it. Thank you, guys in chat who were giving me the name. Thank you, I appreciate it.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this.
Yes, you were.
But,
he just started it with a lie. Just started it with a lie. Not even 5 seconds before it took him almost 10 seconds to lie. He lied within 5 seconds here. Holy shit, he's fat, bro. Holy shit, he's fat, man. It's crazy. Insane amounts of fatness going on here. The way that his fucking hat is tilted, the way his headphones are on. And his glasses look crooked. Don't his glasses look crooked? They look broken, bro. I never noticed this before.
What's wrong, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I wasn't sure I was going to go public about this, but
yes, you did.
It appears I have to now. Many of you know that I've got a lot of irons in the fire. You've heard me say, "Hey, I've got my mega mixology cookbook to help fund the new studio.
Grift didn't happen. Also, double grift because you never built a new studio.
Obviously, it's a meme, but you all know I have my coffee company. Well, the
super grift
coffee company has also been expanding to take on Amazon to try and
what? Take on Amazon? Like actual startups, an actual startup coffee business, online coffee business that was like, it had fund like hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion behind it, wouldn't say some shit like, yeah, we're going to take on Amazon. That's going to take years. That's going to take years of building something up, even with all the funding in the world. Taking on fucking Amazon. What are you talking about?
Compete more with bigger names and to hopefully by the end of the year be on the grocery shelves. And for the past 3
What year was this? This is 2024, right? No, it was 2025. Yeah, it did not end up on store shelves by the end of 2025.
years, I've prided Coffee Brand Coffee on remaining completely apolitical.
I remember making a joke because I put my video up about Jeremy in December. And when I was doing streams on Jeremy in December, I was like, you know what? He still might get the coffee out, guys. I don't know why I'm like talking. I'm like trying to do my voice and I'm making it even higher pitched than it already is. I was like, hey, you know, guys, maybe he'll have the coffee on the store shelves before 2026 get here. And he never did.
And that's literally why I called it that. Some people think the name is goofy. I get that. But it would have been easier for me to sell liberal tiers coffee or something like that. But I want my coffee to be on coffee shelves one day. There's a big difference between what I do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee.
Yes, you do.
We roast our own special blends.
No, you don't.
Hand flavor our beans.
No, you
we
don't.
Pack our orders. We ship our orders. We handle our customer service.
Unbelievable. Holy shit, bro. Just back-to-back lying. Unlimited lie works, bro.
Do and what most everyone else does. I don't drop ship my coffee.
1.
We roast our own special blends.
2.
We hand flavor our beans.
3.
We pack our orders. We
4.
ship our orders. We
5.
handle our customer service.
6.
We are not a drop ship outlet. We're a real coffee company.
7 lies back to back, and that's like the span of like 10 seconds, dude.
And I made that investment.
Insane, bro.
With the plan of having something that could grow. Well, we've never been at our most vulnerable, but right now we're stocking up for Mother's Day, which is an important time of year for us because we do so well for Mother's Day gift boxes.
This is all this was about. This is about him advertising for the Mother's Day shit, right?
And we're trying to compete on Amazon. And I'm trying to build a new office. All of these things have stretched basically me to the absolute.
I feel like that last one really doesn't have anything else. Really, none of these are the problems of your audience. None of this is the audience's problem. You didn't have to bring this to your audience, any of these problems of yours. But the I'm building a new office thing really doesn't have anything to do with any of your coffee shit. I don't know why you brought that up.
Max, it was fine. You probably saw I was selling my Neo Geo collection. I'm selling my Nintendo collection. I'm selling all this stuff to help fund this stuff.
Okay, so later he said that he didn't say that, even though he literally said it in this video. So that's like a future lie, right? Like he lied now, and then like future Hambly, future quartering revealed the lie later.
And it's because I believe in the things that I'm doing. But now we hit a roadblock that I need to try and reach out and give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this.
I'm here to e-beg.
Sure. But right now with Coffee Brand Coffee, we are basically completely vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing...
Is that what it is? Is that what he had the 3D printer shit for? Printing the bags? Is that the only part of the process he does? Probably not. That's probably for some other bullshit.
That we were reliant on anyone else for was...
Only thing vertically integrated in your life is your wife with other men, buddy. Sorry.
Some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have a 20,000 K-Cup order, basically decided to tell us, to pound sand, or I don't know what's going on. We haven't heard anything back.
You don't know what's going on because this shit didn't happen. What you're trying to suggest did not happen. This was all just a figment of your imagination.
This is absolutely crippling. You know, I'm already so overextended with Coffee Brand Coffee. I feel like they knew this was the time that they could really cause maximum damage.
This person was just strategizing, right? They were strategizing for months, maybe even years, about how they could destroy the quartering.
The solution? Well, it's to buy about $80,000 in equipment. And I didn't know what else to do. I can't miss Mother's Day. It's our biggest.
You really? Okay, so let's suppose this is true. This guy, he says he didn't know what else to do. His first idea about what to do next was to fucking spend $80,000, which he claims to have spent using like credit card. Like, this is actually credit card debt. $80,000 of fucking, you know, the worst type of debt you could have. He did that. That was the only thing he could think to do. Man, I wonder why you are such a shit businessman, bro.
Sale of the year.
In that other video, when he's talking about how he got lucky, he was not joking, bro. You should have gone broke a long fucking time ago.
And so I said, okay, fine, put it on my credit card. We're gonna just figure it out. If this even happened, that's a lot of dimp to put on your credit card. And but we're gonna save Mother's Day. And
again, he could have been lying about that. It could have been another financial disaster, and he's just lying about this one so we can get sympathy.
We're going to bring this last piece of the puzzle in house. We're even getting a machine to make our own coffee scrub for the ladies and guys out there that want to, you know, do it for skincare.
Are you fucking retarded, dude? We need it for skin. You know what? We're going to expand. You can't even get the regular coffee shit to work, right? The regular coffee shit by itself it's not really hitting like it should, but you already trying to expand to skincare and stuff like that. Fucking stupid. Anyway, going back to this video.
Care that much about the coffee.
Scams on top of scams on top of scams, dude. It never stops with this dude.
This was one avenue I explored. I explored very deeply. I know all the providers. I know who sells coffee to all your favorite YouTubers. But that's not my business model. In fact, you know, these failed investigators out like in Missouri and who think that they know anything, I've actually...
Just say their names. You're going to give us all these details we know who points to whoever you're talking to. Just say their names.
White labeled my...
Just say Luther Morgan, buddy. Luther got you spooked.
Product to other...
Luther got you hot and bothered.
For YouTubers.
Pause. That was the wrong phrase to use in that context.
Now, could you imagine if my business was drop shipping? How could I do that? Well, it's because my business is not drop shipping. There's another aspect to the coffee business. That is, you could build your own, you know, you could have the coffee roaster in your garage, and there are people that do that, you know, but nearly everybody that starts out the way I started out. In fact, Black Rifle Coffee started out exactly the same way. Use the exact same.
Okay, but are they that way now?
Facilities that I did in many cases. It's how you start a business. So you find a facility that roasts coffee and you say, I'd like to buy coffee at wholesale. And they say, we would like to sell you that coffee at wholesale. So when it comes to me purchasing coffee, I look at the green prices on the market. It's a futures market, so you buy many months in advance, and it's complicated. It's some level of guesswork where you have to understand what your volume is going to be. But anyway, I digress. So first of all, this idea that a coffee company is dropship is complete nonsense. People who don't understand what dropshipping is think because I'm not picking the beans and I'm not roasting them in my garage that it's somehow dropship. They're dumb. People who say that are dumb. Of course, I use a roastery to roast my beans. Of course.
Is it your roastery? You say I use a roastery. Is it yours? Do you own it? Are you even renting it? Are there any employees involved in doing the roasting, right? Like, what role do you play in this? Because you can say, oh, I don't do it, this and that. But if the only role you seem to play is just packaging the shit and then slapping your brand on top of it, well, then yes, buddy, that's drop ship.
The difference is between dropship coffee and say my coffee is that you cannot get my specific flavors anywhere else because every one of them.
What are you talking about? You can't get my specific flavors anywhere else. You can literally go to Mill Creek Coffee Roasters website and you can find literally the exact same coffee that he is selling on his website, but for cheaper. He sells the same coffee they sell at an upsell, right?
Has been personally dialed in by me, and the recipe is trademarked. Not necessarily trademarked, but it is, I can't think of the right word, but it's exclusive to me. So you might see a blueberry crumble coffee and say, I gotcha. There's somebody that sells blueberry. I challenge people to buy it and then taste mine side by side and tell me if they taste the same, because they don't. I don't use the same beans. I choose the beans. I choose the flavors. I choose the flavor levels. Every flavor of coffee that I sell goes through about 15.
This is like saying that you're a chef because you like go to Subway and you direct the dude how to make your sandwich for you, right? Well, obviously, bro. Obviously, I'm like gourmet. Obviously, I'm a cook. I'm a line chef because look, bro, I made the sandwich. Sure, the other dude, they had the ingredients. You know, I had the bread. Another dude put the sandwich together for me, but I told him what to make.
The 20 taste tests from me and my wife to dial it in right. I choose the level that I want it roasted from my roast partner.
Damn, you're still here, Mikey? Are you doing regular stream while Kino is on break? Well, that was kind of more of a coincidence than anything. But yes, I am trying to stream more regularly now.
It's very simple. It's how
still working on videos, of course, but I'm also trying to stream more regularly too.
Every major coffee company has started.
I have to actually start taking kicks seriously.
Now, again, I want to point out,
I can't just ignore y'all anymore.
No disrespect to people who do dropship coffee. It's totally fine. It's a totally...
Why would you disrespect yourself?
It's a totally legitimate business model. But I do not... My coffee simply not.
I'm a chef because I asked for my burger to be medium well.
Dropship by any definition. I work with partners. It's like people would act like it's a gotcha that I don't print my own coffee bags in my house. Well, you might be surprised to know that I buy my coffee bags from a partner. A partner roasts my beans. A partner does a lot of things. My graphics, right?
This is like you're playing what's it called? Super Mario Maker, I think what it's called. What's the Mario game where you can design levels? It's like you play in that game, right? And you make a stage, you make your own level, and then you pretend like you're actually a game developer. You're a game developer because you made your own little level in this video game where all of these tools are provided to you to make a fucking level in a video game.
I outsource my graphics. Well, he's really...
Yeah, it's literally just called Mario Maker. That's what this is.
Employee that does that, but...
Pretending you're an architect because you built something in Minecraft.
I don't understand why the internet has glommed onto this the way it does, but trying to understand the internet is stupid. No one should ever do that. But it is dumb. There's no... there is dumb, Dan Bongino famously said. The truth is, these people are dumb. And they don't like me. They don't want me to succeed. No, you can pick up some of my coffee.
That's true. Both of those things are true.
These people are dumb. And they don't.
That's not true. That's a lie. We're all brilliant. Every detractor of the quartering is a fucking genius.
They don't like me. They don't want me to succeed. By the way, you can pick up some of my
Both of those are true, though.
Coffee at buycbc.com. It takes you directly to our Amazon store. You can't get my flavors anywhere else. You can't get my roasts anywhere else. Now, you might argue, well, I can get Colombian beans from whatever. Sure, you can. Won't be exactly the same as mine. And
wait, hold on. The way, look, Jeremy, unless you're the dude who's literally like doing all of this shit with some special recipe and some sort of a factory that nobody else uses, of course somebody can get the same shit that you have. What are you talking about?
Here's another
bro acts like he's not part of a chain, right? He's like, well, I'm not part of the McDonald's chain. So that means that my burgers are completely unique. They aren't like anybody else's burger. Meanwhile, they taste exactly like the same burger you can get at any other burger joint in town.
The big gotcha. So this past week, these morons, so I showed a shipping label by accident on my live stream. And what happened next was exactly what's been happening for the last year to every partner that's worked with me, because these people who are supposedly against life ruination and messing with people's money, they're all frauds and liars. Failed race car drivers, failed, comic books aren't how I want them. They're all failures in life.
How are they hold on. Okay. How is Yellow Flash a failure when he's doing better at the thing that you were trying to do than you are? He's one of those people, right? You were talking about how the fucking, oh man. Because that is who he's referring to is Yellow. Well, actually, he could also be referring to Geeks and Gamers. He could be referring to a lot of people. Anyway, all of those people are doing good. And he said that they were all doing bad because people don't care about the culture war shit anymore, which is obviously untrue. They just don't care about the quartering anymore. So those guys are failures. Also, he's saying that Camelot is a failure. And it's like, look, bro, I'm pretty sure, doesn't Camelot still race? I'm pretty sure Camelot still races.
And they think they want everyone else to fail. It's the crabs in a bucket kind of mentality. But I want to explain, before I explain the big expose that happened, and then I've got a little tip.
It's like crab in the bucket. Nigga, nobody is holding you back. Nobody is holding you back, buddy.
Later in the video to share that I think is pretty fun. Just some of what these people who just want the truth have been doing. They've been going through my garbage cans. They've showed up at my partners' places of business. They've showed up at their businesses and harassed employees. They've called the FDA. Of course, the FDA laughed at them because, again, there's no there there. They've called local food companies or whatever. They have harassed my partners, the people that make my bags, the people that roast my beans. Harass them.
He says harass. Now, does harass mean I sent them an email and I asked them some questions?
Showed up at their places of work. Why? I don't.
Yeah, we're gonna need some receipts, buddy. Gonna need some receipts of that, buddy.
No, it's extremely weird. It's just like I don't understand. Like, there's a lot of things you could criticize me on. A lot.
Oh, he's super tilted.
But this is like the dumbest thing, and they've really picked on it. So when they say they care about the truth, and when they care, they just really want transparency. No, they don't. They want to harass people, emails, phone calls. I mean, I have security footage of these idiots showing up at one of our facilities. People say, Jeremy, why don't you just sue them? It's not worth it. These people have nothing. I can't take it from them, and there's no point. But the fact of the matter is, my business model is very simple. There's really nothing complicated about it, but it's not drop ship. Simply not. Every other YouTuber that you're thinking of is drop shipping.
So literally everybody else except for you. You're special. Your coffee company that isn't even fucking successful for real is just so fucking successful, right? For the most part. It's so special.
But that's not what
you figured it out.
I do.
You figured out how to essentially do drop shipping without actually doing drop shipping.
The decision that I wanted to build a brand. It's the same reason.
Keep in mind, he still has no answer. He still has no answer to any of that shit about, hey, how come the coffee roasters that you showed before, maybe I should just show it in a video. Well, let me see something. Let me see something. That video should still be up. Is this what it is? Oh no, he's not the only one either. There's also Channel 404. I forgot. Shout out Channel 404. Where are they? That video should be here. Did it get taken down or did they take it down? Well, it's fine. Whatever. You know, I could probably go and find it on Kiwi Farms real quick. I know where it is.
Call my coffee Liberal Tears Coffee or Coffee Coffee or something stupid like that because I wanted to build an actual brand. We're close to being into Walmart. And
you say that
I don't know why they want to destroy this business. That, you know, we have.
You have been saying we're close to getting put in Walmart every year since you started this bullshit. And every year the year closes and your shit still isn't on store shelves. You're lying, man.
Employees, they're trying to ruin their lives. And it's pathetic. And the people that are viewing this and like partaking in this and acting like they just care about transparency, they're lying. Because I see the emails.
We care about the truth.
When they're harassing them, they forward them to me. I see the security footage when you idiots show up at our facilities.
Show it.
I see your YouTube videos when you're talking about going through my trash cans. All of this to do what exactly? Discover the truth?
Yeah.
The facts of the matter is, this is a very dedicated group
The facts
of people
of
with
what?
nothing better to do. And
The facts in a what?
the facts of the matter is,
The facts in the matters.
this is a very dedicated group of people with nothing better to do, and I respect that. Hey, people get
Maybe that's how they say it down up there in Milwaukee.
bored, right? I'm going to check this other one now. People get bored. I understand that. Ugh. But there's nothing there. The level of harassment, and I'm talking about, like I said, showing up. I have you idiots on security cameras.
An easy way to convince people that nothing is going on, that there's nothing there, is to continually tell us that there's nothing there, right? We're just like, there's nothing going on. You guys should just give up. Just stop looking. Just stop doing it. It's silly. You guys are harassing people. Stop looking. There's
Showing
nothing
up and
there.
harassing some random employee of a neighboring business. Is that normal? How did you think that was going to go? It is just the dumbest, most like the biggest problem is the hypocrisy, to be honest with you. These people don't care about transparency. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about anything. They're not my customers. You know, they leave hundreds and hundreds of fake reviews on Amazon that all end up getting deleted anyway. It is, I don't know why they're like.
He said that before. Even before any of this shit happened, he was talking about how there are people who are making fake reviews and making negative comments. And then like he showed a review that was very detailed, very long and very detailed. And that didn't look like it was fake. And he still reported it anyway. So that doesn't mean anything.
This, but I just feel like some of them are very.
What I find bizarre is that for a guy who grew up in a big city, Wisconsin, is that Jared talks more up north than people up north. I live in the North Woods and nobody slurs that fucking hard on purpose.
Smart, and then they could figure out.
Do they drink a lot?
Like a better way to use their time.
Well, of course they do. Of course they, of course they drank a lot up there.
You know, like a more productive way to use their time, but they're not actually interested in that. They're only interested in checking.
What the fuck is he doing in this video? Well, I thought he was gonna, he took himself to the trail, right? I thought that he was gonna walk on the trail while he rants, but then he walked to the trail, stood in front of the trail, and then he got back in his car and he drove off, and he's still ranting while he's driving. So I don't understand why he took us out here to show us this trail that I'm sure he definitely walks down, and he's lost no weight while walking down it.
Another station here. They're only interested in trying to hurt my business and my staff. So when these like failed race car truck drivers and dork anime avatar YouTubers and fake investigators from the Midwest act like they're really out there doing something, they're not hurting me at all. Every time they do something stupid, I just turn it into more sales.
You making this video is already an admission of defeat, brother.
But what they're doing is they're harassing people that have nothing to do with me.
See, it's other people that he won't name who are the true victims. Definitely not him. He's not hurt. He's making this video, but you know, he's fine.
Like just
solid.
Some random employee at a neighboring business had some fat loser like grilling him about coffee. You know, like that's what these people are doing. That's what these dork YouTubers are promoting. And it really doesn't affect me at all. It affects people who don't even know me. People who just have an account number. They don't know anything about me, anything about my YouTube videos, anything about anything. They don't know anything about it. And it's funny because obviously, as you figured out by now, this video is bait for those idiots who are just helping me monetize this channel. Thanks to them, this channel will be monetized in only 2 weeks because they are furiously trying to get some sort of information. Or get some
Enjoy
sort of
that,
gotcha.
bro.
Thanks.
Mr. Big Millionaire is gonna make big bucks off of 7,000 views. Oh, we're glad, bro.
For your help, morons. Keep tuning in.
See, here's what he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand, bro. I don't give a fuck if you keep making money. That's not what this is about. See, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that it's not about the money. It's not about the money, Jeremy. It's never been about the money. And if you would have just quit, while you were behind, this wouldn't have gotten so bad.
The other big thing, the other big gotcha that, you know, failed.
I hope you keep making money, because if you keep making money, then there's less of an incentive for you to go away forever. I don't want you to ever leave the internet. You leave the internet, that means the content is gone.
Car drivers and things like that, they think that they've really got me. So there was a shipping label that was shown, okay? And so everyone thought, wow, this confirms that his coffee's drop shipped. Which, by the way, if it was, no big deal. But I have made it a point.
Wait.
There was a shipping label that was shown, okay? And so everyone thought, wow, this confirms that his coffee's drop shipped. Which, by the way, if it was, no big deal.
Okay, well then what is the point of this shit? Because you're not going to convince us. You're not convincing me. You're not convincing anybody in chat. You're not going to convince anybody who's watching this video who believes otherwise. This is 100% a cope video. That's all this is. There was no point in making this. You're just venting and ranting about all of your trolls and detractors. That's all you're doing here. This is a lolcow video. Like, this channel just got started, and on video number 3, he made a lolcow rant video. He only made it 3 vids.
I have made it a point to say it isn't, because it isn't. If it was, I'd be making a lot more money. If it was, I would have made quadruple what I.
If it's not a big deal if people think that it's drop ship and it's not drop ship, well then just let them believe it, and you just keep making money off your super successful coffee business that you say, that you swear is making hundreds of thousands of dollars all the time.
Have now. If it was, I wouldn't have to pay staff to pack orders. Like, we did our own fulfillment out of Arizona with my business partner. We paid staff to fill our orders. We paid for customer service. We're not drop ship, right? So that's one of the dumbest labels that have stuck around. But last week, these morons found a shipping label and they thought, ooh, I got him. It's my biggest lie exposed right here. Okay.
Yeah, he fired Maggie. The fuck is he talking about?
Ooh, they got me. Well, the fact of the matter is, all they found was a shipping label.
Also, he's talking about harassment. Maggie was harassed by Luther Morgan just shooting her an email, and then they went back and forth real quick. Very, in a very courteous way. And then that was it. That was the harassment.
From the company that I use to put my coffee into K-Cups. That's it. I roast 900 pounds at a time for a specific run. I send it to somebody who has a professional K-Cup machine that puts it in the K-Cup and labels it and puts the boxes all together. That's it. That's the big exposed. I hope it was worth it, dorks. Not my regular viewers, but...
Wait. Let's hear that again.
That's it. Machine that at a time for a specific run. I send it to somebody who has a professional K-Cup machine that puts it in the K-Cup and labels it and puts the boxes all together.
But wait.
Dollars in equipment. And I didn't 1,000 K-Cup order, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that. It's our coffee, but we had someone else helping, put these boxes together so we could do all that. Well, apparently that person, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect it, saw my YouTube channel and didn't like my politics. And while we have give you an understanding of why I could use some help. I can't confirm this for sure. Really vertically integrated. We roast our stuff, we pack our stuff, we print our own bags, things like that. The only thing that we were reliant on anyone else for was some of the boxes for our K-Cups and some of the procedures around that.
Okay, so you said you were doing everything in-house. You were saying you were doing everything in-house, including the K-Cup shit. So
as a professional K-Cup, roast 900 pounds at a time for a specific run. I send it to somebody who has a professional K-Cup machine.
What do you mean you send it to someone? I thought you did all the K-Cup shit. I thought the only thing that you needed help with was like to box the shit up. You need somebody to box some of the shit up for the K-Cup stuff. You need to send it to somebody with a professional machine, so you're not doing that in-house. Okay, so let's presume that you're telling the truth about literally everything else, and you're just lying about that. Why would you just lie about that? Bro doesn't understand how much. Here's what it is. He has spent so much time, he has spent so many years telling us bullshit about this coffee company and just making it up as he goes along that he can't even remember everything he said. So he'll say shit like this in this video, and then he forgot the fact that, oh wait, I told them that I have my own K-Cup machine and that I don't need anybody's help with that except for to box some shit up. So he doesn't understand that he's actually telling on himself, right? This is a lie.
That puts it in the
I said it before, like if Future Jer revealed that was a lie when he was talking about selling the Neo Geo and Nintendo shit. Future Jer, it's like the future version of Jeremy Hambley is his ultimate detractor. His ultimate A-log is him in the future.
Up and labels it and puts the boxes all together. That's it. That's the big exposed. I hope it was worth it, dorks. Not my regular viewers, but the people that thought it was a big exposed thing. Yes, I pay somebody to put my...
Give it a couple months. Give it a couple months. He is going to say some shit in a new video or on a new stream that completely counteracts pretty much everything he said in this video so far. Just give it a couple months. It might be a couple weeks, the fucking pace we're going. Before it took a while, this shit was spaced out. Now it's every couple weeks he does some new shit.
Coffee into K-Cups. And people say, but you were raising money to put your own K-Cup machine together. You were going to get your equipment. You're right. We did raise money for
honestly, I think Jer tomorrow might be more powerful than Rich tomorrow at this point.
That. And we were going to buy
Review Tech USA's tomorrow-itis. His tomorrow gnosis. It ain't this strong. It isn't this much of a negligent, malevolent force against them anymore.
K-Cup machine. There's basically only one manufacturer, maybe two, and they both come out of China. I talked to the guys at Black Rifle specifically about buying one of their old K-Cup machines. I talked to other people I won't name about...
Okay, so he never had one. He never had a K-Cup machine before.
What they did for K-Cup, or maybe two, and they both come out of China. I talked to the guys at Black Rifle specifically about buying one of their old K-Cup machines.
He never had a K-Cup machine.
I talked to other people I won't name about what they did for K-Cup production. And the fact of the matter is, the machine itself, the cost, was only a small part of it. Turns out once we got further down the process, you have to pay somebody to come from the machine's manufacturer, train your team, and then if it breaks, you have to know how to fix it. And we just decided, well, we don't really have the volume to justify spending $200,000.
He talked to a bunch of guys, but told everyone he had his own.
Like buying the machine and then only running K-Cups for us. So then I went to my partners and I said, hey, why don't we sell K-Cup services, to other people? Again, all things that a dropship coffee company could never do, by the way. And so that's something we've been exploring. But in the meantime, it just didn't make financial sense after we got all the extra costs after the machine. So it was the machine, then like some food grade air compressor machine, and then training. Then if it breaks, who knows how you fix it. And we're still strongly considering adding the K-Cup machine to our arsenal and then selling that service to other people, other YouTubers, for example, to put their...
All right, so completely, he never owned a K-Cup machine before. So that was a lie. Like, blatantly, he just lied to us back then.
And K-Cups, because that costs a few bucks every time you do it. But that was it. And in exchange for that shipping label...
Like, everything in this video was a lie. He literally lied to his audience for 11 minutes straight. For 11 minutes straight, he lied to his audience about some bullshit, right? It's just a piece of shit, dude.
These people called and harassed a nice family-run business.
I put 80K on my card. That's a lot of dip. I bet he didn't even do that. Right? Just sympathy baiting his audience. That's all he was doing.
They called me the next day. They're like, what's going on? These are the same people that are standing on the I am against life ruination.
To be honest, if you get scammed by Jeremy, you deserve it.
I'm against all this stuff. They aren't. They say they are, but they aren't.
Just because somebody is a mark and is a naive fool doesn't mean that the person who's scamming them still isn't a piece of shit. A mark is a mark, but still.
To run with defamatory statements like some of these idiot YouTubers, because it gets them clicks. And that's okay. Good for you. Now, at some point, the issue is they know it's not worth it for me. Like when you're a failed race car truck driver or your YouTube channel is basically dead, it's not worth it for me to file.
Look, bro, I'm not the biggest fan of Camelot, but Camelot is a NASCAR, like an actual professional NASCAR driver. And he's in like pretty good fucking shape, to be honest, right? Like, I don't know if I had to choose. I wouldn't want to be either of these niggas. But if I had to choose between Camelot and the quartering, I know which one I'm choosing.
Some sort of law.
I don't give a fuck how big your house is, bro.
Against you for defamation. But at some point it's going to become worth it because I have all of this stuff lined up, right? I can tie direct lines from these statements from certain commentators to real world harassment to their fake reviews on Amazon. Like, this would not go well for them.
Just presuming these people are all the same people?
Worth it. It's better to just say positive and not so,
The people who are investigating your coffee company are the same people who are fucking harassing your employees, allegedly, who are the same people who are leaving all these fake negative reviews in your coffee, allegedly, who are the same type of people who are e-celebs who are shit-talking you, allegedly.
These people were never my customers in the first place. So to summarize, we're not dropship coffee.
I mean, you don't know that. You don't know that. Maybe somebody bought it.
Ship coffee, we never were. In fact, we did dropship coffee for
fucking Josh Moon. Fucking Josh Moon bought your coffee. He said it was all right.
Other people, which you couldn't do if you were a dropshipper. Okay. I have partners that make my bags. I have partners that make my K-cups. I have partners that make my coffee, just like any normal business would run. You think an electrician makes all the wire he uses by himself? No, of course not. Right? This business continues to grow, and I think that bothers people. But that's okay.
Well, this is more like, it's more like you're selling the services of the electrician, but you're not the dude who's actually doing the electrician shit. This is what this is like. It's like another dude goes to somebody's house to put in all the wires and shit, and you just happen to like take the money and tell that dude whose house to go to. That's basically what your role is in all of this shit, right? Like, you work at a company that the other electricians go to. You never go to any houses. You never make any wires. You don't do anything but just take money and then direct other people where to go. That's your role in all of this. But then you're acting like you run the bit. It's like, no, dude.
Like,
you're the clerk.
I want them to.
You're the dude at the front desk.
I want better.
Your customer service.
I want them to exist. But there's literally nothing there.
Hi, deranged lunatic.
We roast our coffee with a partner. We send it to get put into K-Cups because owning our own K-Cup machine was cost prohibitive at the time. Now, once we're into Walmart.
Going a little bit too hard, deranged lunatic.
Then we're going to do it. Then it'll be easy. We'll have the money and the volume. It's really a volume thing. And we run our coffee business just like any other coffee business you see on the shelves for the most part. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing there.
Yes, he is a middleman. He is a middleman between actual businesses and services. And he's just like the merchant, right? We know who that is, right? We know what the name for that shit is, but he just doesn't like the name.
These people are so stupid and so angry that they are either really stupid, which is very likely.
You know what it's like? It's like how a prostitute wants to be called a sex worker or an escort, but they never want to be called a prostitute. Even if that literally is what they're doing. It's not even like, oh, I make an OnlyFans where I do like Sophie Range type of shit, but I never like have sex on camera. No, like actually she's sucking dick, but she still doesn't want to be called a prostitute. You have to call her an escort or a sex worker, or you're like demeaning what she's doing. That's what Jeremy, he doesn't want to be called a drop shipper because it offends him. It makes him feel like he's not a real businessman.
Or they are really dishonest. Some of these people are not stupid, and they purposely say things they know aren't true because it's salacious and it gets them clicks and they get to monetize the hate against me. That's okay. But everybody knows that you're a hypocrite. Everybody knows that you're a loser. And when you do a long 2-hour stream reaction to this video, there's going to be a lot.
Oh, that's me. That's me. He's talking about me, or he's talking about somebody like me now. That's what I'm doing. That's what we're doing right now.
People in your audience that see that too. So I'm looking forward to these people reacting to this video because, again, I have nothing to hide.
Can we get some subs for being part of the problem?
My business runs just like any other business, and it's almost...
We're also the losers and failures who care too much about the quartering's failing coffee business that's totally not failing and isn't dropship.
It's like, I don't know if these people are like...
Thank you for the hell yeah, Max Jr.
level stupid, but they're living in this alternate quartering universe.
Why do lolcows always do a cult video deflecting lies like losers? Happens every time. Because they're lolcows and they can't help it. They can't help it. They can't stop themselves. They don't have the self-awareness to understand that this isn't something they shouldn't be doing. Kalako, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Boheepins, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. Thank you, buddy.
Where my business is failing, which it isn't, having record month after record month. My YouTube channel is dying. It's the dead of summer and probably the slowest time in politics.
Now that's cope. That's cope. It's always some bullshit, right? Well, of course my channel isn't doing so well. Look at the seasons and look at how close the sun is to the moons and the way that the stars are aligned. You know that your YouTube channel can only get good views when, equinox is in full play and all this other bullshit. All this YouTuber, all this slop tuber astrology. That's what slop tubers do. They live off of astrology. Their channel goes up and down based on they go to a fortune teller and they have her flip some fucking cards. And depending on what their fortune says, that's what their channel is going to do.
That we've seen in a long time. Everything that is levied has a perfectly reasonable explanation. But in the quartering extended universe, truth does not live. And they'll call this a crash.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what he just said just then.
Explanation, but in the quartering extended universe, truth does not live.
In the quartering extended universe, truth does not live. Now, what he wants to say there, what he's trying to, convey to us, is that all of his detractors, his detractor verse, which has grown very large in the past 7 to 8 months, really in the past year, to be honest, that all his detractors, they don't care about the truth. They don't care about what's real. They don't care about reality. They just make shit up. What he actually is saying without realizing it is that in his universe, the truth and reality actually don't play a very vital role.
And they'll call this...
He's the one who's delusional. He just doesn't get it.
This a crash out or whatever. It's not. I'm monetizing them. They're tuning into this, hoping to get another gotcha. There just isn't. There's nothing there.
There's nothing here. I mean, I don't know. There's something here. This has been we've been on this video for a minute. This is some good content. This is a good video to end this stream on. I didn't expect this video to be this good, bro. This shit is excellent. We haven't even gotten to the point where he's threatening to sue people, dude.
But there's nothing there. And the hilarious part about all of it is that this will do nothing to dispel the defamatory statements or the libelous statements. It will do nothing to curb these morons harassing employees at a coffee roastery. It will do nothing to stop these people from harassing people at my packaging facility that I use, because they're not good people. They want you to think that they are operating on truth and righteousness and that they're really going to get somebody who's been getting over on you. There isn't a single one of my customers that thinks I have an entire roasting facility sitting in my garage. They're caping for people that don't exist and have never existed.
It's not enough. It's not enough that you want to be truthful, right? It's not enough that you want to expose the truth. That's not enough. No, you have to be defending people. Who cares? Who cares if I'm fucking pulling the wool over my customers' eyes? They don't even give a fuck. So it shouldn't matter if I'm lying and scamming them.
It's one of the weirdest.
They get this bullshit dropship coffee. Who cares if they don't know that it's dropship?
Most pathetic, sad. You want to go at my political opinions, you want to go at things I've flip-flopped on, you want to go after things that I'm wrong about.
You don't want us to go after those things either. You hate it when we bring that stuff up. You hate it when we bring that stuff up anyway.
That's all reasonable, fair game stuff.
Natty PPV, thank you for the gift to sub.
But the idea that these people are having any real effect on our business is hilarious. They really, 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 really want it to be.
They have no effect. I had to seethe. I had to seethe at them for half an hour. I had to take my fucking camera and go outside and take a fucking road trip seething about these people. But they aren't making me mad. I'm not upset. Not at all.
When you guys do this stuff, my partners laugh at you.
Are you laughing? I didn't see you laugh once in this video, buddy.
Same people.
Look like you're molding to me.
You know, oh, life ruination's bad. Somebody got...
Look like you're seething to me.
That's bad. They tried to get me deplatformed from Rumble. I have all the emails, of course.
Nobody cares about that. Deplatforming is gay, but you started it. You started the fight, buddy. You started a deplatforming, and guess what, bro? Your shit succeeded, so nobody really gives a fuck.
These same people, oh, going after sponsors is bad. I have their emails to my sponsors. They went after every single one of my sponsors, and I did lose a couple. I've replaced them since, but I did lose some. All because of these same people who have spent the last 4 months building up this quartering extended universe where they're the right.
Oh no, the consequences to my actions.
These ones are actually the villains in this story.
I tried to deplatform people and fucking ruin their internet careers, and now people are doing it to me. Fuck. I didn't expect that would happen.
They're very, very sad people. They're very, very.
I thought I would just get away with it.
Very empty inside.
Ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy how you didn't just get away with it? Ain't it crazy how it got worse? Ain't it crazy how you thought this shit would all blow over by now and it's still going? Ain't that amazing?
And it's really depressing. You know, I really want better for them. And, you know, when they react to this video and pretend that there's another kind of gotcha or something like that, there just isn't. They're just mad. They're mad at the world. They're mad that, I don't know, things didn't work out for them the way they wanted. And I get that. But what I don't get is harassing people that I do business with, going after my sponsors. You know, losing sponsors, that's an actionable item. Defamation, right? They were emailing my sponsors saying that I was doing drunk ad reads for them, right? Obviously I wasn't. And my sponsors knew that.
I don't know.
Not all of them.
I don't
Some
know
of them
about that one,
the constant barrage of harassment. These are real
harassment. How many times does he say fucking harassment in this video? Let me look it up. How many times does he say harassment? Let me see. "14 times. He said harassment, or some variation 14 times.
Financial hits that are tied to the defamatory statements. You see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm going with this? It's sad, but you know what? My goal with Coffee Brand Coffee was to build something.
Oh yeah, I said this on Twitter, that if he actually is planning on suing people, Discovery would be a motherfucker for this dude. He has no idea. He has no idea how brutal that would be for him.
That is apolitical. That is a really good product. And I've done that. Do I think I'll ever be Black Rifle? No, of course not. But
wait, what? Do you think I'll ever be Black Rifle? See, before this other video, you were talking about challenging Amazon. And also, you're talking about getting your coffee on store shelf. Oh, hold on, buddy. You're going to have to get on Black Rifle's level if you want to do that. Not just any fucking YouTube schmuck who makes their own little fake coffee company can get their shit put on store shelves at Walmart or Target or whatever.
Do I think
he doesn't even have the ambition for this shit?
I can grow it into a multi-million-dollar business? Yes, I do. There's new people every day who buy my...
Oh, so it's not a multi-million-dollar business. You said it was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, though. I guess that isn't monthly, right? Maybe hundreds of thousands a year?
Coffee that I've never seen one of my YouTube videos.
Maybe 6 figures a year. Maybe like 100K a year.
Isn't that really...
If that, right? He could be bullshitting.
He burns these people up.
Because, okay, again, let's take that other thing he said seriously about how he had to drop $80,000 just to do some K-Cup bullshit, which doesn't make sense according to the information he shared in this video. But let's keep going along with that. If you're making low 6 figures with your coffee company, but then you had to drop $80K just to do something for your coffee company, plus other expenses, no doubt, well, wouldn't that mean that your business isn't even breaking even? And if it is breaking even, it would be like in the low 5 figures at that. I don't know, that doesn't make sense, bro.
That's okay. I just keep working. And if you take anything away from this, is that you should do the same. If you don't worry about people who are trying to drag you down. Don't worry about the crabs in a bucket.
Don't worry about people who are trying to drag you down, says the man who sees about people trying to drag him down for half an hour.
Because they have no power. They might get a little win here or there. Sure, they cost me a couple $1,000s on sponsors. I'll replace them, but their lives will still suck. Sure, they can spam negative reviews, but Amazon reviews them. Their lives will still suck. There's nothing here. There's just nothing. There's nothing to disclose. These people are pathetic losers who lie to you for money. It's a total and complete blowout. Anybody who's talked shit about my coffee company,
I don't lie to you guys for money. I lie to you for free.
Is a moron. If you don't like it,
I don't need a single sit. I don't need a single sub to lie to you guys.
That's cool. Don't buy it. If you buy it and you don't like it, that's cool. Leave a bad review. But at least try it.
Hey, that's what he said. You heard it. You heard the man, right?
Buy it. If you buy it and you don't like it, that's cool. Leave a bad review. But at least try it if you're a coffee drinker. BuyCBC.com will take you directly to our Amazon store.
Nah, I'm not. I'm fine. So there you go. His vlog channel. It took him 3 videos to finally make a video. That was just a half an hour long rant. I wonder what he's going to talk about tomorrow. I wonder what the Thursday video is going to be. Man. 3 videos for him to have a lol cow style crash out. Well, I appreciate you guys for showing up to the stream. That was about it for today, at least. Thanks for coming around. There are going to be more streams coming. Working on a video. Not as we speak, because obviously I'm streaming. I can't do both at the same time. But, you know, I'm still working on content. There's just content coming. Let me just say that. I'm going to stop trying to give you guys spoilers because, you know, I'm just working as I go. Anyway, Gumroad, Rumble, other shit. Tune in for the next stream. Thank you for tuning in. And I will see you guys later. Oh, video 4 will be about his cuck stories? Maybe. We'll see.